Chapter 1380 Guess. At the beginning of the reforms to the elf race, Isha was met with too many questions and opposing voices, even curses behind her back. After all, giving away one's own clan to those big powers as playthings was not something the queen of the elf clan should do. All the generations of elf clan queens had made it their duty to protect the elf clan. Only Isha was going to send everyone out and push them into the fire. But it wasn't easy for the elf clan's clansmen to overthrow Isha. After all, the elf clan's inherited treasure was in her, and as long as she didn't actively give it up, there was nothing that could be done. In response, Isha completely ignored it. Against the enormous pressure, she insisted on implementing her plan. She knew deep down that if she wanted to change the fate of the elf clan, she had to break and then stand. Instead of letting the various forces in the spirit land domain spy on the elf clan women and speculate the price of the elf clan women out of the sky, letting the elf clan become a walking wealth in everyone's eyes, it would be better to be generous and send them out directly as a way to gain the goodwill of the major powers. As for the clansmen's lack of understanding, Isha believed that it wouldn't take long for them to realize their good intentions. As the queen of the elf clan, Isha began to visit all the top powers in the spirit land domain, and gave away the everlasting water ageless spring, as well as the elf clan women. Slowly, the events began to ferment. It caused quite a stir in the spirit land domain at that time. All the forces didn't care on the surface, but secretly, they all wanted to be visited by the queen of the elf clan, Isha. It showed that it was recognized. There were also some great benefits to be gained. It was simply the best of both worlds. Of course, the key was still face. For example, if you got a visit from the elf clan and the rest of the forces didn't, it meant that you had to be better than the other forces. Face was important to all the forces in the spirit land domain. Slowly, all the forces that were visited by Isha would warmly receive the elves. They also said that they would definitely treat the elf clan women well and would befriend the elf clan from then on. After a period of time, the topmost group of forces in the spirit land domain were almost all bribed by Queen Isha, publicly stating that within their own sphere of influence, the elf clan would be protected, and that capturing and selling elf clan women would be absolutely forbidden, or else once discovered, they would be severely punished. Although it was impossible to completely ban this kind of thing with huge benefits, it was at least possible to ban more than 99% of it. It was far, far better than before. Even if someone was desperate, they could only do it quietly, and it wouldn't even make it to the stage. With the major powers taking a stand, the elf clan could finally step out of the elven forest without having to worry about being captured at any time. After making contact with the outside world, the elf race began to use their own specialties in exchange for various resources. The overall strength also continued to rise. The fate of those elf women who were sent out was not as miserable as when they were captured and sold in the past. Some of them even got mixed into the position of concubines of certain bigwigs, which could be described as an unlimited scenery. Gradually, the original voices of the elf tribe that questioned Isha became less and less until they eventually disappeared. From opposition and skepticism, to support and admiration, Isha completely reversed her impression among the clan, and also became the queen who changed the fate of the elf clan, and will surely be recorded in the history books of the elf clan. However, the elf clan had also offended some forces as a result. This couldn't be helped. There were so many forces in the spirit land domain that they couldn't even be counted. It was impossible for the elf clan to take care of every single power, so they could only pick some of the top powers to befriend. Otherwise, even if all the women of the elf clan were to be sent out, it wouldn't be enough to share. Isha also knew how hard it was for the elf clan to be where it was today. Wanting to keep it going, it was necessary to maintain the relationship with the major top powers of the spirit land domain. So every once in a while, Queen Isha would bring the elf clan's everlasting water ageless spring, as well as specially trained elf clan women, to visit the major powers in the spirit land domain. The elf clan's once-in-a-century ritual ceremony was also an opportunity for the elf clan to show their strength to the spirit land region. All the forces in the spirit land domain that were friends with the elf clan would be invited to participate. At the same time, it would also tell those people and forces in the spirit land domain that were still secretly spying on the elf clan's women. Nowadays, the elf clan was no longer the elf clan of the past. It wasn't something that anyone could pin down. If one wanted to make a move against the elf clan, one had to be prepared and aware of paying a huge price. Therefore, the sacrificial ceremony was very important to the elf clan. Often a few years in advance, they began to prepare for it, and were bound to show a brand new face of the elf clan in the eyes of the major forces in the spirit land domain. The time from this elf clan sacrificial ceremony was getting closer and closer. The entire elf clan was busy. At this time, inside one of the highest towers of the elf clan, a woman with a pair of pointed ears and a mature flavorful smell was standing on the top floor, looking down at the busy elf people. She was none other than the elf queen who had changed the fate of the elf clan Isha. The invitations inviting all the major powers of the spirit land domain to come and participate in the elf clan's ritual ceremony had all been sent out, and they had already received letters in return. All of them said that they would come on time. The overall strength of the elf clan, within the scope of the entire spirit land domain, still wasn't considered strong and could only be considered medium. However, it had a huge appeal. To be able to have such an achievement today, it was inseparable from the queen of the elf clan, Isha. If it wasn't for her, the current elf race might still be living a life of stagnation and darkness. They have to worry about forces coming to capture them at any time and sell them to those big shots as playthings. At that time, there was a group of people wandering around the elven forest all year round who wanted to get rich and famous by relying on the elven women. As long as they could capture one, they could get a huge fortune. It was better than going on an expedition and finding treasures to be real. Knock knock. Knock knock. Knock knock. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocking sounds rang out. It made Isha, who was in deep thought, frown. Enter. Isha softly spat out a single word. After her voice fell, the door was pushed open and a young woman quickly walked in. Thump thump thump. The soles of her feet and the wooden floor kept making intimate contact. The visitor also had a pair of pointed ears, and her appearance still had a few similarities with Isha. It was just slightly more youthful. Mother! The young woman gasped and shouted. She was none other than the daughter of Elf Queen Isha, Elf Princess Ibe. Although Ibe was not born to Isha, she was brought up by Isha from a young age, and the two practiced the same special technique of the elf clan, which needed to be passed on frequently, and there were many similarities in their genes. The result was that Ibe grew more and more like Isha. Seeing that you are in such a hurry, is there something wrong? Isha turned to look at Ibe and asked. Mother! I came to have good news to tell you. A happy smile appeared on Ibe's face. Oh? What's the good news? Isha asked curiously. Mother, guess. Ibe didn't say it right away, but instead sold a secret. Chapter 1381, An Uncommon Enemy. It's not often that something can make you so happy, allow me to think. Isha pretended to be deep in thought. Then think quickly and see if you can guess. Ibe urged. Well, with my understanding of you, ever since you returned from the spirit cage realm, you haven't been this happy. I'm afraid there's only one person who can do that. Is it because of the news from Lindon's side? Isha asked with a smile. Ha? Mother! How did you? You guess so quickly? Not fun. Not funny. Mother, you bully. Ibe said with a disgruntled beak. Originally thought of giving her mother a surprise. I didn't expect it to be guessed so quickly. This made Ibe feel like her intelligence had been insulted. Is it hard to guess? Ibe, you are unaware that since you came back from the spirit cage realm, you would only show a smile when we talked about Lin Dong together. Normally you would not smile so happily. Have you? Ibe asked with a little stutter as her small face flushed. How come there isn't? It's so close to writing the words, I like Lin Dong on my face. Isha teased. As the queen of the elf clan, knowing that her daughter, the princess of the elf clan, liked a human, she should have tried to stop it by all means. Because no matter if it was the princess or the queen of the elf clan, they were not allowed to break their bodies. Otherwise the special elf clan techniques that had been practiced for many years would be lost, and one would not be able to inherit the elf clan's inherited treasure, and naturally would not be able to hold the position of elf queen. However, not only did Isha not have any thoughts of stopping it, instead, she thought about how to set up Ibe and Lin Dong. Simply because of Lin Dong's identity, it might change the fate of the elf clan once again. Don't look at the fact that the elf clan had a strong calling right now and was doing quite well. That was based on the fact that every once in a while, the elf clan would send out the everlasting water ageless spring, as well as numerous elf clan women, to the major powers of the spirit land domain. Once it stopped on a certain day, then the good days of the elf clan would come to an end. Although the current elf clan, compared to the past, was far, far better. But Isha still wasn't satisfied with the status quo. She wanted to find a strong backer. Without having to maneuver between the major top-tier forces, she could still have enough status within the spirit land domain. Lin Dong was her target. Not to mention that Lin Dong had his eyes on IBE. Even if he looked at her, for the sake of the entire elf clan, Isha would not hesitate to agree and become Lin Dong's vassal. In Isha's opinion, for Lin Dong to be able to possess a soul power that even she felt fearful of at this age, his identity was bound to be astounding. Where did I? Mother, you're a bully, I'm not talking to you anymore. IBE said angrily. Alright. Mother is joking with you, quickly tell me, what news has come from Lin Dong? Isha changed the topic. As soon as this issue was mentioned, a smile appeared on IBE's face again as she said happily, Mother, brother Lin Dong said that he will come to our elf clan's ritual ceremony on time. Really? Lin Dong said he is coming? Isha also came to be interested. It would be great if Lin Dong could really come to this ritual ceremony. It was believed that with Lin Dong's status, he would definitely deter all the forces that came. At that time, the elf clan would be pushed to a new height. He just asked me for the location of the elf clan and is now on his way over. IBE replied with certainty. Hearing this, Isha once again frowned slightly. How could Lin Dong ask IBE for the location of the elf clan? Could it be that he did not know where the elf clan resided? It was unlikely. Nowadays, although the elf clan was not very strong, it had a great reputation. How could a person of noble birth like Lin Dong not know the location of the elf clan? Isha could not figure out the crux of the matter for the time being. However, it did not affect her mood. Nor would she doubt Lin Dong's identity and strength. After all, Isha had personally fought with Lin Dong in the spirit cage realm. Even with the use of the elf clan's inherited supreme treasure, that arrow had not been able to cause much damage to Lin Dong. Even with Lin Dong's furious outburst at the end, he had allowed Isha to actually experience a death crisis. Lin Dong's soul was too powerful. Even if Isha had the elven inheritance treasure, she could only be killed in seconds when facing Lin Dong. At that time, Isha guessed that Lin Dong's identity was bound to not be simple. Since Lin Dong was coming, Isha's mind began to calculate a plan that had been in preparation since a long time ago. It was just that there had been no opportunity to implement it. Now Lin Dong had brought this opportunity. Immediately, a hateful gaze appeared in her eyes and she exuded a strong murderous aura. Seeing her mother like this for the first time, IBE asked with some fear, Mother, what's wrong with you? Her words also woke up Isha. Oh. It's nothing. Just thought of something that happened a long time ago. Isha returned casually. Mother, what could have made you act so horrible? IBE asked worriedly. IBE, you're still young, there are some things it's not the right time for you to know. Mother, I'm not young anymore, and I'm the princess of the elf clan, I'm qualified to know some of the secrets of the elf clan. I want to know what Mother just thought of that made you show such a heavy killing aura. IBE said seriously. She had just said that Lin Dong was coming to participate in the elf clan's sacrificial ceremony when her mother revealed such a heavy killing aura. IBE naturally assumed that her mother revealing her killing intent was related to Lin Dong, which was why she was relentlessly pursuing the matter. Although she did not feel that there was any deep hatred between Lin Dong and her mother, she could not help but want to understand. Isha looked at her daughter, thinking to herself that that plan, if it was to be implemented, might still require IBE's help to make it work. It wouldn't be a bad thing to tell her in advance. So Isha asked, IBE, do you still remember, once the elf clan suffered a great disaster, tens of thousands of elf clan women were killed off in one pot, and then trafficked to all parts of the spirit land domain, causing a great sensation at that time? Of course I remember. That was the eternal pain of our elf clan, tens of thousands of clansmen. Just like that, they were sold by those beasts and became the playthings of some other beasts, miserably mistreated and abused. Speaking here, IBE's eyes turned red. Obviously, she had remembered those clansmen who had been sold. She was still very young at that time, yet she didn't dare to forget. This was the pain of the elven race and an unshared hatred. It's good that you still remember. You were still small then, I thought you had forgotten. Isha nodded. How could I? IBE will never forget. Mother, you are the most excellent elf queen of the elf clan, and IBE's idol. If it wasn't for you, the elf clan would still be living that life of darkness and being treated as prey at any time. IBE said with a face of adoration. The lifespan of the elf race was completely different from that of humans. From the time they were born, they were absorbing the wood attribute aura from heaven and earth to nourish their bodies. The growth was slower and the lifespan was also very long. Don't look at IBE's appearance, which was equivalent to that of a human in her 20s, but she was actually several hundred years old. Chapter 1382, Utilization. No. What I have done is not good enough, because the elf clan still has a blood feud that has not been avenged, and if I don't take this revenge, my elf clan will never be able to raise their heads. As Isha spoke, a hateful gaze appeared in her eyes, and the killing intent on her body emanated once again. IBE suddenly realized upon hearing this, so it turned out that his mother was remembering the blood feud of the elf clan, and only then surged out her killing intent, so he persuaded. Mother, you shouldn't have too much pressure, although you are the queen of the elf clan, but revenge is not your responsibility alone, it is the obligation of every clansman of the entire elf clan. We should unite and work together to avenge those clansmen and make those scum pay the price. When I first took over as the queen of the elf clan, I swore that I would definitely avenge this blood feud during my tenure as the queen of the elf clan, or else I wouldn't have the face to meet the forefathers of the elf clan. Mother, you mustn't say that. Even if you weren't able to avenge this, you're still the most outstanding elf queen the elf clan has ever had. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that we wouldn't even dare to go out of the elf forest right now, not to mention walking around the spirit lawn domain in a dignified manner. IBE said in a hurry. Her words were also the truth. Even if Isha didn't get her revenge, it would not affect the contribution she made to the elf clan, much less shake her position in the elf clan. Isha shook her head and said in a deep tone, IBE, if there was a chance to make those beasts pay now, would you be willing to do it? Of course I would. Mother, what do you need me to do? Just say it directly. As long as I can avenge the clansmen, I'm willing to do anything. IBE said without hesitation. The opportunity comes now. This ritual ceremony is the perfect time for us to take revenge. Isha's eyes showed a cold light. Mother is trying to get brother Lindong to help? IBE guessed what his mother, Isha, was thinking. Lindong is the person with the strongest soul power amongst the younger generation that I have seen. His identity will definitely not be simple. Since he is coming to this ritual ceremony, it is our best chance, otherwise once we miss it, wanting to take revenge will be far away. With the enemy's strength there, it will be very difficult to do so if we rely on ourselves alone. Isha nodded her head in acknowledgement. Although the other forces in the Spirit Lawn domain had a good relationship with the Elf clan. But it was all based on the fact that the Elf clan sent out a large amount of favors every time, in order to maintain it. Moreover, they wouldn't go through the trouble of exterminating the other forces for the sake of the Elf clan. Because the benefits weren't enough. Among the major forces in the Spirit Lawn domain, to do something that involved a relatively large amount of money, a core meeting would be held to weigh the pros and cons before deciding. Unless there were benefits that were enough to make their hearts flutter, the meeting would not be able to pass. Even the head of the family couldn't speak with one voice. To offend the Winged Man clan for the sake of the Elf clan? It was not worth it. One must know that the Winged People clan wasn't something that could be exterminated by anyone who wanted to. There were quite a few forces in the Spirit Lawn domain that could exterminate the Winged People clan, but not many wanted to exterminate them without a scratch. But mother, even if brother Lindong has that ability, will he help us? After all, we haven't known each other for a long time yet, and our relationship isn't as good as that. IBE asked with some worry. That depends on you. Isha laughed. Depends on me? No way, no way. I can't. Why would brother Lindong listen to me? I don't have that ability. IBE shook her head repeatedly. She really did not have the confidence to make Lindong help the Elf clan. This was not a matter of one person, but a matter of power. Even if Lindong was willing to help the Elf clan, would the power behind him be willing? Would it affect Lindong's relationship with the forces behind him? These were all issues that needed to be taken into consideration. IBE, listen to me, I have carefully observed Lindong. he is a very enthusiastic person, especially to the friends around him. He is even better. I believe that you are aware of this. In addition, he does not have the arrogance and haughtiness of the heirs of those great powers. It is definitely not possible for us to directly ask him to help us, but if he is living in my elf clan, and it happens that he meets with an enemy attack, and it happens that the attack hits the place where he is living place, with Lindong's character, he will definitely not stand idly by. But in that case, aren't we utilizing Big Brother Lindong? Mother, I don't want this. IBE was somewhat resistant. IBE, you have to know that this is the closest we can get to revenge. Once we miss it, we don't know when we will have to wait for it. In the same area, those beasts will not let us develop. Can you bear to let so many of our clansmen who have been tortured to death die without resting in peace? Isha asked in a deep voice. IBE stammered for half a day, but did not say anything. It was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. She wanted to avenge those clansmen, yet she did not want to utilize Lindong. Under the tangle in her heart, mist surrounded her eyes and was about to condense into tears. Seeing this, Isha took a few steps forward and walked to IBE's side, reached out and touched her head, softly comforting her. Good girl. Listen to mother, I will plan this matter properly and ensure that I will definitely not let Lindong see it, nor will it affect the relationship between you. Mother. Brother Lindong is my savior. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid that my fate would be no better than those clansmen who were trafficked. Are we doing this as a favor? IBE asked with a sob. In her opinion, using one's lifesaver was enmity. How could it be? Don't think carelessly, I will act when the time comes. Make sure that those beasts are just ants to Lindong. Exterminate them. Lindong won't be hurt before acting. If the forces behind Lindong are not as strong as imagined, how about canceling the plan? After Isha finished speaking, she stared at IBE tightly, waiting for her answer. IBE originally wanted to continue refusing. But she suddenly saw a hint of begging in her mother's gaze. This made IBE's heart tremble. Her own mother was the Lord Queen of the Elf clan. With her own strength, she had led the Elf clan to change their destiny of becoming prey, coming out of the Elf forest and accomplishing unparalleled feats. Such a leader who was the most admired in the eyes of the clan actually showed a hint of begging in her eyes at this moment. IBE's words of refusal just reached her mouth, and then she put them back, and finally could only helplessly ask, then, what do I need to do? Hearing IBE's answer, a smile immediately appeared on Isha's face. In her plan, IBE was a very important part. It was necessary to have her consent in order to ensure the perfect implementation of the plan. Thank you, IBE. Isha said seriously. Mother, you don't need to thank me. Not only am I also a member of the Elf clan, I am also the princess of the Elf clan, and I have the obligation to do something for the Elf clan. IBE said back. I am speaking for those tens of thousands of clansmen who were sold as commodities. As far as I know, those tens of thousands of clansmen who have survived nowadays are less than 1%, and all of her are dead, and all of them were subjected to inhumane tortures before their deaths, and they can be said to have died with a sense of hatred. Chapter 1383, Loneliness. Facing his own mother's begging gaze, IBE had to reluctantly agree to help the other party implement the plan. With the help of Lindong's strength and background, she would be able to avenge the blood feud of the Elf clan. She did not want to utilize Lindong as her savior, but even more so, she could not stand her mother's begging gaze. It was at this time that IBE realized. It turned out that the omnipotent mother in her heart also had moments of weakness and powerlessness. Cannot help but choose to agree. The plan was actually not complicated. When Lindong came to the Elf clan, he would be arranged to live in an independent place, accompanied by IBE throughout. Then the Queen of the Elves, Isha, would lead the people to lure the Winged People clan in. The two sides would engage in a short battle not far from where Lindong lived. At that time, when Lindong heard the sounds of the fight, he would definitely ask about the cause. Then IBE would explain to Lindong about what this bunch of brutes from the Winged People race had been doing. They had been secretly and quietly capturing elf women and selling them to various parts of the Spirit Land domain for profit. They had even captured tens of thousands of elf women at one time and sold them all to those black-hearted merchants. While explaining, IBE could also show Lindong some images. All of them were the inhuman torture that the elf women were subjected to after being sold. They could not even commit suicide. They could only silently endure the boundless pain and torture until they died. Almost every elven woman was bruised and dead after their death. according to Isha's observation. With Lindong's character, he would definitely not stand idly by. If he was still unwilling to intervene, then Isha would lure the winged people to the place where Lindong resided and design the winged people to attack Lindong. In this way, Lindong would not be able to do anything even if he did not intervene. As the heir of a certain superpower, with others bullying his door, Lindong definitely did not have the reason to continue to endure. As long as Lindong was allowed to clash with the winged human race, the plan would be successful. Isha guessed. Lindong should be an heir secretly trained by a certain superpower in the spirit land domain. The status of such an heir was very high. In the future, there was a certain chance that he would become the controller of the power he was in. Even if he failed, then he would at least be a number 2 or 3 figure. If both sides fought with real fire, or if Lindong was injured, the power behind him might, in a fit of rage, eradicate the winged human race and make these beasts disappear into the universe. In this way, the elf clan's undying hatred would be avenged. Although it wasn't the elves themselves. But as long as the winged people were duly punished, they would be satisfied. Isha knew. With the strength of the elves themselves, it was almost impossible to take revenge. It was that after a few thousand or 10,000 years, they wouldn't have that chance. The winged people and the elf race shared the southern region of the Five Elements continent, not to mention that the distance between the two races was very close. It was impossible for them to watch the elf clan develop step by step to the point where it was enough to threaten them. Midway through, they would definitely find a way to stop it. This would make the chances of the elf clan wanting to take revenge even more slim. Thus, they didn't want to pursue the idea that they could end their enemies with their own hands. All that was needed was for the winged people to receive the punishment they deserved. The mother and daughter continued to discuss some more details on how to do it in a way that would appear natural and not be seen by Lindong. In fact, Isha understood in her heart that with Lindong's intelligence, it might be too late for him to think at that time. Once he went back and calmed down, he would definitely guess that this was the elves utilizing him. Saying that she would not allow Lindong to find out was merely comforting Ibe. At this time, Isha could not care less. Originally, she had wanted to set up Ibe and Lindong together in the beginning. At that time, with Lindong and the forces behind him as backing, would it not be easy to find trouble with the winged human race? As a result, things did not turn out the way she wished, and it had been a few years before Lindong contacted Ibe for the first time. From this, it can be seen. Lindong did not place Ibe in his heart at all. It had been Ibe's unrequited love all along. Since this path would not work, one could only utilize Lindong. Even though Lindong was Ibe's savior, it was somewhat immoral to do so. However, it was a matter of the blood feud of the entire elf clan, so there was nothing Isha could do. If she missed this village, there would be no more stores. The big deal was that after the matter was accomplished, maximum compensation would be made to Lindong and the forces behind him. Anyway, Lindong would definitely not be made to suffer. After the mother and daughter had discussed the matter, Isha went to busy herself. The elf clan's once-in-a-century ritual ceremony was just around the corner. As the queen of the elves, she was certainly very busy. And for such a big event, there was still a need to properly prepare for it and not make a single mistake. The next few days, the originally lively and naive elf princess, Ibe, suddenly became sullen. The previous healing smile was gone. Often frowning, she sat alone and fretted. Some of the elven women who were familiar with Isha were guessing what was wrong with their own princess. In the entire elf clan, only the elf queen Isha knew that Ibe was still somewhat unable to accept the matter of utilizing her lifesaver, Lindong. There was nothing she could do about it. What should be said had been said, and what should be done had also been done. She could only rely on Ibe to adjust herself. It was impossible for her to give up on this plan at this point in time. As long as she could bring down the winged people. Even if she, the queen of the elves, abdicated immediately, it didn't matter if she was put on trial. Isha, who was still the princess of the elf tribe at the time, had personally experienced tens of thousands of her people being trafficked. At that time, the elf women were completely slaves and were bought by everyone. Even some people bought to play tired, cheaper and sold. Completely do not treat the elf women as human beings. Many elf women were resold many times before they were tortured to death. At that time, Isha swore silently in her heart. In this life, she would make it her mission to bring down the winged people race, even if she had to pay a great price, it would be worth it. however, serving as the queen of the elf clan for so many years. Even though Isha had led the elf clan to change their fate of being treated as prey, she still could not find any opportunity to exterminate the winged people clan. It was not until Lin Dong's appearance now that Isha saw a little hope. That was why she would go out of her way to seize it. Time passed day by day like this. In the blink of an eye, it was half a year. Even with Lin Dong's speed of ignoring space, he had not arrived at the Spirit Lan domain. It was evident how far it was from Earth to the Spirit Lan domain. That distance could no longer be measured in units. The non-stop rushing at all times for the majority of the half-year had caused Lin Dong to feel a hint of fatigue. Not physically, but mentally. With a half-step Heavenly Emperor-level strength, he would not be tired even if he hurried for 1,000 or 10,000 years, not to mention hurrying for the greater part of the year. It was just that for the first time, Lin Dong did not even have anyone to talk to for such a long period of time. An unprecedented feeling of loneliness swept over him. In order to ensure his mental health, Lin Dong decided to stop and find a planet or continent with intelligent life to take a break. It would be good to at least find someone to talk to and relieve his boredom. Chapter 1384, Songmeng Galaxy. From the Milky Way galaxy, where Earth was located, to the 9th level civilization, Spirit Lan domain, there was a distance that was difficult for ordinary people to imagine. It was no longer possible to calculate it in specific units. Even with Lin Dong's half-step Heavenly Emperor-level strength and infinite spatial transformations, it had taken him an entire half-year to arrive. With such a long distance, there were countless civilizations that existed within it. Of course, most of them were low to medium-level civilizations. There were very few high-level civilizations. And they were all rank 7 and 8. There was only one nearest rank 9 civilization, and that was the Spirit Lan domain. The Songmeng Galaxy. This was a rank 4 civilization that was located in the middle of Lin Dong's rush to the Spirit Lan domain. Since Lin Dong could not stand the loneliness of having no one to talk to for half a year, he stopped and happened to appear near the Songmeng Galaxy. Looking at the starry civilization in front of him. Sensing the scent of living beings, Lin Dong dove in headfirst, ready to find humans or other intelligent beings to talk to. After holding his breath for the majority of the year, he had almost forgotten how to speak. Lin Dong had only lived for a few dozen years since he was born. If he had not obtained the system, he would already be a middle-aged man. Earth was also not comparable to the Milky Way galaxy as well as civilizations like the Star Void realm. Like the old ancestors of those great powers in the Star Void realm, casually closing their doors once to break through the realm or practicing a secret art, it could reach several hundred years. On the other hand, each of Lin Dong's closed-door breakthroughs did not exceed 3 days. Naturally, he had not adapted to being alone for most of the year without even a person to talk to. If other intelligent beings knew that Lin Dong had become a true Emperor realm powerhouse in just less than 100 years, or a Sky Emperor level near the end of the Emperor realm, they did not know what their reaction would be. It was estimated that no one would believe it. After all, it was too exaggerated. Not to mention the half-step Heavenly Emperor level, which one of the Saint Realm powerhouses hadn't taken thousands or even tens of thousands of years to reach? There was still a divine realm in between. Even if Emperor Jiang, an old antique who had lived for endless years, knew about this, his jaw would be dropped in shock. After Lin Dong entered the Songlong realm, he did not continue to go deeper and directly landed on top of the nearest living planet. He was now in dire need of finding someone to talk to and relieve his boredom. Broken Charge Planet. It was precisely the life planet that Lin Dong had descended upon. Although it was only the most marginal planet in the 4th-level civilization Songmeng Galaxy, it was still too much larger than Earth, even when compared to the Sun. At this moment, on a wide official road in the Broken Charge Star, there were 3 beast carriages traveling rapidly forward. At the very front and very back of the beast caravan procession, as well as in the surroundings, there were dozens of ox-like beasts following them, with a man riding on the back of each beast. These men were wearing uniform clothing. It was obvious that they were out there to protect the people in the beast car, serving as guard-like positions. After Lin Dong descended into the Broken Rush Star, he happened to see the beast caravan procession. Lin Dong, who had not spoken for half a year, was instantly delighted in his heart that he had finally seen a living person, so he directly stopped in front of the beast car procession. Stop! Seeing that someone was blocking the road ahead, the leader of the escorts grew his hand and signaled the beast carts at the back to stop. All the beast carts stopped neatly on the wide official road. I wonder who your excellency is. Why are you blocking our way? The escort leader asked as he stared at Lin Dong with a gaze as tight as lightning. At the same time, his body was taut and ready to strike at any time. The other guards also tightened their circle and protected the three beast carts tightly. One by one, the guards were on guard. Their eyes were directed towards Lin Dong, who was blocking the front of the group. As experienced guards, they instinctively felt that it was not a good thing to be suddenly stopped in their path. Lin Dong's expression was agitated when he heard the voice of the escort leader. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him. If he held it in any longer, he felt that he wouldn't even be able to speak. Big brother, don't misunderstand. I am just passing by here and would like to take a ride. I don't know if it's okay? Lin Dong replied excitedly. We have important matters to attend to. It is inconvenient for us to take you. Please forgive us, little brother. The escort leader politely replied back. When walking outside, it was better to do more than less. He didn't think that in the middle of nowhere, someone would be traveling alone and happen to be met by them. Where in the world are there so many coincidences? If you know that there are many robbers on this official road, how dare a young boy walk here? Big brother, I can pay the reward. Please also take me for a ride and just find someone to talk with me. Lin Dong continued. It had been half a year and it was not easy to find a human who could talk. How could he just let the other party go? Little brother, it's not that we don't want to bring you, but we really have important matters to attend to, so please step aside, little brother. The escort leader remained unmoved. In his opinion, this little young man in front of him must be sent by some robber gang to play the lead. Once he was allowed to enter the team and learn about the strength of the team, it wouldn't take long for the robber gang to swarm in and ransack them. This kind of thing had happened more than once or twice. Feeling the strong guardedness in the other party's eyes, Lin Dong smiled bitterly and said, Big brother, I truly have no ill intentions. Do I look like a bad person to you? He actually still understood the other party's reason for not bringing him along. After all, this place, a certain civilization in the universe, was not Earth. There were no sound laws that bound everyone. Apart from Earth. Anywhere Lin Dong had been to, whether it was the galaxy or the star void realm, strength was almost always honored. As long as one's strength or background was strong enough, one could kill retards at will without any punishment. The law enforcement team was usually just going through the motions. But on Earth it was completely different. No matter if you were strong or retarded, you would be protected by the law. Even ordinary people couldn't be killed at random for no reason. Otherwise, they would be hunted down and killed by strong people sent by the officials. This was the point that Lin Dong thought Earth had done better. After all, once upon a time, he was also one of the ordinary people. Of course, no matter where one was, there were privileged classes, and this remained an unchangeable fact. But if it was on Earth, it was still easy to get a ride in the middle of the journey. In other civilizations it was not. Kid, don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me either. I still don't understand you scumbags. You want to penetrate us and understand our strength, then send a message back to see if you can swallow us up by yourself. If you can't, then contact a few more robber gangs to take us out in one go and ransack us. I'm telling you, don't even dream about it. There's no way I'm letting you into the team. If the gang behind you dares to come, I'll let you all know what people should be robbed, and what people shouldn't be robbed. The guard captain scolded sternly. He no longer wanted to fudge with the kid in front of him. Hurrying was important. It was very unwise to continue wasting time here. Chapter 1385. Interesting. Listening to the hostile words and the wary look in his eyes, Lin Dong knew that it was impossible for the other party to bring himself along. He did not have anything to be frustrated about. Since this was a living planet with humans, wasn't it easy to find two people to talk, chat, and relieve boredom? Since Big Brother is not willing to believe me, then I will leave you alone. Goodbye. Lin Dong turned around and was about to leave after saying that. It was a magnetic voice that came from the first luxurious beast carriage. Protector Hong, what happened outside? Why has it stopped? The person who had just conversed with Lin Dong immediately jumped off the beast he was riding on and came outside the luxurious beast carriage and respectfully said, Back to madam, there are people ahead who are blocking the road. I suspect that it is a gang of robbers who have been sent here to fight the headlines. They are being driven away, and we will be able to continue our journey soon. Is that so? Since it's a robber, he must be here for money, so give him some money and let him leave. To fall into becoming robbers, I believe it is not what they wish for, it's all because of the situation. If they can live a good life without food and clothing, who would want to come and live this life of licking blood from the mouth of a knife? Yes, madam. I'll go and do it now. Guard Hong respectfully stepped back. Then he walked to the forefront again and looked at Lin Dong, who was preparing to leave. Kid. My lady is merciful, seeing that it is not easy for you, there is something you want in here, take it. Don't bother us again, next time we meet again, I will not be polite. After saying this, he threw a bag to Lin Dong. Lin Dong reached out and caught it. The bag was quite heavy and he did not know what was inside. While the Hong escort rode the beast forward, Lin Dong retreated to the side and watched the group pass in front of him. The Hong escort stared at him until the procession was far away before he gave Lin Dong a deep look and quickly chased after him. Lin Dong stood at the same spot, his eyes glanced at the faraway direction of the team and opened the bag in his hand. A ray of golden light overflowed, and Lin Dong's eyes widened. Is this gold? Removing the contents of the bag. Wasn't it just a gold brick? It was just that this gold brick was still fundamentally different from the gold bricks on Earth. After all, on Earth, even if it was some kind of 1,000-foot gold, 10,000-foot gold, it was all just gold color. When there was no light at night, it was invisible. However, this gold brick in Lin Dong's hand was actually emitting golden light. It was absolutely good to use as a flashlight at night. Interesting. Really interesting. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. The sound that had just emanated from the luxurious beast vehicle naturally could not escape his ears. Who was Lin Dong? He was a half-step Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse. His soul force had even achieved the Heavenly Emperor level early on. If it was his wish. Under the coverage of his soul force. Any hint of movement on this planet could not be concealed from him. What made Lin Dong feel interesting was the other party clearly thought that he was an accomplice of the robbers, yet he still offered so much money. Even if Lin Dong did not understand what the common currency of this planet was, he knew that the gold bricks in his hand were worth a lot. At least it was worth a lot on this living planet. In the face of a robber who had come to rob him, he was still able to give such a valuable item and say something like that. Who is this person? What a big pattern. Listening to the voice as a human woman? A woman has such a big style. I am afraid that this person's identity is not simple. Lin Dong threw the gold brick, which was emitting a golden glow, in his hand before putting it away. He was prepared to follow and take a look. It was the first time he had seen a woman with such a pattern, so it would be a pity not to see her. He needed to find someone to talk to relieve his boredom anyway. This woman was the best object. While walking, he opened his communicator. The entire hundreds of messages startled Lin Dong. After checking them one by one, the vast majority of them were from Yun Shi and the girls, and a few were from IBE. It was only with the help of the system that Lin Dong could receive messages from all parts of the universe. Whether it was sent by Yun Shi and the others from Earth, or by the Elven Princess IBE from the Spirit Land domain, he was able to receive them all. And the messages he sent back to the past could also be transmitted to the destination at the first time. This was the power of the system. It did not make any sense at all. It was just like Lin Dong's increase in strength. How on earth did the system manage to take an ordinary person and raise him to a half-step Heavenly Emperor level in just a few decades? Incomprehensible. Even Lin Dong, the host. He was also confused about the system. It was only known that it came from a divine-grade civilization ruin. As for where this god-level civilization relic was, no one knew. Lin Dong, who was in another time and space, had also entered by mistake. By the time he looked for it again according to the memories in his mind, the divine-level civilization relic had completely disappeared. It was as if it had just appeared out of thin air. What Yun Shi and the girls sent were messages of concern and greetings. For example, have they arrived yet? Is there any danger? Are you used to it or not, and so on? Lin Dong replied one by one. He told everyone not to worry, he was fine, he had not yet arrived at the Spirit Land domain, but he was almost there and was stepping on the road. In the future, after everyone reached the Eternal Realm, he would bring everyone to travel. After replying to Yun Shi and the girls, Lin Dong started back to Princess IBE of the Elf Clan. She was also inquiring about when Lin Dong would be able to arrive at the Elven Forest. Contact her after arriving so that she could take Lin Dong for a stroll in the Elven Forest. The Elven Forest was one of the places with the best scenery on the Five Elements continent. As the southern district belonged to the wood attribute region and was filled with wood attribute spiritual qi, the vegetation here all grew very well. It was more than tens of times thicker than other places. When everything was done, Lin Dong opened his system. Physique, Ancient Emperor Grade 10th Order, 10 million Divine Greatness Points to Breakthrough. Spirit, Heavenly Emperor Grade 1st Order, 1 million Divine Greatness Points to Upgrade. Battle Power, Half-Step Heavenly Emperor Grade. Divine Greatness Points, 286-8524. Special Skill, Split Body Technique, 6th Order. Lin Dong was still satisfied with the increase in Divine Magnificence points. After half a year, it had risen to over 200 again and was close to 3 million. Although it was not as fast as before, that kind of opportunity could not be missed. Now that Amber City had regained its calmness, and was still able to rise this much, Lin Dong was already satisfied. At this rate, it would only take 2 to 3 years to reach 10 million. By the time he broke through his physique to the first stage of the Heavenly Emperor grade, and then with the 81 doppelgangers of the 6th Order doppelganger technique. The Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse Dyuan that Emperor Jiang spoke of would not be enough to worry about. At that time, it would not be a matter of being able to fight against it, but rather a complete and utter crushing. Lin Dong thought for a moment. It had been half a year. Shouldn't he go to the spirit cage realm to see old He and Nye Hongdo? The two were working hard to help themselves earn divine magnificence points, so he, the shirker, had to go and encourage them as well. Moreover, Lin Dong felt that since he was almost at the spirit land domain, it was only reasonable to go and meet the two in reality. After all, they had helped him a lot. For those who were loyal to him, Lin Dong would definitely not let the other party suffer. Chapter 1386, Two Choices. Lin Dong entered the spirit cage realm through the system after finding a relatively secluded place in the forest next to the official road and casually set up a formation to hide his body. In fact, with his current Ancient Emperor grade 10th rank. Physical body strength. On this 4th level civilization, the broken charge star in the Pale Man galaxy, even if he didn't set up a formation and was discovered, no one would be able to cause him any harm. Even the top tier powerhouses in the Pale Dawn galaxy could not do anything to Lin Dong's physical body. The strongest person in a rank 4 civilization was nothing more than the Eternal Realm. He had not even reached the Sage Realm. How could they possibly harm the physical body of an Emperor Realm powerhouse? The two just weren't on the same level. For a mere Eternal Realm to damage the flesh of an Emperor Realm powerhouse, it was too much to say that it was an egg against a stone. It was like using a piece of paper to cut through a superalloy. No matter how one did it, one would not be able to harm even a single hair of it. Arranging the formation was just Lin Dong's way of not wanting to be discovered. Spirit Cage Realm, Amber City, inside the Treasure Pavilion. Lin Dong, He Yaoting, and Nye Hongdo were sitting together. This was because Lin Dong's previous killing of Chao Yongliang and Hua Kaifeng had made too much of a fuss. This resulted in the entire Amber City knowing that the boss behind the Jumbo Pavilion could not be messed with. Naturally, no one dared to come back to trouble the Jumbo Pavilion. There would be no problems that he would need to deal with. Old He, Hongdo, this time when I entered the spirit cage realm, apart from seeing what needs you have, there is one more thing that I would like to consult the two of you on. Lin Dong took a sip of tea and casually said. Your Excellency, please speak. He Yaoting and Nye Hongdo replied back at the same time. You guys have also followed me for not a short period of time. You have helped me a lot and solved a lot of troubles. To be honest, I am quite thankful to the two of you. Lin Dong put down the teacup in his hands and looked at the two of them, saying seriously. What he said was sincere. He Yaoting and Nye Hongdo had indeed helped himself too much. If it was not for the two, he might not have been able to reach his current strength. Lin Dong was another person who was particularly grateful. He would not be stingy to anyone who had helped him. Your Excellency must not say that. What I have done is what I should have done. If it were not for Your Excellency's words, I, He Yaoting, would still be living in a small place like Zhangyang City today. How would I have the opportunity to see the big world as well as realize my own value? The one who should say thank you should be me. He Yaoting hurriedly got up. Old He is right. Your Excellency, it was you who brought us out and allowed us to see the majesty and prosperity of the Spirit Cage Realm's 8 main cities, as well as allowing us to realize our own value. It's us who should be saying thank you. Nia Hongdo followed suit. Alright. Sit down and talk, I just had a feeling and said it casually. Lin Dong signaled the two to sit down. He Yaoting and Nia Hongdo glanced at each other and slowly sat down. They instinctively felt that there was something wrong with Gongzi today. In the past, the male son had never said such words. In the hearts of the two, being able to follow Lin Dong, it was definitely the greatest blessing of their lives. Daring to stand up to the two top families of Chao and Hua, killing the direct clansman of the two families, and still not having a single thing happen to himself. Is it possible for anyone to get close to such a character? At this moment, Lin Dong spoke again. As you all know, the spirit cage realm is after all a virtual world. It is only a place for everyone to exercise their soul power. When we are done with the matters here, my focus will still be back to the real world. At that time, you will have two choices. One is to continue to help me out in the real world, and the other one is to give enough resources and benefits to you. And then you can either return to your clan or develop on your own. It is fine. It's up to you guys. Lin Dong spoke out what he had in mind. What he was referring to when he finished with the matters of the Spirit Lantern domain was to raise his physique and spiritual strength to the 10th stage of the Heavenly Emperor class in droves. At that time, he would be able to withdraw from the Spirit Lantern realm. According to the calculations, there was still a shortfall of more than 20 million. With the current growth rate of Divine Magnificence points, it would be 4 or 5 years fast, 7 or 8 years slow, and no more than 10 years at the most, before the goal could be accomplished. 10 years was a long time for the people of Earth. But for the living beings of the Spirit Land domain, it passed in a flash. After all, the lifespan of the living beings here was too long. The Eternal Realm possessed a lifespan of at least one epoch, and even if they didn't reach the Eternal Realm, living for a few thousand years wouldn't be a problem. My lord, we choose to follow you. He Yaoting and Nia Hongdo replied almost simultaneously without even thinking about it. You guys don't need to answer me so quickly. The spirit cage realm is enough for you guys to work for a few more years. You can take your time to think about it during this period of time. Just give me an answer at that time. You guys have been with me for such a long period of time. You know my Lin Dong character. No matter what choices you make in the end, I will give my full support, and I will definitely not treat you poorly. In the future, if you have any difficulties, you can also look for me at any time. Lin Dong added. Thank you, Gongzi. Thank you, Gongzi. The two of them rose once again and bowed to Lin Dong, saying from the bottom of their hearts. It was just like what Lin Dong had said. They understood their own Gongzi's character. Even if they chose to leave in the end, their male son would still do what he said and would not treat them poorly. Of course, both of them were not fools. The decision had already been made in their hearts. No matter what, they would definitely not choose to leave Lin Dong. Unless the eunuch no longer needed himself. All right. This is the only thing I have come for. Next you will have to continue to help me collect treasures in the spirit cage realm. In the future, the time I have to come may become less and less, so I will leave this place to you. Don't worry, Your Excellency. We will definitely do a good job with the task you've given us. He Yaoting assured. Go about your own business at ease, Gongzi. It's enough to have us here. We promise we won't let you down. Nia Hongdo followed suit. In fact, they were all puzzled in their hearts. What was their own Gongzi doing buying so many treasures? Was it really just because of a hobby of collecting? Just straight up spending tens of trillions of spirit void coins to make himself happy? The mind of a big shot really wasn't something ordinary people could understand. In the eyes of He Yaoting and Nia Hongdo, even if they were rich, they wouldn't be able to build like this, right? To be honest, both of them did not quite believe it. With their understanding of Lin Dong, their own son was not such a boring person. What the male son did must have his own intentions. It was only that they did not know about it. Alright then. I will leave first and give you guys a signaling number. If there is really something you cannot handle on your own that you need to look for me, just send the message back to the family and have them return to the real world to notify me. Lin Dong said this. It was because He Yaoting and Nia Hongdo's point of descent was not in Amber City, and they could not go back to the real world from here. They could only notify themselves in such a way. Yes, Your Excellency. The two replied at the same time. Lin Dong then left his communication number and left the spirit cage realm. It was expected that he would rarely come back in the future. Reminiscing back to when he had just entered the spirit cage realm, he was only a half step of the divine brightness realm. And now, he had already crossed over the divine brightness realm and reached the half-step heavenly emperor level, only half a step away from achieving the last rank of the emperor realm and standing at the top of the spirit lantern realm. Such speed could no longer be described as fast. Chapter 1387, Spirit-Breaking Arrow. 4th level civilization, Sangmun Galaxy, Broken Charge Star. 3 luxurious beast carriages were rapidly advancing. Dozens of guards were wrapping the beast carriages securely around them, protecting the people in the luxurious beast carriages safely. Just as the convoy was advancing to a dangerous road around a mountain. Suddenly, swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless arrows shot over in all directions aimed at the caravan. Densely packed. Covering the sky and the sun. Swearing to shoot several large holes in the target. The leading guard, Han, was the first to realize that something was wrong and shouted. Enemy attack. Formation, protect madam. The sudden sneak attack did not cause everyone to panic. Dozens of guards sniffed and immediately jumped off the foreign beasts they were riding, forming a formation in a regular manner as a curtain of light appeared, covering everyone. It was at this exact moment that the arrows arrived. Ding ding ding. Countless arrows shot on top of the light curtain, emitting ear-piercing sounds. It was fortunate that the light curtain formed by this formation was sturdy. Even when it was hit by tens of thousands of arrows, no breaks appeared. It was evident that everyone had come prepared. Protector Hong looked at the arrows that kept coming from outside the light screen, his brows furrowed together. Everyone else was also staring outside with serious expressions. Although right now, these ordinary arrows were unable to break through their formation. But everyone knew that this attack was bound to not be so simple. When they received this escort mission, they already understood. There was such a big commotion caused outside. What was strange was that no tense sounds came out of the luxurious beast carriage. There was not even a sound of inquiry. It was obvious that the people inside, who had also gone through great storms, didn't want to disturb the escorts. It was at this time. Ding! A sound that was far louder than any other ordinary arrow hitting the light curtain resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone followed the sound and saw that a tiny crack had appeared on top of the light curtain formed by the formation. Protector Hong was alarmed. Not good. Everyone pay attention. It's a spirit-breaking arrow, maintain the formation's output with all your might, we must not let the enemy break the formation. Dozens of guards heard this and followed suit, tensing their nerves and starting to go all out. Immediately after that, Guard Hong also joined the formation to maintain its stability. With the strongest Hong guards joining in. The defense of the light curtain once again became stronger, and that one tiny crack was instantly repaired. Each and every one of them revealed an expression of relief. Yet you thought that was the end of it? One after another, spirit-breaking arrows were mixed amongst the ordinary arrows, continuously hitting the light curtain. Ding ding ding. The sound of the impacts was big in a small way, and small in a big way. But with the addition of Hong guards, the defense of the formation had clearly risen by a level. The spirit-breaking arrow that had just caused a tiny crack to appear in the light curtain now seemed to be of little use, no different from any other ordinary arrow. But was that really the case? Of course not. The spirit-breaking arrows kept hitting the light curtain. The pressure caused to the guards maintaining the formation was extremely great. After all, this defense formation required a great deal of effort to maintain. Once everyone was exhausted, the defensive light curtain formed by the formation would disappear. By that time, dozens of guards would have lost their strength, so how could they resist the enemy? Protector Hong, as the leader of this escort mission, quickly discovered the enemy's ploy. The other party was trying to use the spirit-breaking arrows to consume their physical strength, and when they were exhausted, they would win this battle that should have been characterized by heavy deaths and injuries without much effort. Good fellow! A cold light flashed in the eyes of Protector Hong. What a masterstroke! Spirit-breaking arrows were precious weapons. Each one was worth a lot of money. And it can only be used once. Just now, in such a short while, several hundred of them had already been used up, right? It seems that the enemy has made a bloody effort and doesn't want to give them any chance. And the robbers can't afford to use something like spirit breaker arrows. The identity of the enemy this time was definitely not ordinary. Protector Hong knew that it couldn't go on like this. Just maintaining the formation for such a short while. Everyone's physical strength had already been depleted by a tenth. continuing any further. It wouldn't take long until their physical strength was exhausted and the formation would automatically disappear. At that time, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight for their lives and could only be slaughtered. Everyone listen to me, the enemy this time is extraordinary, different from the ones we encountered on previous occasions. They are down for blood. This spirit-breaking arrow is like no money at all. They have already shot hundreds of them, and I have a hunch that they won't call it quits. The purpose is to use the spirit-breaking arrow to consume our physical strength, waiting for the time when we are all exhausted. We can only be slaughtered at the mercy of others. Protector Hong said loudly. As soon as he heard this, the guards all tensed up one by one. If it was really like what Captain Hong said, then things would be greatly unpleasant. Captain Hong, then what should we do? Someone asked out loud. The only way now is to withdraw the formation and fight the enemy to the death. There is still a chance of survival. Protector Hong replied. But we don't know what the enemy's exact fighting strength is like. Wouldn't it be more dangerous to venture out? Since the enemy has gone to great lengths to use spirit-breaking arrows to consume our physical strength, they must be afraid of fighting us hard. That's why they came up with such a trick. We can't just sit back and wait for our lives. When our physical strength is depleted, we won't have a chance to fight for our lives even if we want to. Protector Hong explained loudly. Ding 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 ding. The people inside the formation were discussing their strategies. The arrows outside were still hitting the light curtain. The spirit-breaking arrows showed no signs of decreasing in the slightest. I think it's better for us to play it safe. I don't believe the enemy has that many spirit-breaking arrows. This is almost 1,000. As long as they run out of spirit-breaking arrows, ordinary arrows won't be able to do any damage to our formation at all, and won't be able to consume our stamina. The one who voiced a different opinion was one of the vice-captains of the escort. It was about the safety of one's life. Anyone had to be cautious. As long as they could hold out until the enemy's spirit-breaking arrows ran out. Everyone could then switch to recover their strength and maintain the formation. Without absolute crushing strength, don't even think about breaking through this defense formation. Of the dozens of guards, some supported Captain Hong, while others supported the other vice-captain. Everyone had their own views. Each had their own reasoning as well. After all, everyone's character was different. There were those who were radical and those who sought stability. Escort Hong couldn't make up his mind for a while, although he was the captain of the escort. However, it was not the case that he could decide on the life and death of others. Once a wrong choice was made, the consequences would be unimaginable. Since we all have different views and are unable to unify, then we can only go and seek the opinion of the madam, and what the madam does, that's what we'll do. Protector Hong said. Agreed. Agreed. No opinion. Dozens of escorts, one by one, opened their mouths. In reality, even if the guards were united in their opinions, they still needed to go and seek the lady's approval before they could implement it. After all, it was the owner who was in the luxurious beast car. Chapter 1388, Want to or Not to? Lin Dong returned to the real world. On the broken charge star on the fringe of the 4th level civilization Songmun Galaxy. After casually removing the formation he had set up, he got up and started to chase after the caravan from earlier. He was curious as to what kind of person was sitting in the middle of the beast carriage, with a large pattern and without the arrogance and cockiness of those dignitaries. Instead, he was thinking from the perspective of a robber. He thought that it was not easy to be a robber, and that he was forced to do what he had to do. Lin Dong thought that he was unable to do so. In his opinion, this appeared to be a little too much of a saintly mother. Lin Dong's character belonged to the category of being able to distinguish between grudges and favors. If he had a favor to repay, he would naturally repay it if he had a grudge as well. Anyway, he did not care about this 1 or 2 days' time when he rushed to the Spirit Land domain. Lin Dong was prepared to follow up and meet this person. Judging from the other party's level of vigilance, he was afraid that the road would not be peaceful. If he met him, he would help him out. Meeting each other was destiny. As his strength grew stronger, Lin Dong began to somewhat believe in the way of fate. Originally, he should have never crossed paths with any living being on this planet. But on the contrary, he suddenly could not stand the loneliness of rushing alone and stopped and came to this planet. This was perhaps the arrangement of fate. This side of the battlefield. After Protector Hong received everyone's consent, he was about to break away from the formation and go to ask for Madam's opinion. At this time a voice came out from the luxurious beast carriage. Protector Hong, let's do as you decided. You are right, these people are prepared, they are not as simple as ordinary robbers. If we consume any more, we won't even have a chance to try to fight. While everyone is still consuming not too much, it's the best choice to take a shot. Maybe there is still a ray of hope. If we are really outmatched, you guys can each run away for your own lives. Their target should be me. As long as I'm here, I won't chase you guys. Obviously, the woman in the luxurious beast car had already roughly guessed the identity of the enemy. Please don't worry, ma'am, we will definitely bring you to your destination safely. Hong guards assured. Alas! It's all because we've dragged everyone down, so many people have already died along the way, it's really not my wish. A sigh was emitted from the luxurious beast carriage. Madam, it is our duty to protect you and the little young master. Even if all of us die, we will still ensure the safety of Madam and the little young master. Thank you all, really thank you all. If Xiao Zhe and I can arrive safely, we will definitely not treat any of those who have contributed their efforts poorly, guaranteeing that the rest of your lives you will all have unending glory and riches and will not have to carry out any more missions. Even if we die, we will be blessed for 3 generations. Many thanks, ma'am, many thanks, young master. Hong guards excitedly thanked. Many thanks, madam, many thanks, young master. The rest of the guards followed suit with excitement. They didn't doubt the truthfulness of the madam's words in the slightest. It was because this madam had never gone back on her word when she said something. It was conceivable. If they could really escort the madam and young master to their destination. The next few days, there would be no shortage of money, beauty, and resources. Countless and inexhaustible. And most importantly, a free body. As the saying goes, there will be a brave man under heavy reward. After the stimulation of the lady's words, all the guards were as if they had taken stimulants and were fully energized, vowing to deliver madam and the young master safely. Then they could lie down flat and enjoy life. Everyone. You all heard what the madam said, you shouldn't doubt her words, right? Guard Hong asked loudly. Won't. All the guards replied in unison. Do you guys want a free body, glory, and wealth? Want. Do you want the mansion? Want. Do you want a few more beauties to warm the bed? Want. Then fuck them to death. Send all these scumbags who dare to rent us a room to enjoy glory and wealth to hell. Kill, kill, kill. Protector Hong continuously asked several questions, igniting all the emotions of all the guards. The aura reached its highest point. Each and every one of them was as if they were pumped with chicken blood. People die for money, birds die for food. A promise from the madam was the motivation for everyone to fight to the death. Then Captain Hong began to set up. Later on, I will count 3, 2, 1, everyone will work together to remove the formation, then a detachment will stay behind to protect madam with us, all the others will rush out and take care of the enemies in the distance. The victory belongs to us, and so does the glory and wealth, and any enemy that dares to stand in the way will have to die. Protector Hong was the strongest person in the entire escort, he had to stay behind to protect madam. After all, madam's safety was the top priority. In case anything goes wrong with the lady, even if they end up wiping out all of the enemies, so what? Failure in the mission, what awaited them might possibly be more terrifying than death. This was also the reason why none of them were moved when the lady said that they were not to be defeated and told everyone to run for their lives individually. They knew from the time they accepted the mission that they would either die in the mission or escort them to success, regain their freedom, and enjoy countless glory and riches for the rest of their lives. This enemy attack was not the first time. In the beginning, there was a team of hundreds of people, all of whom kept dying in one enemy sneak attack after another, and in the end, there were still these dozens of people left. Of course, the ones that survived were the most elite members of this escort. Every single one of them, when taken outside, was able to hold their own. Ready. 3, 2, 1. Kill. Kill. Dozens of red-eyed guards seemed like dozens of wild beasts that did not fear life and death. The moment the formation was withdrawn. Aside from the Hong guards and the first detachment, the rest of them all dispersed in a flurry, sticking to the ground and charging towards the enemy in the distance. Those who could be selected to come on this escort mission were all elites among elites. Everyone's strength was not weak. Coupled with the humongous fighting style, it made those enemies hiding in the shadows in the distance feel a chill come over them. The guards who rushed out had to interfere with the enemy's attacks as soon as possible so that the enemy couldn't continue shooting arrows. As for Captain Hong and the 1st Division who stayed behind, they were the key to this battle. What they had to face were countless ordinary arrows, as well as the spirit-breaking arrows that were interspersed amongst the ordinary arrows. Ordinary arrows were better, not posing much of a threat to them, the elites. Even if they were hit, the damage would not be great. But the spirit-breaking arrows were different. Once hit by a spirit-breaking arrow, even the strongest Hong guards would be seriously injured, or even killed in one blow. This was also where the enemy's cunning lay. Countless ordinary arrows were interspersed with spirit-breaking arrows, making it impossible to defend against them. If one was not careful, there was a danger that one could be hit. The defensive light screen formed by the formation disappeared, and Protector Hong took the lead, his body rising directly into the air, his powerful aura spreading out in all directions. The large sword in his hand swung out towards the densely packed arrows. A blade visible to the naked eye detached from the blade and collided with the arrows in the air. Chapter 1389, Each for His Own. Ding 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 ding. The blade aura clashed with the countless arrows. A violent clashing sound was emitted. It temporarily resisted the enemy's attack. The others also began to follow suit. It was just that the blade-ons and sword-ons they wielded were going to be a lot smaller than Hong guards. More than a dozen sword-ons of various colors clashed with the arrows that kept coming over. Ordinary arrows were naturally unable to fight against these sword-onings. But the spirit-breaking arrows were different. Suddenly, a spirit-breaking arrow pierced through the sword-awning swung out by one of the guards and nailed directly above his chest. Put! The sound of an arrow piercing into flesh rang out. Ah! This person was shot by the spirit-breaking arrow, and the immense force directly carried him backwards and downwards. Boom! It hit the ground along with the person, shooting a hole in the ground. That guard who was shot was even more so, his body was in pieces. This was the power of the spirit-breaking arrow. It was more than tens of times more powerful than ordinary arrows. The death of one guard did not have the slightest effect on the others. Everyone was on guard in their respective areas of responsibility, not allowing a single arrow to break through their defenses. Then 2 more spirit-breaking arrows mixed in with the normal arrows shot over. One of the guards followed in the footsteps of the previous one, his body was hit and shot into the ground, unable to even save his entire body. The other one was lucky enough to avoid the spirit-breaking arrow in time, but he was also shocked and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Just now, he almost died. It was just that close. At this moment, a spirit-breaking arrow appeared in front of Protector Hong, and was about to hit his body. However, as a battle-experienced and strong guard leader, he wasn't a vegetarian either. He was prepared for the arrival of the spirit-breaking arrow. A slash slashed over. Ding! The knife and arrow collided, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Protector Hong only felt a huge force coming from the knife, shocking his arm and almost unable to even hold the knife. Luckily, the blade still barely resisted the attack of the spirit-breaking arrow. The battle continued. Not long after, the guards who stayed behind had already died 5 times. Without exception, they had all been hit by spirit-breaking arrows and did not have even the slightest chance of surviving. There was also one person who was shot in the left arm. The entire arm was almost completely scrapped, but his life was saved, a blessing in misfortune. As time passed, the arrows coming over were no longer dense, becoming more and more sparse and fewer. Apparently the guards who rushed out found the source of the arrows being shot and stopped the enemy from continuing their attack. The decrease in the number of arrows did not make everyone feel relaxed. Because of the presence of the spirit-breaking arrows, no one dared to be careless. However, due to the decrease in the number of arrows, everyone would be able to spot the spirit-breaker arrows in advance and prepare for them in time. This made the threat of the spirit-breaking arrows greatly reduced. At this moment, constant shouts and screams came from the surrounding dense forest. Everyone concentrate, hold on a little longer, we have found the enemy's lair, hold on for a few more moments and we will win the final victory of this battle, glory and wealth are beckoning us, freedom, money, beautiful women, mansions, none of it will be missing. Protector Hong encouraged loudly. After the wave of battles just now, everyone's physical strength was exhausted. It was necessary to stimulate the crowd again. One could not let their guard down when victory was in sight. The 3 luxurious beast carriages that were protected in the center, the first and the last one were filled with maids that were in charge of the chores of life. And the one in the middle was carrying the target that Hong guards and the others were escorting this time. In the carriage, a middle-aged beautiful woman was holding a young boy in his teens tightly. She was none other than the lady that Hong escort was talking about. "Aunt Lien, will we die?" The little boy opened his mouth and asked. "What are you talking nonsense about? How could little Zay die? You are a person who does great things. The place we are going to this time is the place where you will do great things in the future. When we get there, we will be completely safe, and no one will dare to do anything against us in secret anymore." Aunt Lien smiled and comforted. It was just that her smile looked somewhat bitter, although it was still in a safe state. But whether or not she would be able to reach her destination safely or not, she didn't have a clue in her heart. One should know that when they first moved, the escort group had hundreds of people, but now only a few dozen people were left. There was still a distance to the destination. Whether or not they could reach the destination in the end depended on their fate. Looking at the child boy in her arms, Aunt Lien's heart rose with determination. Zaire was the result of heaven's destiny. These tribulations were nothing more than a little test given by the heavens. I believe that Zaire will definitely be able to pass safely and then accomplish something great. "Aunt Lien, why do so many people want to kill us?" the little boy asked again. "Because Zaire is someone who is going to do great things, and all such people will be given a certain test by the heavens, and as long as they pass the test, they will be able to soar to the heavens and achieve an unparalleled career, and these people are the ones sent by the heavens to test Zaire." Aunt Lien explained. "Then are they all bad people?" "You can't say that either, it's just that each one of them is just a bad guy. There's no such thing as good or bad, history is written by the victors. If we die here today, maybe in the future history, there will be a sentence that Chen Zay is a second-generation ancestor who runs roughshod over men and women, and let the world spit on him. Zaire is not. Zaire is a good person. Zaire wouldn't do such a thing." The little boy immediately retorted. "Of course Aunt Lien knows that Zaire isn't, so what must be held on to until we get to the place, everything in the future is up to us. Aunt Lien, don't worry, I will definitely pass the test and dominate the future by myself," the little boy said with firm eyes. If Lin Dong was here, he should have felt a hint of surprise. Obviously just a child in his teens, the words he uttered had a convincing power that caused the heavenly Tao of this planet to resonate. Of course this bit of power was really a bit insignificant to Lin Dong. Every living planet had its own heavenly Tao consciousness, and the broken charged star naturally had one as well. However, a life planet on the edge of a fourth-level civilization could be destroyed with a snap of a finger in front of Lin Dong, who had already reached the half-step heavenly emperor level. Even the heavenly Tao consciousness could be directly obliterated. "That's right, Zaire, if we can safely reach our destination, these guards outside are your saviors. No matter what reason they came to escort you, you have to keep it in mind and never forget it. I have already put out the words of the 3 generations of blessings, the execution depends on you," Aunt Lien said seriously. "Don't worry, Aunt Lien. Zaire will definitely do as you say and will not treat anyone who has helped us badly," the little boy said seriously. At the same time, he added another sentence in his mind. "Nor will we let go of anyone who wants to harm us." Chapter 1390. The little boy in the carriage was named Chinze, and the middle-aged beautiful woman was called Praying Lotus. The two were not a mother and son, but an aunt and nephew. Chinze was the son of Prey Lian's twin sister's twin sister. 10 years ago, the sister who had gone out to wander around suddenly returned and handed over a swaddled baby to Prey Lian. She also told Prey Lian that the baby was her own child, called Chinze, who was the current imperial son of the Great Qin dynasty, and then died of serious injuries. Praying Lotus did not believe it at first. After all, what was the identity of the holy emperor of the Great Qin dynasty? How could he have crossed paths with her sister and gave birth to a child? But her sister was dead, so she couldn't confirm it, so she put it behind her. For many years Praying Lotus had been raising Chinze as her own child without hiding Chinze's birth. Chinze had been very intelligent since he was a child. He basically learned everything in one go, which made Praying Lotus very happy. Until a short time ago, someone found Praying Lotus, confirmed the identity of Chinze, is indeed the emperor of the Great Qin dynasty. Nowadays, the holy emperor of the Great Qin dynasty was terminally ill, and was in dire need of a royal son to inherit the throne. However, since the saint was still very young, he did not have many concubines and had only given birth to a few daughters, and a son was a no-no. In such a situation, only the heirs of the saint's brothers could inherit the throne. In the end, the saint remembered that he still had a child outside, so he instructed his beloved to follow the address in his memory and found Chen, preparing to bring him back to inherit the throne. Originally, the saint had no heir. His brothers were all scrambling to get their own children to inherit the throne. As a result, an illegitimate child suddenly appeared, so how could that work? Thus the scene of Chen being chased and killed. As for the person who attacked, naturally, his identity did not need to be said. It must be the brothers of the saint who did not want to see Chen go back, so they set up many ambushes on the road. The two in the carriage were talking. The battle outside took a new turn. The guards who rushed out found one enemy who was hiding in the dense forest shooting arrows and killed them, causing the pressure on Hong's side of the guards to be greatly reduced. All the guards were happy in their hearts, feeling that victory was in sight. Everyone hold on. The enemies hidden in the dark have been found by our people, we will soon be able to wipe them all out, victory belongs to us. Captain Hong shouted loudly. He was cheering for the guards who were already gradually in a weakened state. Those who actually stayed behind were the ones under the most pressure, almost everyone had injuries on their bodies. In the face of the densely packed ordinary arrows, as well as the spirit-breaking arrows hidden within, the safety of the madam and the young master had to be ensured. At the moment of necessity, they even went so far as to use their bodies to fend off the enemy's attacks. If the madam and the young master were to make the slightest mistake, everything would be completely over. At that time, not to mention the endless glory and wealth, even death might be a luxury. With the stimulation of Captain Hong's words, some of the guards who were already in exhaustion bit their tongues, forcing themselves to concentrate and continue to resist the arrows coming out from the dense forest. The long period of intense fighting had already exhausted their physical strength, and coupled with the injuries on their bodies, they were about to be unable to hold on. Suddenly, a spirit-breaking arrow pierced into the body of one of the guards, and with a powerful force, it rushed towards the back and downwards with the body of the guard. And the target happened to be the luxurious beast carriage where the beautiful woman praying lotus and the little boy Chen were. Captain Hong was shocked when he saw this. Not good. Without much time to think, he directly swung out a blade. The several-meter-long knife undetached from the blade and collided with that spirit-breaking arrow as well as the body of the guard. Boom! Blood and flesh immediately flew. Although Captain Hong's blade stopped the spirit-breaking arrow's advance, it also blasted his own teammates into countless fragments, scattering them everywhere. However, it was good that the crisis was temporarily lifted. Captain Hong did not care at all about accidentally killing his own teammates. Having been hit by the spirit-breaking arrow, there was no longer a possibility of survival. Even if they were still alive at the time, they would soon die. Captain Hong had seen this situation many times. In order to protect the safety of Madam and the young master, everything was worth it. Everyone cheer up, be careful, don't lose the battle at this last moment, think about the life and the future. As long as we deliver the Madam and the young master safely to their destination, we will have endless glory and wealth. Captain Hong said loudly. The battle continued. The guards who rushed out did find some enemies who were hiding in the dense forest shooting arrows, but the limited number of them and the fact that the enemies were spread out made it impossible to clear them all in a short period of time. One by one, the guards who were guarding around the luxurious beast carriage to protect the lady and the young master died. Even in their heyday, they were unable to withstand the sneak attack of the spirit-breaking arrows, let alone in today's situation where their physical strength was heavily depleted. Only Captain Hong and a few of the stronger guards were able to hold on for the time being, but their condition was getting worse and worse. At the same time, the guards who rushed into the dense forest in search of the enemy encountered tenacious resistance. A group of enemies suddenly appeared. Their melee strength was surprisingly not inferior to these elite guards at all. It caused great threats and losses to the guards. Captain Hong also slowly realized that something was wrong. Logically, the other guards had already entered the dense forest for not too short a time, and should have pretty much resolved the hidden enemies. However, the arrows in the dense forest were still shooting out. Right at this moment. Buzz buzz buzz. A series of air-breaking sounds rang out. Captain Hong and the rest of the guards followed the sound. They only saw that densely packed spirit-breaking arrows were coming at extreme speed. Visually, there were at least hundreds of them. Such a large number of spirit-breaking arrows directly stunned Captain Hong and the others. One by one, they froze in place, staring blankly at the hundreds of spirit-breaking arrows, even forgetting to resist. In fact, they didn't forget, but gave up. With so many spirit-breaking arrows, how should one resist? Even Captain Hong, who was the strongest, had a strong sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. He understood that it was simply impossible for him to save Madame and the young master from the attack of so many spirit-breaking arrows. Under the powerful attack power of the spirit-breaking arrows, the little defense of the luxurious beast carriage was not worth mentioning at all. Soon the beast carriage that the Madame and the young master were traveling in would be shot into a hornet's nest, and the two of them would also die under the powerful force of the spirit-breaking arrows. And once the Madame and the young master died, the fate of them, the guards, could be imagined. Seeing the spirit-breaking arrow getting closer and closer, Captain Hong, who had regained his senses, shouted, "Madam, young master, you guys run away." The beautiful woman and the little boy who were in the carriage at this time heard the voice coming from Captain Hong outside. An intense crisis of death descended on the two. "Aunt Lien! Lien!" Qin Zhe shouted with a pale face. "Zaire, don't be afraid, with Aunt Lien here, nothing will happen," Praying Lotus softly said in a tranquilizing voice. Chapter 1391, Heavenly Tao's Help. Prayer Lotus softly comforted her nephew in her arms, who was also the current emperor of the great Qin dynasty. At first, she knew that things were not simple when she saw Hong guards, and so many people coming to protect herself and Zaire. Being born in a family of princes and lords, there would definitely be a lot of collusion. It's just that I didn't expect that the other party would really want to put them to death. Although Praying Lotus was also born into a family, compared to the Qin family, one was in the sky and the other was underground, not at all at the same level. Her strength was also limited. An enemy that even an expert like Hong Escort couldn't stop was not something that a woman like her could fight against? Escort Hong told herself to escape? But where could one flee to? This world was still not the Qin family's world. Instead of being killed in the fear of fleeing, it would be better to just stay here. All she could do was to use her body as the last barrier to block the attack for Zaire. As for whether or not Zura would live to reach the royal capital in the end, inherit the throne, and accomplish unparalleled feats, it would depend on whether or not he was the true son of the world. One had already done one's best. With her own body, Praying Lotus hugged Qin Zhe tightly, trying her best to block it completely without leaving a single gap. However, she was unaware of it. What was attacking outside were the powerful spirit-breaking arrows. As long as one of the spirit-breaking arrows hit her body, it would be able to shoot the two of them through one another, and there was no possibility of them surviving at all. Outside the carriage, Hong guards used his last strength to swing a blade on out in an attempt to ward off the hundreds of spirit-breaking arrows. The result was a drop in the bucket. If there were 5 great experts of his strength, there might still be a chance. For one person to try to stop hundreds of spirit-breaking arrows, Captain Hong still thought too highly of himself. The others also acted at this time. In the end, they fought with everything they had and managed to block a third of the spirit-breaking arrows. Actually, it wasn't blocking, but rather changing the direction of these spirit-breaking arrows so that they couldn't attack the carriage where Praying Lotus and Qin Zhe were. The Hong guards watched as the remaining hundreds of spirit-breaking arrows struck the carriage where the lady and the young master were. Of course, the other 2 compartments where the maids were traveling were not spared either. All of them were shot into hedgehogs. The enemy couldn't determine which compartment the target was in, so they only had to be targeted together. At this point, Captain Hong was exhausted. He did his best, but it still didn't help. The enemy was too well prepared. This attack was a much greater investment than the dozens of previous attacks combined. The thousands of spirit-breaking arrows alone were not a small number. Just as the spirit-breaking arrows shot through the carriages and were about to move on and hit the body of the beautiful woman, Prayer Lotus, they suddenly stopped. It was just prohibited in the air. Not only did the spirit-breaking arrow stand still, everything at the scene, including people and beasts, as well as insects, everything all stood still, even the wind disappeared. It was as if time had stopped. It became a forbidden picture. A figure broke in and took a step to its place in the scene. It was none other than Lin Dong, who had returned from the spirit cage realm and caught up with him. Throughout the entire process, he was the only one moving. Lin Dong went straight up to the carriage and saw a beautiful woman who was holding a small boy tightly with her own body. Dozens of arrows were only a few centimeters away from her body. A little bit later, by so many fractions of a second, they would be able to pierce through her body, including the little boy in her arms. Seeing this, Lin Dong was also slightly relieved. In case he really died, he would still have a small bit of regret. A mortal's body that was hit by so many arrows would immediately disintegrate. Even if Lin Dong was a half-step heavenly emperor-level powerhouse and still possessed the ancient Chinese medicine technique, he would not be able to save it. For those who had not yet been born with spiritual energy, their physical body was destroyed and they were completely dead. With spiritual power, there was still a chance to be saved. Reaching out and picking up one of the spirit-breaking arrows, Lin Dong gently pinched it and the powerful spirit-breaking arrow instantly turned into flying ash and disappeared. The spirit-breaking arrow that was invulnerable in the eyes of Hongguards and others was nothing in Lin Dong's eyes and was worse than tofu. After checking everything, Lin Dong left. After a while, everything was once again back to its original state. However, the spirit-breaking arrows that were flying in the air lost their forward momentum and all fell to the ground. Such a bizarre scene directly left everyone dumbfounded and speechless in shock. How could this happen? Why would the spirit-breaking arrows break through and fall to the ground? Obviously not normal. Exactly what kind of force prevented the spirit-breaking arrow from advancing? They were all completely unaware of what had just happened when they were still. Even their minds were still at that time. "Madam, young master, are you all right?" Captain Hong, who was the first to react, asked loudly. He wanted to be the first to confirm the well-being of the madam and the young master, because it was related to their fate. In the carriage, Praying Lotus heard Captain Hong's voice before she slowly raised her head and looked at the dozens of spirit-breaking arrows around herself, somewhat at a loss for words. What had happened? Why couldn't she remember? Why did these arrows reach her side but then stop? Praying Lotus suddenly widened her eyes. Could it be that heaven blessed Zaire? Zaire was the real deal, so even the heavens were helping him? Not letting anyone harm him? This thought immediately excited Praying Lotus. For 10 years, she had been by Qin Zai's side teaching him. More than once, she had also marveled at Zaire's intelligence. There had never been a small child that knew as much as Zaire at the age of 10. He really was the true son of God, the one who would accomplish unparalleled feats in the future. "Protector Hong, we are fine and safe," Praying Lotus responded. Hearing the lady's reply, Captain Hong and the others collectively revealed a smile and became excited. No matter what had just happened, as long as Madam and young master were not dead, everything was fine. Ha ha ha. Brothers, this is the heavens helping us, this victory is destined to belong to us, everyone give me a kill all these scumbags. Captain Hong roared with a big smile. The guards immediately came back with strength. All of them looked like they were pumped with chicken blood. They began to frantically search for traces of the enemy in the dense forest. Everyone instinctively felt that something must have just happened, but they couldn't remember how. Just like what Captain Hong said. This was heaven helping everyone. Be sure to seize the opportunity. The enemies hidden in the dense forest all recovered, and they didn't know what was going on. Why did the spirit-breaking arrows that were shot out not have any effect? The power of the entire hundreds of spirit-breaking arrows, fired together, could be imagined. They were heading for a killing blow, but they were intercepted by a mysterious force. The ones that were fired just now were the last batch of spirit-breaking arrows. Now they no longer had any spirit-breaking arrows to use. As for ordinary arrows, they couldn't even penetrate the carriage, so how could they kill the target? The ending of the battle seemed to have quietly changed direction at this moment. The balance of victory began to fall to the other side. Chapter 1392, Stopping the Road Again. Captain Hong, as a great expert, had gone through countless battles, big and small. Battle experience was quite rich. It seemed to have calculated that the wave of attacks just now had been the last struggle. Now the enemy had run out of spirit-breaking arrows. Captain Hong, who had already been holding back a wave of anger, finally exploded at this moment, and he was going to go on a killing spree. The enemy has run out of spirit-breaking arrows, you guys stay here and protect the madam and the young master, I'm going to go and slaughter this bunch of scum. Captain Hong finished speaking without waiting for the others to react, his body directly rushed into the dense forest next to him. Just now this place had the most spirit-breaking arrows shot out, so it must be an enemy's nest. A few moments later, a miserable scream rang out in the dense forest. With Captain Hong's strength, dealing with these enemies was no different from chopping melons and cutting vegetables. With a smooth swing of his sword, the several-meter-long blade could take away the lives of several or even dozens of enemies. Seeing that the situation had become one-sided, a voice suddenly rang out from the dense forest. Mission failed. The target has an invincible powerhouse guarding it in the dark, everyone evacuate. Obviously, the hundreds of spirit-breaking arrows fired in unison just now did not have any effect, causing them to think that the target had a strong person helping them in the dark. To be able to easily defuse the attack of hundreds of spirit-breaking arrows, this person's strength had far exceeded their imagination. The corner of Captain Hong's mouth grinned as he smiled openly and laughed. Want to leave now? How can it be that easy? Brothers, the enemy is at the end of their rope, kill for me. He then chased himself towards the place where the sound had just been made. The screams continued in the dense forest. Not long after, Captain Hong, covered in blood and with his remaining escort, returned. They had killed many enemies in this battle. But still, they let some of them run away. Of course not, their own losses weren't small either. A full third of the guards were sacrificed. One must know that these could be the elite of the elite. Ma'am, young master, the enemy was wiped out by us for the most part, the remaining part escaped, everyone was lightly injured in this battle, and I was afraid of the enemy's mobilization, so I didn't bring anyone to chase after them. Captain Hong respectfully reported to the carriage where Praying Lotus and Qin Zhe were. Guard Hong, it's been hard for you guys, Zaire, and I won't forget your dedication. When we get to the royal capital, we will definitely not treat you poorly. A voice came out from the carriage. Your ladyship is polite, these are all things that we should do. Just now we failed to protect the safety of your ladyship and the little young master, it is our fault. Let bygones be bygones. Protector Hong doesn't need to take it to heart, I know you guys have done your best, and without your desperate protection along the way, Zaire and I would have already died I don't know how many times. Thank you, ma'am, for your magnanimity. May I ask, ma'am, are we departing now, or after some rest and recuperation? Captain Hong asked. It's better to rest and recuperate first. Everyone is injured, so we should at least take care of it before we set off. Praying Lotus replied. Yes, ma'am. With that, the guards who survived began to clean up their injuries. Those who should be medicated were medicated, and those who should be conditioned were conditioned. 1 hour later. The team continued to move forward under the leadership of Captain Hong. The target was the royal capital. It was also the capital of the Great Qin Kingdom. After traveling for a short while, Captain Hong, who was at the forefront, noticed that not far away, there was a silhouette blocking the team's way. Approaching for a closer look. It felt somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the young man who had blocked the road earlier? At that time, in order to get rid of him, he also gave the other party a sum of money. How come he came walking in front again? Kid. What else do you want? Looking for death? Captain Hong questioned in a stern voice. The tone was very impolite. There was a strong intention to strike at the drop of a hat. He had determined that the kid in front of him was sent by the robbers to spy for information, so naturally, he would not be polite. Standing in the middle of the official road, Lin Dong thought to himself. If it wasn't for this young master, your madam and young master would have already gone to see the king of hell, and you still dare to yell at this young master here. However, Lin Dong was not the kind of person who was narrow-minded. Since he wanted to conceal his identity, he could not blame others for his bad tone. This big brother. I was just trying to hitch a ride along the way, please be accommodating, big brother. Lin Dong politely replied back. Yo ho! You kid is really persistent, ah. Is it because you think that we have just gone through a great battle and our strength has been sharply reduced, so you are starting to have bad thoughts again? Do you really think I'm made of clay? Believe it or not, I'll send you to your death with a knife right now? Captain Hong said with a cold smile. In passing, he also drew out his machete and aimed it at Lin Dong. Big brother. Why do you just not believe me? I truly have no malicious intent. Lin Dong bitterly laughed and fought, shaking his head. In the middle of nowhere, you're a young lad who can move alone and faster than us, how do you expect me to trust you? In your place, would you believe it? Come on. Lin Dong had no choice. It seemed that if he wanted to stay, he could only expose some of his strength. As long as he showed more strength than this Hong guard, I believe that no one would dare to kick him out. Just when Lin Dong wanted to speak, a voice suddenly rang out. Protector Hong, what happened? This voice was coming from the carriage, and the person speaking was none other than Lady Prayer. Back to Madam, the brat who blocked the road earlier has appeared again. I'm going to rush him away, it won't take much time. Captain Hong replied respectfully. After saying that, he was ready to go forward and use force to suppress this brat who didn't know the heights of heaven. If he still didn't leave, he didn't mind chopping this brat with a knife. In order to protect the safety of the madam and the young master, and send them safely to the royal capital. It was better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. However, before Captain Hong could act, Prayer Lotus' voice once again came from the carriage. Guard Hong, leave him behind. Ha! Captain Hong was dumbfounded, thinking if there was a problem with his ears. How could the lady let a stranger stay? So he spoke out and asked, Madam, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. I said leave the lad who stopped the road behind. Take him with you on your journey. Praying Lotus repeated. But ma'am, this lad's origins are unknown, he doesn't look like a good thing at first glance, staying will not be good for your safety. Captain Hong persuaded. When Lin Dong heard this, he immediately quit. What do you mean I don't look like a good person at a glance? You are the one who does not look like a good person. Your entire family does not look like good people. If it wasn't for this young master's timely arrival, you wouldn't even have a place to cry right now. Big brother, that's not right. Lin Dong, think I'm not bad looking, although looks have nothing to do with being good or bad, but I don't look like a bad person in any way. Lin Dong could not help but retort. How dare you? I am talking to Madam, where? Is it your brat's turn to interrupt? Captain Hong looked at Lin Dong with a fierce look on his face. Chapter 1393, Together. Guard Hong, I said, take this little brother along with you on your way. The voice from the carriage came once again. Captain Hong heard the unquestionable in the lady's voice. He knew that no matter what he said, the madam would not listen. In the end, he could only helplessly reply, yes. Madam. Then the stern gaze looked at Lin Dong. It seemed to be saying, you brat better not mess around, or else you will be in for it. Kid. Since Madam has been merciful and kept you here, then you better behave yourself and don't let me find out the slightest problem, or else you can't afford the consequences. Big brother, don't worry. I, Lin Dong, am not afraid of shadows, and I will not admit what I have not done. Lin Dong smiled back. Humph. Captain Hong hummed heavily as a way to express the dissatisfaction in his heart before saying, you will follow the rear of the team. I will specially find someone to watch over you, and once a problem is found, a light case will be expelled from the team immediately, and a heavy case will be beheaded on the spot. Captain Hong. We're quite spacious here, let this little brother come up and sit in a compartment with us. Lady Prayer Lian's voice entered Captain Hong's ears. Immediately, it caused Captain Hong's heart to be startled. Madam, this is absolutely not possible. This kid's origins are unknown, letting him sit in the same compartment with you, what if he has any bad intentions? We won't even be able to rescue him in time. Captain Hong said bitterly. Allowing Lin Dong to follow the rear of the group was already the limit of his tolerance. How could he possibly agree to Lin Dong sitting in the same compartment as Madam and the young master? Although it was true that Lin Dong did not look like a bad person, but rather like a young master of a worldly family who traveled the mountains. But one could not look like a person. Who could be 100% sure that this kid did not have some bad intentions? Captain Hong, I have my own measure in this matter, just do as I say. No way. Madam, I can follow you in all other matters, but this matter is absolutely not acceptable, it concerns the safety of you and the young master, forgive me for not being able to carry out your order. For the first time, Captain Hong did not follow Madam's arrangement. He was not only doing this for the sake of Madam and the young master, but also for himself and this group of brothers. In case something happens to Madam and the young master, what awaited their gang of guards might be even more terrifying than death. Guard Hong, I know you are doing this for the good of me and Zaire, and we are grateful to you, but you are ultimately just a guard, we are the masters, so I hope that you will find your own position, and just carry out my orders properly, and all other consequences will be borne by me. Lady Praying Lotus said in a firm tone. Captain Hong froze in place, somewhat at a loss for words. It was the first time he had heard the madam speak to herself in this tone. This showed that the madam was truly angry. Associating this with the fact that once the madam and the young master arrived safely at the royal capital, their identities would change drastically. They would even leap into the position of dominating the great Qin kingdom. The madam would be dissatisfied with herself. There was only bad, not good. But Captain Hong couldn't figure it out. Why would madam say something like that to herself for a strange kid? Is it worth it? One could be said to have been born to die in order to escort her and the young master. Like that battle just now. Almost died on the spot. What kind of magic does this kid have? Captain Hong turned his gaze towards Lin Dong. Just a little bit better looking, a little bit whiter skin, sort of a young and old guy. Could it be that the madam had taken a liking to this kid? It couldn't be. Madam had been in the carriage and had not come out, so she should not have seen the other party. And what is the identity of the lady? Great Qin dynasty, the current son of the woman. Even if the king is terminally ill, his days are numbered, his beloved will not allow someone to steal the woman with his master. In fact, Captain Hong did not know. Praying Lotus was not Qin Zhe's real mother, but his mother's twin sister. It was just that the two looked too much alike. Captain Hong took the portrait that the king had drawn from his memory and instantly recognized that Praying Lotus was the woman that the kings had befriended. In order to accompany Qin Zhe to the royal capital and take care of his nephew, Pray Lotus did not deny her identity. It was for this reason that Captain Hong respected Praying Lotus so much, treating her as a madam and following her every word along the way. If Captain Hong had known that Praying Lotus was Qin Zhe's aunt and not his mother, he would have also given her the proper respect, but would not have listened to everything. This was the gap in status. In the future, if Qin Zhe became the king of the Great Qin dynasty, then his mother would become the dowager queen, and the status would be completely different if she was an aunt. Madam! For the sake of your and young master's safety, please think twice. Captain Hong said bitterly. Please rest assured, Protector Hong. I have my plans, just do your own thing, and when we reach the royal capital, Zaire will not treat each and every one of you who has shed blood for us poorly. Praying Lotus said back. Ugh. Protector Hong had no choice but to let out a long sigh. He didn't dare to offend Prayer Lotus, this was a woman who would become the dowager queen in the future. The king was still young, everything in the Great Qin dynasty had to be decided by the dowager empress. He could only helplessly agree to the lady's request. Kid, your name is Lin Dong, right? Captain Hong asked. Precisely. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Lin Dong, you are lucky. You have met a kind-hearted person like Madam. Since Madam has asked you to come over and ride in the same compartment as her, then you should hurry up. Don't delay, but as the captain of the escort, I still have to remind you what you should do and what you shouldn't do. You have to think clearly, otherwise. Captain Hong did not continue, the threatening intent in his tone was self-evident. Many thanks to this big brother for reminding me. Lin Dong smiled back. Then he walked over, and when he brushed against Captain Hong, he could clearly feel the killing intent in the other party's eyes. Lin Dong knew that this was an expert with a lot of combat experience. However, an expert was only relative to the others on this planet. For Lin Dong. Let alone this planet. It was just looking at the entire civilization. Any higher expert would be easily crushed by him. Ignoring Captain Hong's killing intent, Lin Dong walked directly to the carriage where Praying Lotus was and got on without hesitation. His initial purpose was originally to come out to find someone to talk to and relieve his boredom. Being alone on the road for the majority of the year had caused Lin Dong to feel intensely lonely. As soon as he came out, he encountered this group of people. During the short conversation, it caused Lin Dong to take a slight interest in this lady before what followed. If Lin Dong had stopped the road for the first time, without that last remark from this lady, he might have left long ago. Wasn't it simple to find a few people to talk to on a living planet? Once Lin Dong had left. That battle just now could not have been won without his help. The Praying Lotus and Qin Zhe in the carriage, I am afraid that they have already returned to the west. Sometimes fate was so magical. The heavenly blessing Qin Zhe that Praying Lotus had in her heart was not wrong from another aspect. After all, being able to meet Lin Dong was indeed his destiny. Chapter 1394 Preparing to leave. As soon as Lin Dong entered the carriage, he saw a beautiful woman holding a young boy in his teens who was looking at him curiously. Hello, ma'am. Lin Dong greeted with a smile. Please sit down, Mr. Lin. Praying Lotus nodded in response. Thank you, ma'am. Lin Dong was not polite and directly sat across from the two. When he sat down, before he could speak, the beautiful woman, Prayer Lotus, took the lead and asked, "Where is Mr. Lin going?" This question immediately stumped Lin Dong. Where was he going? He was going to the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain. However, it was obvious that it could not be answered in this manner. If he said it out loud, he would not scare people to death. Actually, I don't have a destination. With the sky as my blanket, the earth as my bed, and the four seas as my home, I will go wherever I want. Lin Dong said back in a very pretentious manner. Mr. Lin is so dashing. Makes us envious. Praying Lotus exclaimed. What is there to envy? To put it bluntly, it's just a wanderer, no comparison to you big shots. Lin Dong laughed at himself. Mr. Lin's words are wrong. Everyone has their own way of living. What you see and hear may not necessarily be true. Big people have big people's troubles. Ordinary people also have ordinary people's happiness. Big people may not necessarily be happier than ordinary people. Ordinary people want to become big people, unbeknownst to them. Why would certain big people not want to return to the life of ordinary people? Not bad, not bad. This is something I quite agree with, Madam's high opinion. Lin Dong nodded his head. Mr. Lin is joking. I'm a woman who doesn't know any great principles. I just have a little bit of my own humble opinion. Praying Lotus said modestly. Madam is too modest. Your humble opinion can be much more thorough than many people. When Mr. Lin came out to travel to various places, what places did he visit? Is it possible to tell me about them? Truth be told, even though I'm a bit older than you, I haven't been anywhere yet. That madam has missed out on too many interesting things. As the saying goes, it's better to read thousands of books than to travel thousands of miles. There is still time to go out and grow your knowledge. What you see in books won't be as real as feeling it in person. What Mr. Lin said is very true. It's a pity that I didn't go before, and I won't have the time even more in the future. Praying Lotus sighed. She knew deep down that once she entered the royal capital, she was afraid that once she wanted to leave again in this life, it would be very difficult. Wherever she went in the future, there would be countless pairs of eyes staring. However, for Zair's sake, she had to follow as a mother. Otherwise, at Zair's age, if he entered the Chen royal family, he would be eaten by those sophisticated royal relatives. Even if she went along, there was no guarantee that Zair would successfully inherit the throne. At that time, there would be countless princes and ministers who would come to test the waters. All of these would have to be dealt with by her. How could there be no opportunity? As long as one wants to go, one can go anywhere in the world. Lin Dong said in disbelief. Mr. Lin doesn't know, a lot of things are out of one's control. There are not many people in the world who are as dashing as you are. Praying Lotus shook her head slightly. That's true. Next, Prayer Lotus pursued Lin Dong to ask him about the places he had traveled to and the customs and folklore he had seen. Lin Dong made up some nonsense in conjunction with the Milky Way galaxy as well as the Star Void realm and told them. It instantly aroused the curiosity of Praying Lotus and Chen Zhe. Both of them could not get enough of what Lin Dong had told them. Especially the young boy, Chen Zhe. He was only in his teens and his life experience could be described as a blank slate. What Lin Dong said was so brilliant. It completely opened up Chen Zhe's fantasies about the outside world. He called Lin Dong's brother very happily. Lin Dong was not tired of introducing him to the splendor of the outside world. It made Chen Zhe's eyes light up. In his heart, he thought that when he had the opportunity in the future, he would definitely go to the place Lin Dong had mentioned to have a look. He did not know that the place Lin Dong was talking about was not any place on this planet. Rather, it was other civilizations in the universe. For Chen Zhe's various questions, Lin Dong appeared to be very patient and answered them one by one. After all, his purpose of coming here was to find someone to talk to and relieve his boredom. After not talking for the majority of the year, he was going crazy. The two of them asked and answered, time was passing quickly and in the blink of an eye, it was evening. The team, led by Hong's escort, stopped and began to set up camp. The maids in the other two carriages were all down to make dinner. They were the ones responsible for the chores of life. Lin Dong and Chen Zhe were still having fun with their questions and answers, and it was as if they had endless words. The beautiful woman next to her, Pray Lian, was also listening with great interest, except for the occasional interjection. The rest of the time it was the two men talking. It wasn't long before Captain Hong's voice sounded outside the carriage. Ma'am, young master, dinner is ready. Do you think you should come out to dine or send it over to you? Send it over. We'll dine in the carriage. Praying Lotus replied. Yes, ma'am. Captain Hong finished answering and prepared to leave. Madam's voice sounded again. Prepare a triple portion, Mr. Lin will also dine with us. Understood. A maid soon arrived in the carriage with a sumptuous dinner. Please, Mr. Lin. Praying Lotus greeted. Please, ma'am. Lin Dong responded politely. With his strength, he could have long since dispensed with these nutrient-less foods. He could not starve for 10,000 years. However, since he wanted to conceal his identity, he naturally could not act too special. Still, he followed Praying Lotus and Qin Zhe and ate together. When the meal was finished, Prayer Lotus called for the maids to clean everything up. Qin Zhe could not wait to continue the topic from earlier again. At night, Lin Dong stayed alone in the carriage to rest, while Prayer Lotus and Qin Zhe got off the carriage and came into the tent that was specially prepared for them. The entire day of the second day, Lin Dong talked to Qin Zhe about various interesting things in the outside world. By the end of the third day, Lin Dong felt that the time was almost up, his purpose had been achieved, and after saying countless words in 2 days, he had sort of finished saying what he had been holding back for the majority of the year. He felt that it was time for him to leave as well. There were still things waiting for him in the Spirit Lan domain. The potential threat of Di Yuan was also still there. As the only person who could restrict him, Lin Dong had to rush to the Spirit Lan domain as soon as possible before he could do so. At that time, even if Emperor Abyss went out of control, he would still be able to appear in time to stop him and avoid causing more damage. Lin Dong then opened his mouth to bid farewell to Prayer Lotus and Qin Zhe. Mrs. Prayer, Xiao Zhe, thank you for taking me on this journey. There is no such thing as an unbroken banquet under the sky. I should leave as well. Mr. Lin is leaving? Brother Lin Dong, you're leaving? Praying Lotus and Qin Zhe asked in surprise almost simultaneously. I have other matters that need to be taken care of, so I have to leave. Lin Dong nodded his head and replied. Brother Lin Dong, can you not leave? Stay with me for a few more days, okay? I'm so bored if you leave. Qin Zhe begged up with a bitter face. After spending these 2 or 3 days together, he liked this big brother very much and did not want his big brother to leave. Chapter 1395, The Whole Story. Little Zhe, Brother Lin Dong also wants to accompany you more, but I still have a lot of things that I have to do, so I have to leave. Little Zhe, you have to listen to your mother, don't be capricious. Is it worth it? You are very smart, you will definitely accomplish something in the future. Lin Dong comforted. After spending 2 or 3 days together, he also thought that this was a mother and son. Comparing only a mother and son would have such a good relationship. With outsiders around, Qin Zhe also stopped addressing Aunt Lian for fear of it being spread. But I'm so bored after Brother Lin Dong left. Qin Zhe had a reluctant look on his face. Don't you have your mother with you? How could it be boring? And you've persevered through for so long before, you can't be unable to accept going back to the old days just because of my appearance. After all, I will always leave. Lin Dong persuaded the little one with good words. Just as he finished saying goodbye and was about to leave, Prayer Lotus suddenly brought Qin Zhe along to kneel in front of Lin Dong. This scene confused Lin Dong directly. Mrs. Prayer, what is your intention? Lin Dong asked in disbelief. Mr. Lin. Firstly, on behalf of Zaire and those guards outside, I would like to thank you for saving us. If it wasn't for you, we would have already been killed by the enemy. Secondly, since the enemy might still ambush us on the way, I would like to ask you to send us to the royal capital of the great Qin dynasty. As long as you are willing, no matter what request is put forward, I will oblige you. Prayer Lotus said seriously. She had actually long suspected that Lin Dong was the one who had stepped in during everyone's most critical moment. After all, a young man who wanted to walk alone in the middle of nowhere, where robbers were rampant, could not do so without some strength. That's why the other party was allowed to come up and ride in a compartment together. Later, as the chat deepened, Praying Lotus basically had at least 60 to 70% certainty about her guess. The places that Lin Dong had mentioned were not any of the places in the Great Qin dynasty at all. In other words, Lin Dong had either made them up himself or they were places outside of the Great Qin dynasty. And it was impossible to make up the kind of sense of experience that was brought about by first-hand experience. The fact that Lin Dong was able to go to so many thousands of strange places by himself made Praying Lotus even more certain that Lin Dong was the one who had just stepped in to save them. As for what unimaginable means Lin Dong had used to make people forget what happened in that instant, Prey Lotus did not know. Perhaps this was a means only possessed by the legendary powerhouses. Of course, even if that was the case, Prayer Lotus could not confirm Lin Dong's identity 100%. And even if it was him, since the other party intended to conceal it, Prayer Lotus did not want to say it. If Lin Dong had followed them all the way to the royal capital like this, Prayer Lotus might have hidden this speculation in her heart forever. But now Lin Dong was leaving. It would be impossible for Prayer Lotus to feign indifference. There was still a long way to go to the royal capital. What kind of dangers would be encountered on the way, and whether it would be even more treacherous than last time, no one knew. Without Lin Dong's help, it was still hard to say if they would be able to reach the royal capital. So Praying Lotus gathered her courage and spoke out all the speculations in her heart. It was to make everything clear and keep Lin Dong. As long as he could stay, then all the dangers along the way would no longer be dangers. Lin Dong looked at Prayer Lotus, who was kneeling on the ground. The other party, on the other hand, lowered his head and did not dare to look at him. In his heart, he was wondering where he had made a mistake and was seen by this woman in front of him. It seemed like there was none. At that time, he manipulated the power of the laws of time and froze time in this area. In a situation where time was frozen, people would stop thinking. Even if one passed in front of them, it would be impossible to discover oneself at all. So what went wrong? A guess? Or was he swindling himself? Lin Dong could not figure it out for a while. However, since the other party had already said his words to this extent, he did not want to continue to hide it. There was no need for that. So what if it was hidden? So what if it was exposed? Who else could sway his thoughts? Standing at Lin Dong's current height, everything would just go with the flow. If he was discovered, then he should just admit it in a big way. Continuing to hide it further was not in line with his status. Mrs. Prayer, I am curious, how did you determine that it is mine? Lin Dong asked curiously. Prayer Lian's heart was immediately delighted when she heard Lin Dong's words. Sure enough, her own guess was correct. The one who had stepped in to save them was really this young man in front of her. Despite having prepared for it. At this moment, Praying Lotus was still excited and her body was trembling a little unconsciously. Mr. Lin, if I say it was a guess, do you believe me? Prayer Lotus replied cautiously. Lin Dong had already admitted it. She would not dare to talk to the other party like she had just done. This was a super strong person. Prayer Lotus only remembered that there were countless spirit-breaking arrows coming to her and all she could do was merely hold Zaire tightly in her arms and use her body to fend them off for him. As a result, when she opened her eyes again, all of the spirit-breaking arrows lost their momentum and landed on the floor of the carriage. Prayer Lotus had no recollection of what had just happened. Such a bizarre tactic was unheard of for her. Doesn't a guess have to be in that direction to work? Go ask the guard Hong outside and see if he would guess like that. Sir Lin. In fact, I also noticed some clues in my conversation with you before I slowly started to guess in that direction. With my understanding of the Great Qin dynasty, the places you mentioned don't match up with any of the Great Qin dynasty, and for you to be a young man who has traveled to so many thousands of strange places, it's just not something an ordinary person would be able to do. Praying Lotus explained. All right. Rather, it was my oversight, but I am afraid that I do not have that much time when it comes to this matter of sending you guys to the royal capital. Lin Dong also stopped pursuing the matter and directly changed the topic. Mr. Lin, truth be told, there have been dozens of sneak attacks that we have encountered along the way. When we set off on our journey, there were hundreds of people in the escort, but now there is only 1/10 of them left, and the journey is only 2/3 of the way there. If you didn't send us off, if there is another attack like the last time, there is no way that we can possibly survive it. Prayer Lotus said in a deep voice. Lin Dong was silent at his words. Only after a while did he ask, can you tell me why those people wanted to kill you? Of course I can. Mr. Lin, please listen to me in detail. Prayer Lotus then trade out their true identities and the purpose of going to the royal capital of the Great Qin dynasty, as well as the general identities of those enemies, all to Lin Dong. Once Lin Dong heard this, wasn't this a dog blood story of an illegitimate child who wanted to ascend to the throne and was stopped by the other uncles and uncles by all means? It was just that this ascension to the throne was not an ordinary throne, but the throne of the Great Qin dynasty. He glanced at Qin Zhe. I didn't realize that this kid was still the heir to the royal family. If he reaches the royal capital safely, he will be able to inherit the throne. Chapter 1396 Heaven and Earth. Lin Dong pondered for a moment. It was definitely not possible for him to spend too much time escorting the two to the royal capital. According to the current speed at which the team was advancing, plus the fact that they encountered a bit of trouble and were delayed in the middle of the journey, it would not be possible to arrive in 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, or 8 days. If this took a few months, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents on the Spirit Lan domain side? That time bomb of D Yuan could detonate at any time. He had to get there as soon as possible. Mrs. Prayer, since you have already found out, there is no need for me to hide it. The last time you guys were in danger, it was indeed my hand. My purpose of coming here was merely to find someone to talk to and relieve my boredom. That's all. Right now, I still have very important things to do, and I don't have the time to escort you guys to the royal capital. Lin Dong still politely refused. Hearing Lin Dong's rejection once again, it was as if Praying Lotus had been drained of all her strength and she almost fell limp on the ground. Originally, she had thought that after 2 or 3 days of getting along, the relationship between the two parties was good enough for Lin Dong to agree to escort them to the royal capital. Unexpectedly, they were rejected by the other party twice in a row. Mr. Lin. Lin. Prayer Lotus shouted but did not know what to say. Big brother. Please, just help us. The little boy, Chen Zhe, also spoke out and pleaded. Mrs. Prayer, little Zhe, it's not that I won't help you guys, but I really have something very important that I need to rush to take care of, but then again, I can give you guys a choice now. Lin Dong's turn of phrase caused Prayer Lotus to spark a glimmer of hope again. What choice? Praying Lotus immediately asked impatiently. I don't have the time to escort you guys along with the large group, but I can take you guys alone first to the royal capital of the Great Qin dynasty. It depends on whether or not you guys are willing to do so, or if you want to say that you want to go with those guards outside, you guys can make your own choice. Lin Dong set a compromise. He had to rush, so he could only do this. First, he would take Praying Lotus and Chen Zhe to reach the royal capital of the Great Qin dynasty, then he would take a break and leave for the Spirit Lan domain, which would not be much of a delay. Mr. Lin, I'll choose the first method. Please take me and Zaire to the royal capital. Without even so much as a thought, Praying Lotus immediately replied. The dozens of guards left outside with injuries were no longer enough to escort them safely to the royal capital. A sneak attack like the last one, if it were to happen again, it would basically be declared a total loss. If they did not follow Lin Dong at this time, it was likely that they would never reach the royal capital. Praying Lotus was not a fool. She knew what to choose. Are you sure? If I am the one to lead you to the royal capital, it will not be able to prove your identities and may cause unnecessary trouble at that time, so think carefully. Lin Dong said. Don't worry. Mr. Lin, we have a way to prove ourselves. You only need to bring us to the king of the Great Qin dynasty. Good. Since you have said so, let's not waste any more time, let's go now. Lin Dong got up and said. Mr. Lin. Please allow me to go and greet Protector Hong and the others. These guards have done their best to escort me and Zaire all the way here, and have already sacrificed the vast majority of them, and the remaining ones are all injured, so we cannot leave without saying goodbye. Praying Lotus pleaded in a low voice. Can. Then you go and let them know. We'll leave as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Praying Lotus happily replied back. It was still a bit impossible to let her leave quietly, ignoring Hong guards and the others. Pray Lian then came outside the carriage. The group was still advancing rapidly. Protector Hong. Prayer Lotus shouted towards a person at the very front of the group. This person heard the voice and immediately turned around on his foreign beast to come next to Pray Lian. What are your orders, ma'am? Escort Hong greeted respectfully. Guard Hong, thank you for escorting me and Zaire here. If it wasn't for you, Zaire and I would have already died I don't know how many times. Don't worry, no matter how high Zaire stands in the future, he won't forget your kindness. Praying Lotus thanked from the bottom of her heart. What kind of words are these, ma'am? Escorting you and the young master to the royal capital safely is our duty. It's rather that we made you all suffer along the way. Captain Hong immediately replied. Don't ever say that, Guard Hong. In order to protect me and Zaire, you have already sacrificed too many people. For the safety of the rest of you, I've decided to head to the royal capital first, and after Zaire and I leave, you can spread out your team to move, so that more people might survive. With these words, Prayer Lotus directly confused Hong guards. The lady said that she wanted to leave by herself first and head to the royal capital? What was the meaning of this? Before he could come back to his senses, Prayer Lotus said again, "Guard Hong, Zaire and I will be waiting for you at the royal capital. I hope that all of you can reach the royal capital safe and sound, and Zaire and I will be there to receive you at that time." After saying this, Praying Lotus was about to turn around and enter the carriage. It was only then that Captain Hong reacted and hurriedly asked after her, "What does Madam mean by this?" Praying Lotus did not answer as she was unsure if Lin Dong was willing to be exposed. However, another voice came out from the carriage and answered the words of Hong's escort. "It means that I will take Lady Prayer and Xiao Zhe to go ahead first, and after you break up the group, you will split up and head to the royal capital, so that you will have a higher hope of arriving safely." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Dong led Chen Zhe out. "Kid, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, if you dare to act against Madam and young master, even if this world is as big as it is, there will be no place for you," Protector Hong warned in a stern voice. Chen Zhe was the only prince of the Great Qin dynasty, the only candidate to inherit the throne. Madam was also the woman of the current king. The honorable status of these two people was not something that Lin Dong could mess with. Guard Hong's words also attracted the attention of the other guards. All of them gathered around and looked at Lin Dong with unfavorable gazes. Their impression of Lin Dong was not favorable in the first place. It was only that they did not dare to disobey Madam's orders. Now Lin Dong even wanted to take Madam and the young master to leave first? How could that be possible? If this brat had bad intentions on the way, then would the Madam and the young master not be able to call for help? They won't allow that to happen. The comparison was related to everyone's lives. The world is so big that there is no place for me? Lin Dong smiled and repeated the sentence before looking up at the sky and continued. "Captain Hong, your world and my world are not the same. Your world is this great Qin dynasty, while my world is the vast sea of boundless cosmic stars. Is there any comparison between the two?" Before Captain Hong could understand the meaning of these words, Lin Dong then slowly ascended into the air with Praying Lotus and Chen Zhe. It was too late for him to think about it, as Captain Hong bellowed, "Unbridled! Leave Madam and the young master behind." Chapter 1397, Turning Whole into Nothing. Escort Hong directly rushed towards Lin Dong's trio to save Madam and the young master. The other guards all acted at the same time. Madam and the young master could not afford to have any accidents. Otherwise, everyone would be finished. As a result, dozens of people were suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier as they approached Lin Dong. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through. After a few attempts, all of them looked at Lin Dong with horrified gazes. They were unable to comprehend what kind of means this was. Surprisingly, it could block so many people. Even the strongest captain was helpless. "Lin Dong, who the hell are you?" Protector Hong questioned loudly. "I was originally a rusher, because I was too bored alone, so I came out to find someone to talk to and relieve my boredom. Then I met you guys. It's kind of fate. I'll help you guys send Mrs. Prayer and Zay to the royal capital. As for you guys, just find your own way to rush to the royal capital. Bye." Lin Dong finished speaking. Under the gaze of dozens of pairs of eyes such as Hong guards, a spatial passageway appeared in front of him. He took Praying Lotus and Chen Zhe inside. The spatial channel then disappeared into thin air. The air returned to normal. Hong guards and the others were able to move. However, all of them froze in place at this moment, each of them staring at the direction where Lin Dong's trio had just left, with their hearts setting off monstrous waves, shocked to the limit. "Team Captain, how did he do that? Just disappeared out of thin air? It's too far-fetched, isn't it? Is it some kind of blindfold?" A member of the escort team stammered and asked. This is an empty spatial channel, only a super strong person who has reached the eternal realm in the legend can do it." Hong Escort also said back with disbelief. His insights were obviously a bit broader than the others. Although the Broken Punch Star was only the most marginal life planet in the 4th-level civilization Pale Bewilderness Galaxy, but it was also recognized by the Pale Bewilderness Galaxy. Therefore, the great powers on Broken Punch Star all knew something about the Pale Munch Galaxy. They also knew that the strongest person in the Tsangming Galaxy was an eternal realm existence that could tear through space. Eternal realm? What kind of strength is that? Another person asked. The strongest strength in the entire Tsangming galaxy, already standing at the very peak, can tear through space and walk in high-dimensional space at a much faster speed than the other way around. From here to the royal capital, one can reach it almost instantly. Captain Hong continued to explain. This is so powerful? That is to say that kid, Lin Dong, is an Eternal Realm super. Before one of the escort members could finish his sentence, he was slapped on the head by Captain Hong with a crisp ringing sound. Slap. Team. Captain, why are you hitting me? That team member was still somewhat baffled. I'll beat you to death. Lord Lin's name, is that something you can just call out? And you're a kid? If you don't want to live, don't bring us along. Lord Lin can make you go up in smoke with just a breath. Captain Hong immediately cursed. You? Didn't you also call Lord Lin brat? Still not fine? The team member muttered in a small voice. I. Captain Hong I half a day, but did not I come up with a reason? He was also in a cold sweat. His heart was terrified to the extreme. Thinking back to the fact that from the first time he met Lin Dong, he had badmouthed him. All the way to the end, he did not have a good face, and he called him a brat in every mouthful. If it was someone else, I am afraid that he would have struck out at him long ago. At this time, a member of the team suddenly said, "You guys said that the last time we were attacked by a sneak attack, countless spirit-breaking arrows had struck the carriage where Madame and the young master were located, and it was clear that there was no way to return to heaven, but as a result, nothing happened to Madame and the young master. Could it be that it could be a strike by Lord Lin?" These words caused those present to recall the situation. The guards in the dense forest might not know, but the guards guarding around the carriage had seen it clearly. At that time they were indeed as if their hearts were dead. However, when they came back to their senses, the spirit-breaking arrow had already lost its effect, and the madam and the young master were safe and sound. Thinking about it now. If it wasn't Lord Lin who struck, who else could it be? It must be Lord Lin, only he could have saved madam and young master without us being aware of it. Right. It must be Lord Lin. It turns out that all of us owe our lives to the three of us given by Lin Dong. Without him, once madam and young master died, our lives would have come to an end. Captain Hong also recalled everything. With Lord Lin, an Eternal Realm powerhouse, making a move, everything was figured out. Settling his mind, Captain Hong interrupted everyone's chatter. Let's not discuss this for the time being. Lord Lin is magnanimous and doesn't bother with us. It's really our good fortune in this life to have met him, but even though the madam and the young master are safe now, we're still in danger. After all, the enemy doesn't know that the madam and the young master are gone. They'll still make a move against us, and it's hard for us to safely arrive at the king's capital with the strength we have in our current state. Captain, what should we do then? With Lord Lin escorting us, madam and young master will definitely be able to reach the royal capital safely. Our glory and wealth is right in front of us. I don't want to die at this time. That's right. We've sacrificed so many people to make it this far, and with victory in sight, it would be too much of a loss to die now. One by one, the escort guards looked towards Captain Hong. If we want to arrive at the royal capital safely, we must devise a plan to fight for all of us to survive, and what awaits us in the future will be countless amounts of money and beauty, as well as enjoying endless glory and wealth. Captain Hong's words made everyone's eyes light up. They were too eager for that kind of life. All of them did not say anything and quietly waited for Captain Hong's arrangement. In fact, just now, Madam and Lord Lin have already said that we can't move together. The target is too big, and the enemy will think that Madam and young master are still with us, so we all have to move separately, break up into pieces, and gather directly at the royal capital, where Madam will receive us. Agreed. 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 One by one, the guards expressed their approval. Currently, this was the only option that was the most practical. Good then. Let's spread out now. As for those maids, those who have the strength to bring one with them, when we wait until we reach the royal capital, we will surely be rewarded by the madam, and we will not treat you all poorly, and you should be clear that the madam will be the queen dowager of the great Qin dynasty. I'll bring one. I'll bring one too. Soon, the group of dozens of people split into single or double combinations and disappeared into the dense forest. At the same time, they hid the three beast carts. They wanted to hurry as quickly as possible when the enemy didn't react. Now that they were acting singly like this, it was impossible for the enemy to recognize them, and even if they did, they wouldn't make a move. Once the enemy discovered the beast carts, they would know about their plan and would definitely stop at nothing to intercept them. Chapter 1398 Qin Shijun. Class 4 Civilization Sunmoon Galaxy. Broken Punch Star, within the royal palace of the Great Qin Dynasty. A middle-aged man was lying on a large luxurious bed, his face pale and dying, as if he might die at any moment. He was Qin Shijun, the current king of the Great Qin Dynasty, and the man who stood at the very top of the Great Qin Dynasty. It can be said that the entire Qin Dynasty, all by Qin Shijun a person say. However, this is such a powerful man, but at this time is lying on the bed cannot move, even talk to spend a lot of effort. Several old men were carefully checking his body around him. Each old man had a layer of sweat beads on their foreheads, wiping them away with their sleeves from time to time, showing how nervous and panicked they were inside at this moment. These old men were all long-established physicians within the Great Qin Dynasty. They were summoned to look after the king of the Great Qin Dynasty. A year ago, Emperor Qin Shijun was suddenly stricken with a strange disease, and the royal physicians within the royal palace were all at their wits' end. They had no choice but to find famous physicians from all over the Great Qin Dynasty to see if there was a way to treat it. The result was unsatisfactory. Not to mention treatment, even the cause of the disease could not be found. All of the old physicians who had seen it said that they had never seen this kind of disease before. If they couldn't find the cause of the disease, they naturally couldn't prescribe the right medicine. The king's honorable body won't allow them to try medicines recklessly. If something goes wrong, it would be a great offense to exterminate all 9 clans. How about coughing? Did you guys find anything? Qin Shijun coughed and asked. Back to the king. Forgive our incompetence, we have practiced medicine for hundreds of years and have never encountered such a peculiar disease. One of the old men replied respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. We are also a large number of years old and have seen countless difficult illnesses, we just haven't seen one like yours. Another old man added. In other words, you have no way to cure this king's illness, do you? Qin Shijun asked again. Yes. Unable to find the cause of the disease, we do not dare to freely give the king the next medicine, or else it will only backfire. The old man gritted his teeth and returned. A group of cough, waste, quacks. What's the use of having you guys if you can't cure? Cough. This king? Qin Shijun angrily struggled and cursed. The maids around him rushed forward to assist. This year's time, he could be said to have suffered a lot. The once spirited man was gone. Instead, he was lying in bed, tortured to the point of being a sickly man. Think back to the beginning. Wherever you go. Great Qin Dynasty, countless subjects kneeling and saluting, that is how the scenery? And now can only lie on the bed, even eat, drink and shit have to be served by others. Qin Shijun could not accept such a reality. He was still young and still had a lot of time to enjoy the glory and wealth of the world. He couldn't just lie in bed like this. Your Majesty, calm your anger. Your Majesty rests his anger. It's me and I who are incompetent, please let us live, Your Majesty. Hearing Qin Shijun yell at them for wanting them to be useless, a group of old physicians hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. They had heard about it before they came. Today's king was temperamental and would kill the healers who came to attend to him if he was a little less than desirable. No one wanted to come. But there's no way. The army personally escorted them, and whoever dared not to come would be killed on the spot. Along the way, this group of old physicians were all scared and didn't sleep a single peaceful sleep. It was that they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to cure the king's illness and anger the king. After all, even the royal physicians in the king's palace couldn't cure him, so they naturally didn't have any confidence at all. Each and every one of you is a waste. Rubbish. Drag all of you out for me and behead them. Qin Shijun roared loudly. The king rests his anger. Rest in peace, Your Majesty. A group of old physicians knelt on the ground trembling. The only thing they could do was to beg the king to be gracious and let everyone live. Although these old physicians were all relatively old, they hadn't lived enough and didn't want to die yet. Your Majesty, you have already killed many very prestigious physicians from all over the world. If you continue to kill them like this, it will trigger social unrest, which will not be favorable to the Great Qin Dynasty. Please think twice. A minister stood out and said. What? I'm killing a few people now and you guys are all going to start whining? Is it because you think I can't do it anymore? So there's no need to follow my orders? Qin Shijun was helped up by his maids, half lying on the bed staring at the minister who spoke, killing intent filling his eyes. Being stared at by the man who once stood at the pinnacle of the great Qin dynasty, this minister's heart was also in a cold sweat. However, the thought that the king has been bedridden for more than a year, looking throughout the entire Qin dynasty all have physicians, are helpless, basically can be declared hopeless, but also slowly relaxed down. And since the king is sick, the strength in the continuous regression has long been no longer once the deterrent power. A beast without sharp claws and teeth was no different from an ordinary beast, and even worse. Your Majesty. What the minister said is the truth. These physicians for you to treat are from various places in the great Qin dynasty and have high prestige in the local area. This year you have already killed a lot, even the royal doctors have been killed by you some, and then kill on, for the great Qin dynasty, is not a good thing, but also ask the king to think twice. The minister persuaded bitterly. Then a few more ministers stood out and spoke at the same time. Please think twice, Your Majesty. Qin Shijun looked at these ministers in front of him, who had once treated him with respect, and a surge of anger went straight to his head. If it was before he fell ill, no matter how many people he killed, these guys still wouldn't even dare to fart. Still have to lick a smiling face and say those people should be killed. But now they all dared to unite with others to contradict him. The regression of strength, the loss of bodily functions, and consequently the lowering of status. He is still the king of the great Qin dynasty, but the power and prestige is not as great as before. Unable to do what he once did with a single word. Cough, cough, cough. Good. Very good. Very good. Qin Shijun said 3 good words in a row. It was enough to show the indignation in his heart at this moment. In fact, a few ministers are not nervous at all in their hearts. That is impossible, to know that they are facing, in the end, the man who once stood at the peak of the great Qin dynasty. Even if it is now that the might is gone, there is still a great deal of pressure. Your Majesty. We are also thinking towards the king of great Qin, so please ask the king to understand. Don't let a lifetime of fame be ruined. For the sake of the king of Qin, I'll tell you, I'm not dead yet. As long as I'm not dead, great Qin is my Qin Shijun, I can kill whoever I want. If you guys dare to say one more word, believe it or not, I will even kill you altogether. Qin Shijun finished with gritted teeth. Instantly his body was filled with a murderous aura. It made the several ministers couldn't help but shiver coldly. The king was still the king after all, even if his body was sick, causing him to be unable to move and lying in bed for more than a year. The murderous aura that had been cultivated from many years of conquest was still there. Chapter 1399, Can you heal? Qin Shijun said something. Several ministers didn't dare to speak. After all, the other party was still the king of the great Qin dynasty and still controlled the great Qin dynasty's army. They could give their opinions, but they couldn't go against the king. Otherwise, there was a real possibility of being killed. Just as everyone was silent, a voice suddenly rang out. Even if you are the king, this great Qin dynasty is not yours alone. The great Qin dynasty should belong to the people of great Qin. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn a boat. You are so selfish and self-interested, it's no wonder that you will be cursed so viciously by others. Who? Who is speaking? Qin Shijun questioned loudly. Everyone followed the voice and looked, and at an unknown time, 2 men and a woman appeared in the room. 2 of them were adults and a child in his teens. The visitors were naturally the 3 Lindongs. At the first sight of Qin Shijun, Lindong knew that this person had been cursed. It was still the more vicious kind. The person who had been cursed would not die immediately, but would lose the ability to act. Watch his strength regress, lose his bodily functions, and no matter what method he used, it would not help, and finally die in despair, fear, and pain. This process would often last for years. The feeling of watching one's own gradual progress towards death would absolutely drive one insane. Even if Qin Shijun was the king of great Qin, he could only accept this reality. Who are you people? How did you come in here? Do you know what this place is? A minister with a big belly asked. Is it hard to enter here? Isn't it just the great Qin palace? Making it seem like some forbidden place. As for who we are, you will know in a while. Lin Dong casually replied. Incoming. There are assassins here. Another minister shouted. Obviously the sudden appearance of Lin Dong's trio here was taken as assassins by him. As soon as his words fell, several guards in armor immediately came in from outside. However, just as these guards saw them coming, the king of Great Chen, Chen Shijun, spoke. "It's fine here. All of you go out." His voice seemed to have some suppressed excitement. "Yes. Your Majesty." The guards received the king's order, glanced at Lin Dong's trio and obediently retreated again. The rest of the people turned their gazes towards the king, Chen Shijun. It was not understood why he allowed the guards to leave without taking away these three guys of unknown origin. "I wonder what little brother's name is. What is the purpose of coming here?" Chen Shijun asked. "You don't need to know what my name is. I came here to deliver this mother and son. You should recognize them," Lin Dong said. Chen Shijun looked at Praying Lotus and Shinzei. Some images were recalled in his mind. The identities of these two were also known. He did not realize that the woman in front of him was no longer the same woman he had known back then. Praying Lotus and her sister were twin sisters, and the two looked almost exactly the same. Standing there, it was impossible to tell who was who. Chen Shijun naturally couldn't tell either. "Recognize." "Of course I recognize them. I was the one who asked people to find them mother and son back," Chen Shijun replied honestly. "It's good to recognize. Since you guys recognize each other, then my mission has been completed and it is time to leave," Lin Dong said and prepared to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, Chen Shijun hurriedly spoke out to stop him. "Little brother, please wait." "Is there anything else?" Lin Dong asked in confusion. "Little brother, you just said that I was struck by a very vicious curse, is that true?" Chen Shijun looked at Lin Dong and asked with an agitated expression. It was the first time he had heard someone else state the cause of his illness. For more than a year now, every physician who came to diagnose him could not detect any illness, so naturally, he was unable to prescribe the right medicine. After all, as the king of the Great Qin dynasty, who would dare to experiment with his body? Originally, Chen Shijun had already despaired, which is why he remembered that he still had an illegitimate son out there, and sent someone to fetch him back in preparation for inheriting the throne of the Great Qin dynasty after he passed away. Although he has no feelings for his illegitimate son, but at least it is his bloodline, how is it better than being snatched away by other people from the throne? As a result, today, he suddenly heard someone tell the cause of his illness in a single word, regardless of whether it was true or not. It finally gave Chen Shijun hope. Hence, this was why he let the guards go out and then couldn't wait to ask out. "Not bad. You have indeed been hit by a very vicious curse, and the person who placed the curse is not low in strength. With the other party's strength, it should be easy to kill you. I don't know why they would use such means to torture you. Perhaps it is because you have offended someone," Lin Dong answered truthfully. There was no need for him to hide, he would say whatever he saw. Being cursed by someone? The opponent was very strong? Easily him? Chen Shijun froze on the spot by Lin Dong's words. He then began to carefully recall some of the signs before he fell ill, and as a result, he could not find anything even after thinking about it. To say that he had offended people, over the years, he had offended not a few. As for the powerful ones, Chen Shijun didn't think of a single one. He wasn't a fool. Knowing that someone else's strength could easily kill him, but still wanting to mess with him, wasn't that looking for death himself? "Little brother, is everything you said true? I've really been cursed?" Chen Shijun once again pursued the question. "Do I have to lie to you? But you love to believe it or not. You're about to die anyway. This curse will cause you to slowly lose your bodily functions and eventually suffer and watch yourself become a dry corpse." Lin Dong shrugged and said, "Little brother, since you know that I was cursed, and even the symptoms are clear, I don't know if you have a way to save me?" Chen Shijun stared straight at Lin Dong after asking, his eyes filled with anticipation. For the first time in more than a year, he was given the hope of life. How could he not be excited? The several old physicians and ministers present, as well as the maids of honor, all gathered all their gazes on Lin Dong. Everyone had their own thoughts. The old physicians certainly hoped that Lin Dong could cure the king. Then they would be able to survive and go back to continue living their free and easy lives. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would have to account for themselves in this king's palace. Apart from the old physicians, the other ministers as well as the maids of honor did not want Lin Dong to cure the king. The reason was simple. The king, Chen Shijun, was too dictatorial. As long as it was something he determined, it was useless for anyone to intercede. A bad mood would result in a lot of killings. The ministers of the court are outraged and dare not speak out. Even the maids who wait by his side have to be careful, and the slightest mistake will result in capital punishment. Since Qin Shi Jun became the king of Qin, his maids of honor have been replaced one after another. How could such a person gain the hearts of the people? In fact, in the past year or so since he fell ill, I don't know how many people were happy in their hearts. They just didn't dare to show it. Once King Qin Shi Jun passed away, there would surely be many people secretly celebrating. Chapter 1400, No Treatment. Facing Qin Shi Jun's expectant expression, and the gazes of the others with their own thoughts, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Of course I can. This kind of small curse is simply not too simple for me. Upon hearing Lin Dong's reply, Qin Shi Jun instantly became agitated, and following him, there were also several old physicians kneeling on the ground. There were almost tears of old age. Finally saved, he could not have to die. The other few ministers, as well as the maids of honor, including Prayer Lotus beside Lin Dong, did not look too good. The others were left out. Prayer Lotus did not want Qin Shi Jun to continue living. She had brought Qin Zhe here in order to inherit the throne of Great Qin. Once Qin Shi Jun was cured, then what's the point of inheriting the throne? Moreover, Qin Shi Jun's reputation, Praying Lotus, as a citizen of Great Qin, had certainly heard of it. Although she didn't know why her sister would have a child with this kind of person. But she didn't want to stay in the middle of the royal palace and spend time with this kind of person and have anything to do with it. On top of that, there was another problem. If Qin Shi Jun recovered and gave birth to several sons, Qin Zhe's position would also be under a powerful threat. On balance, Prayer Lotus was tempted to tell Lin Dong not to cure. However, she could not open her mouth in front of King Qin Shi Jun unless she did not want to die. With the heaven-defying means displayed by Lin Dong, Prayer Lotus did not doubt for a second that he had the ability to cure King Qin Shi Jun. Little brother. No. Little divine doctor. Also please undo the curse on my body. As long as you can undo my curse, no matter what you want, I can give it to you, money, beauty, status, whatever. From now on you will be under one person and above 10,000 people in the Great Qin dynasty. Qin Shi Jun said incoherently. He was really too excited. Finally seeing the hope of living. Since he had been bedridden for more than a year, he had suffered a lot. Physicians had changed from one batch to another, all unable to find the cause of the disease. He didn't expect to be shown by a mysterious kid. The most crucial thing was that the other party could still cure it. Regardless of whether what Lin Dong said was true or false. Qin Shi Jun was willing to believe it, and there was nothing else he could do. After all, this was the only bit of hope for more than a year. Don't get excited first. I haven't finished my words yet. I can indeed cure your curse, but why should I cure you? Lin Dong smiled. Qin Shi Jun's excited expression suddenly stuck. With an incredulous expression, he looked at Lin Dong. What had the other party said? Not to give himself treatment? In this Great Qin dynasty, was there anyone who dared to disobey his orders? Was it possible that he had misheard? For a moment, Qin Shi Jun froze there, somewhat at a loss for words. The others were also looking at Lin Dong with disbelief. What does this kid mean? Does he not want to live? Being able to solve it yet not solving it. Isn't that looking for death? He might as well just say that he would not. Of course they couldn't understand, at Lin Dong's height, do they still need to make false pretenses? No need at all. Just say whatever comes to mind. Whatever you want. No cure means no cure, even if you are the king of the Great Qin dynasty, what can you do to me? Little divine doctor. I wonder if you can tell me the reason for not lifting the curse for me? After Qin Shi Jun calmed down, he still asked politely. Originally, with his character, when he heard such words, he should have directly called for Lin Dong to be arrested and tortured first before forcing the other party to lift the curse for him. However, after thinking about it, he still did not choose to do so. The main reason was that he was afraid that the other party would harbor a grudge and harm his body when he was treating himself. The reason is simple. When I came here just now, I heard your conversation and learned what kind of monarch you are, arbitrarily determining the life and death of others, killing innocents indiscriminately when you're in a bad mood. It's not too much of a stretch to say that you're a tyrant. If I save you, then in the future, will all the people killed by you have to be counted on my head? Saving one of you but killing more people, this kind of thing is impossible for me to do, just die. Lin Dong said indifferently. As his words exited, the expression on Qin Shijun's face became increasingly ugly. As the king of the great Qin dynasty, he had been in a high position for many years. Who would not be respectful when meeting him? It was still the first time that someone dared to call him a tyrant in front of him. You said that this king is a tyrant. King? Qin Shijun asked word for word. His eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Dong. Isn't it? Regardless of whether others are at fault or not, killing innocents indiscriminately when you are in a bad mood, what is this not tyrant behavior? Saying that you are a tyrant is still giving you face. In reality, you are a dim-witted scum. For someone like you, it's good that this prince didn't make a move to kill you, and you still want me to make a move to lift the curse for you? Have you not woken up from your dreams? Lin Dong nonchalantly cursed at Qin Shijun. He had heard clearly when he came here that he was going to kill the other party just because these physicians could not cure the curse. How could there be such reasoning? If Qin Shijun was a good monarch who was motivated to rule, Lin Dong would definitely help him lift the curse on his body. It was just a matter of raising his hand. However, since he was a dim monarch with a brutal character, this was the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao, so it was better to leave him to his own fate. You even dare to scold. This king is defeated. Class. Qin Shijun's gaze was like electricity as he gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Dong. So what if I cursed you? If not for the fact that you are already paralyzed and unable to move, I would have directly wasted you. Lin Dong was not the least bit afraid of the other party's gaze that was about to kill. A mole cricket that could be crushed with his hands, did he have to care? Good. Very good. After Qin Shijun finished speaking, he shouted at the door, "Someone come." Immediately, guards in heavy armor quickly came in. "See you, Your Majesty. I don't know what the king commands? Arrest this brat for me, I want him to know what happens when he defies this king and insults him." Qin Shijun commanded. "Yes. Your Majesty." The guards immediately bullied their way up, ready to subdue Lin Dong. Qin Zhe, who was beside Lin Dong, tightly grasped Prayer Lotus' hand, showing the nervousness within. Prayer Lotus gently patted the back of his hand, signaling to rest assured. After seeing Lin Dong's heaven-defying methods, Prayer Lian was not worried about Lin Dong's safety at all. She was not a little girl who did not know anything. What kind of person was Lin Dong? A legendary interstellar traveler. A person who traveled all over the universe. How could a mere king of the great Qin dynasty be moved? Anyone knows that there are all sorts of dangers in the universe, and if you are not careful, you won't even be able to find a corpse. Without some strength, traveling in the universe was no different from looking for death. Obviously, Lin Dong had not become a star traveler for a short period of time. This time, he happened to be passing by the Broken Punch Star and came up to find someone to talk to and relieve his boredom. Praying Lotus was also thankful in her heart. It was fortunate that she had met Lin Dong, or else she and Zaire might have died by now. Chapter 1401, Slowly Waiting for Death. When the several heavy armored guards with not weak strength approached 2 to 3 meters away from Lin Dong, they were suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier. No matter what method they used, they still could not continue to get closer. In the end, the several heavily armored guards had no choice but to pull out their weapons and slash down hard at the invisible barrier. The result was like a punch on cotton, useless. Such a situation naturally attracted the attention of the others in the room as well. To be precise, ever since Lin Dong arrived, everyone's eyes had not left him. This was the palace of the Great Qin dynasty, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the most heavily guarded place in the Great Qin dynasty. To be able to arrive here silently and not be discovered by the guards outside was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. This was coupled with the fact that Lin Dong unceremoniously cursed the king of the Great Qin dynasty, Qin Shijun, as a dim-witted ruler. It was even more so that everyone was dumbfounded. If it was before Qin Shijun had fallen ill, he might have noticed that something was wrong. But now that he had been tormented by the curse on his body for more than a year, he had long since lost his mind to think calmly. He only thought about how he could continue to live. When he saw the slightest bit of hope, he would pounce on it regardless. Nowadays, all Qin Shijun wanted in his heart was to grab Lin Dong and have him lift the curse for him. As for whether or not he could do so, it was not a consideration. Perhaps in his subconscious mind, there was nothing in the great Qin dynasty that he, the king, could not do. Your Majesty, this person is weird, we can't get close to him. The heavily armored guard at the head said loudly. Of course, Qin Shijun saw it as well. He stared at Lin Dong and knew that Lin Dong was very strong and the guards were no match for him, so with great effort, he raised his hand and waved it, saying, "All of you, step back. You guys cannot help him." "Yes. Your Majesty." Several heavily armored guards retreated once again. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shijun forced himself to hold back the uneasiness in his heart and asked, "Who exactly is your excellency? Why are you going against this king? Have I gone against you? In fact, speaking of which, I've done you a great favor, you should be thanking me. This is your son, isn't it? After you die, he will inherit your position and become the king of the great Qin dynasty. I believe that he will not be like you and become a tyrant. This is good for everyone." Lin Dong pulled Qin Zhe to himself and said, "I cannot die. This king is still young and has greater ambitions yet to be realized. He cannot die now." Qin Shijun roared loudly. "But you must die. Because the curse that you have been hit by, no one here can solve it except for me, and I am not going to help a dim-witted king." Lin Dong laughed and immediately disliked him back. No. I cannot die. I am the king of the great Qin dynasty with a heavy army in my hands. I cannot die. You have to save me. No, you have to save me, otherwise you will never be able to walk out of this great Qin palace." Qin Shijun shouted frantically. He was irritated by Lin Dong's words. Just like Lin Dong said, if the other party did not save him, then he would definitely die. Qin Shijun could feel his bodily functions declining and his life force passing away. If this continued, it might not take him more than a year to die. As a man who stood at the pinnacle of the great Qin dynasty, he definitely wouldn't be willing to end his life like this. Threatening me? You think I can avoid the guards to come here and won't be able to leave? What a joke. Even if I walk out squarely, your people won't be able to get close to me, believe it or not. Lin Dong smiled indifferently. You. Poof. Qin Shijun pointed at Lin Dong and was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood, which was still mixed with a trace of black gas, obviously left behind by the curse. After spitting out the blood, the entire person shriveled up quite a bit more. All right. I've already said what needs to be said, so just obediently listen to fate and give up your position as the king of Great Qin after you die. This is good for everyone. Can't you see the eyes of those ministers? They have long wished for your death, but they just dared to be angry due to your lustful authority. Lin Dong laughed coldly. Qin Shijun was too angry to speak. Lin Dong no longer paid attention to Qin Shijun and turned his head to look at Prayer Lotus. Mrs. Prayer, I have already sent you safely to the royal palace. It is time to leave. The next step is your own family matters, so I will not be involved. Mr. Lin, thank you for sending me and Zaire here. If it wasn't for you, we would have been killed halfway. Your kindness, we will never forget it in this lifetime. Please accept my obeisance. With that, Praying Lotus knelt down to Lin Dong. Qin Zhe beside her saw that his Aunt Lian had knelt down and followed suit. However, before the two could kneel down, they were lifted up by a force that prevented them from continuing. Mrs. Prayer is polite, as I said. I'm here to find someone to chat and relieve my boredom. Meeting each other is destiny. You can also understand that you and Xiao Zhe's destinies are not meant to be. Mr. Lin, no matter what. Zaire and I would like to thank you. Thank you, Brother Lin, for saving my life. Qin Zhe will never forget it. Qin Zhe was very understanding and thanked him. Good. I accept your gratitude. We will meet again. Lin Dong excused himself and prepared to leave. He was going to continue his journey to the 9th level civilization, Spirit Lan Domain. This living planet, as well as the people on the planet, were just passing through. Qin Shijun watched as Lin Dong was about to leave. Once he left, there would be no one to solve his curse and he could only wait for death. His heart suddenly panicked. Just as Lin Dong turned around to leave, he still could not help but stop him. Wait. Lin Dong looked towards Qin Shijun. What else is there? If you are looking for me to lift the curse for you, it is still better to avoid opening your golden mouth. I said that I will not help a dim-witted ruler. This will cause more people to die, and when the time comes, this debt will all have to be counted on me. I don't want to ask for trouble. Little divine doctor. As long as you can help me lift the curse, I, Qin Shijun, promise that I will never kill a single person indiscriminately in the future, and will definitely govern the great Qin dynasty properly, so that all of my subjects can live a happy and peaceful life. So I also ask that the little divine doctor give me a chance to change my ways. Qin Shijun said with incomparable seriousness. He finally gave in. As long as he could live, he would be willing to do anything. Although Qin Shijun did not admit that he was a dim king. But since you said that I am, then I am, and is it not all right for me to change? Lin Dong smiled at his words. These words are quite pleasant to the ears. Hearing Lin Dong's first words, Qin Shijun's heart was pleasantly surprised. Is this a chance? However, Lin Dong's next words knocked him into the abyss again. However, there is a saying that rivers and mountains are easy to change, but nature is hard to change. Even if you say it nicely, I won't believe you. Comparing the thing of personality once formed, wanting to change it, it is almost unlikely. Even if you can change it for a while, you won't be able to change it for a lifetime. You will soon return to your true nature, and I don't have the time to watch over you, so you'd better wait for death slowly. Chapter 1402 Unexpected Visitor. Lin Dong's words directly caused Qin Shijun to fall into utter despair. His eyes were lifeless, as if his entire essence had been drained away. The tiny bit of life force that remained was even speeding up to drain away. Obviously already let him see the hope of life, but was mercilessly rejected. The ups and downs of this was feeling not anyone can withstand. What's more, Qin Shijun had been tortured for more than a whole year. He knew that no matter how he guaranteed or swore, it was useless. The other party was impossible to lift the curse for himself. Several ministers and maids quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Dong was absolutely right. Due to Qin Shijun's radical and ruthless character, not only was he in the royal family and strong, he had designed to harm his own elder brother, and after logically becoming the king of the great Qin dynasty, he was called a tyrant by many people in private who dared to be angry. Anyone who dared to contradict him would end up miserable. Over time, the name of the tyrant began to gradually spread. It was only that everyone was whispering behind his back and did not dare to speak out. Lin Dong was the first person to say that Qin Shijun was a tyrant in front of him. No one in the entire great Qin dynasty had the guts to do so. Looking at Qin Shijun, who had completely despaired and his heart was like ashes, Lin Dong knew that the other party did not have long to live. Originally, he could have lingered on for another year or so, but now that he had been stimulated like this, I am afraid that he would not be able to survive for even a month. This kind of situation was quite common. For example, two ordinary people, both suffered from the same kind of terminal disease. One knows that he is sick and is in despair all day long. Naturally his mood can't get any better and he will soon die depressed. The other does not know that he is ill, and lives happily every day of his life, and definitely lives much longer than the first person. The secret of longevity in the average person often has a lot to do with the mindset. People with a good mindset naturally live longer, and people with a bad mindset, who often get angry over the smallest things, end up paying for it with their own bodies. Qin Shijun was pretty much in this situation. Originally, before he had met Lin Dong, although the physicians who had treated him had changed from one batch to another and had failed to find out what was wrong with him, he still did not despair. However, after being messed with by Lin Dong, his body, which was already at the end of its oil, could no longer be tensed. The mouthful of blood from his heart that he spat out was the best proof of this. Without the desire to survive, the power of the curse began to continuously erode Qin Shijun's body. In just a few moments, this king of the great Qin dynasty transformed from a middle-aged man into a windswept old man. At any moment, he might die. An old physician who was kneeling on the ground looked up and saw the appearance of Qin Shijun. As a healer who had practiced medicine for 100 years, he naturally knew what this meant, and couldn't help but shout with a trembling voice. King! 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 When the others heard the voice, they all turned their gazes toward King Qin Shijun. The result was predictable. The king who had just been a middle-aged man had turned into an old man who was about to enter the ground at this moment. Such a change directly stunned everyone. Wang Shang! Your Majesty! One by one, they opened their mouths. Regarding the shouts of the ministers, Qin Shijun acted as if he hadn't heard them as his entire body sat there in a frozen state. A deathly aura surged out from his body. It signaled that this man who stood at the peak of the great Qin dynasty was about to leave this world. Lin Dong, on the other hand, watched coldly from the sidelines. If he were to make a move now, he would be able to save Qin Shijun. However, Lin Dong did not have the intention to make a move. What he had said was not a joke either. Saving one person would lead to the deaths of more people, so it would be better not to save them and leave them to fend for themselves. As for his appearance, which had accelerated the time of Qin Shijun's death, Lin Dong did not feel the slightest bit guilty either. After all, if he did not come, these few old physicians who were checking the illness for Qin Shijun would all have to die. Just as everyone was watching Qin Shijun's life enter the countdown, Lin Dong suddenly inclined his head and looked towards a corner of the room. About 10 seconds later, an unfamiliar voice resounded in the room. How could this happen? According to my estimation, with the strength of the king of your Qin dynasty, you could have lasted for at least 2 years if not more, so why is it that after only 1 year, you have already reached the point of running out of gas? Unreasonable. As the voice fell, due to Lin Dong's gaze, a spatial crack appeared and 2 figures walked out of the crack, their feet landing on the ground. The crowd also followed the voice and saw the sudden appearance of 2 strangers. These 2 were both women, tall in stature, with a long white dress that displayed their elaborate figures. At first glance, they really did look a bit like fairies descending to earth. One of them was about in her 20s, and the other was in her 30s. The 2 women, without exception, are the kind of one in a million stunning figure. Ordinary men look at it, will absolutely unconsciously fall deep into it. The few ministers in the room, those eyes were almost glaring out. They had high positions of power in the Qin dynasty, and there were naturally a few women, but they had never seen such a stunningly beautiful woman. The maidservants beside Lord Qin Shijun were even more ashamed of themselves. To be able to be seen by Qin Shijun, to become the servant girl beside the king of Qin, the figure and appearance must be over the top. Compared to these 2 women with their own immortal aura, they all felt inferior. Of course, no matter how stunning these 2 were, they were no longer attractive to Lin Dong. At most, he would only look at them for a couple more moments. Lin Dong's Dao heart had long been firm to the point where it was difficult to be shaken by external objects. Other than the people around him, no one else would want to cause a ripple to occur. Qin Shijun, who was sitting on the bed in a deadly silence, instantly revealed a strong killing intent in his eyes when he heard the woman's words. This was formed only after he had fought for many years and killed countless people, and the temperature in the room instantly dropped quite a bit. It was evident how strong his killing intent was. He couldn't wait to break the person who spoke in front of him into pieces. As long as one had no problem with their brain, they could hear what the woman's words meant. It was obvious. The curse on the Qin dynasty's Qin Shijun was the work of these 2. Who are you guys? Why did you place such a vicious curse on this king? What kind of undying hatred do we have? Is it worth doing this? Qin Shijun looked at the 2 women who had suddenly appeared and asked indignantly. Even though the other party's strength of being able to tear through space was already far above him, at this point, he was on the verge of death, so where did he care about that much? In his heart, he only wanted to know the reason why these 2 bitches had placed a curse on him. Honorable Lord King, you have done too many bad things in your life, so naturally you can't remember who I am, but for me, your appearance has been deeply engraved into my mind, and I also think about this day of revenge all the time, and now it's finally here. How is it? My master's curse isn't easy to bear, is it? How did you feel this year? The young woman said while revealing a hateful gaze. Chapter 1403, Causing Misunderstandings. Who the hell are you? And what is our beef? To make you go out of your way to place such a vicious curse on this king? Emperor Qin Shijun stared at the young woman and asked through gritted teeth. Lord King, can you still remember the dozens of families that you exterminated back then in order to be qualified to compete with your brother for the throne? My Tang family was one of them, and I, as a direct descendant of the Tang family, happened to escape that calamity, and then I met my master, and with her help, I embarked on the path of cultivation, and your curse was something that I asked my master to do, so that she could plant it on you. How does it feel? Isn't it great? I originally thought that you could last for 2 or 3 years, but I didn't think that you wouldn't be able to do it after only a year or so. It's really a big disappointment. I haven't tortured you enough. How can you die? The young woman's hate-filled words caused Qin Shijun, who was in the midst of extreme anger, to speak in a daze. When he had yet to become the king of the great Qin dynasty, the bad things he had done were indeed innumerable. Especially in order to accumulate enough military prestige to qualify to compete for the throne, he had done whatever it took. There were at least dozens of family forces that he had exterminated. All of them were executed by him under the title of anti-Qin treason. As for how many of them really wanted to rebel against Qin, it wasn't too easy to say, perhaps not even one. But Qin Shijun had all of them exterminated for his own merit. The populations of dozens of families all added up to millions of people. And this young woman was the first lineage of the Tang family, named Tanglinger, from one of those dozens of families exterminated by Qin Shijun. So you're the remnants of those anti-Qin traitors? Qin Shijun came to a sudden realization. Remnants of a treasonous nation? Qin Shijun, even you can say such words? As you are still the king of the great Qin dynasty, don't you know in your heart whether we have rebelled against the country or not? It's not because you want to accumulate enough merit and have the qualifications to compete for the king that you indiscriminately put a trumped-up charge on our families. You are a scum who will not compromise for the sake of power. Since the heavens won't take you in, there is for me and my master to take you in. Tang Linger looked at Qin Shijun with hatred in her eyes, itching to immediately whip this person into shape and avenge her clansmen. But she held back, because doing so was actually relieving Qin Shijun of his pain, and it was too cheap for this scum. She would continue to watch Qin Shijun suffer from the curse and finally die in pain and despair. Only then would she be able to release the hatred in her heart. The hatred of raising the family and destroying the clan was not shared. If the Tang family did have the heart to rebel against Qin and was discovered and then exterminated, it was the Tang family that had brought it on themselves. However, something that clearly did not exist was put on such a charge, leading to the deaths of tens of thousands of Tang family members. As the only remaining direct descendant of the Tang family, she, Tanglinger, would not be a person in vain if she did not report this revenge. At this moment, Qin Shijun had already reached the place of death after the stimulation of Lin Dong and the young woman. The power of the curse had already spread to his heart area and was surrounded by a deadly aura. His eyes were tightly fixed on Tanglinger before he shifted his target to look at Lin Dong. Just when Qin Shijun was about to breathe his last breath, the master that Tanglinger spoke of, that woman in her 30s, reached out and gently waved her hand, immediately expelling the curse power at Qin Shijun's heart from his body. Qin Shijun, who was about to go to his death, suddenly returned to his senses, gasping for air as he felt some of his vitality returning. "Thank you, master." Tanglinger respectfully thanked. "Linger, there's no need to be polite to master. What happened to you is also heartbreaking for master, and I also know that it's your heart's demon. That's why I've stepped in to avenge you. I only hope that after this matter is resolved, you'll be able to feel at ease and follow master in your cultivation, striving to reach the realm of the eternal realm as soon as possible. Please rest assured, master. After resolving this scum Qin Shijun and avenging my clansmen, I will definitely cultivate with you properly and won't let you down." Tanglinger earnestly replied back. "So very good." Qin Shijun, who had walked from the gates of hell, once again landed his gaze on Tanglinger's master and disciple. "What exactly do you guys want?" "Of course it's to continue torturing you, to watch you struggle in despair and fear, and wait until when I feel that it's enough, then you can go to hell." Tanglinger sneered. "You demon!" Qin Shijun was furious to the extreme. He didn't want to die, but even more so, he didn't want to be tortured by the curse, or the kind of torture where he couldn't see the slightest bit of hope. Qin Shijun knew deep down that there was a feud of extermination between him and this Tang clan woman that was impossible to alleviate. With the strength of the other party, resisting and not being able to resist, he could only be led by the nose. "Demon? Ha ha ha." Hearing this name, Tanglinger suddenly let out a loud laugh. Although it was a crazy laugh that disregarded her image, her voice was still pleasant to the ear. Only after she had laughed enough did she continue, "Lord King, isn't the word devil a more appropriate way to describe you? Do you know how many people you have sacrificed for power? Dozens of families, fully millions of people, just because you want to merit, want to perform, want to have the qualification to compete for the throne, all of them were killed by you with cruel means. There is also your own brother seems to be secretly killed by you, right? For someone like you still have the face to say that others are evil? It's really ridiculous." Qin Shijun was calculating in his mind how he could remove the immediate crisis. As his eyes glanced at Lin Dong, it suddenly occurred to him. If one could start a conflict between this brat and those two masters and disciples, there might be a ray of hope. It would be best if both sides were of equal strength and fought a losing battle and were still seriously injured. The next step would be their own world. Qin Shijun kept calculating this possibility in his mind. It was very low and very low. So low that it was almost negligible. However, he was not willing to resign himself to his fate just like that. So he rushed towards Lindong and shouted, "My lord, the enemy has already been attracted. If you don't make a move at this time, when are you waiting for? Quickly make a move to subdue them, and this king will never go back on his word for what he promised you." Lindong did not think that this Qin Shijun would even draw the focus to himself as a bystander. On second thought, he understood his purpose. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that this master and disciple had just arrived and did not know what was going on to cause a misunderstanding and then strike at himself. Judging from the woman's hatred for Qin Shijun just now, hearing Qin Shijun's words, she would definitely be the first to do so. Since people had struck out, one would of course be forced to strike back as well. The result would be a great battle between the two sides. Qin Shijun should have hoped that they would fight to the death. The thought was not bad, even if the likelihood of that was low. But it's not a bad chance. It's a pity, it's a pity. A mere Eternal Realm sovereign level didn't even have the qualifications to get close to him, so how could they talk about losing both? Chapter 1404, Aiding and Abetting the Enemy. As soon as Qin Shijun's words left his mouth, the two masters and disciples, Tanglinger, instantly turned their gazes towards Lindong. Since this person was the helper that Qin Shijun had hired, he must have some means. Otherwise, Qin Shijun would not have said these words. In the first instance, Tanglinger's master teacher, Nightlingsi, stepped in. Her thoughts were simple. No matter who this person was or what he was capable of, subdue him first. And there was another key reason. After coming here, Nightlingsi had carefully observed everyone in the room. Others had no secrets to speak of in front of her, but only this young lad could not be seen through. It was as if there was a layer of mist blocking her gaze. As an Eternal Realm master-level powerhouse, on top of this life planet at the very edge of the pale misty galaxy, one would actually encounter someone one couldn't see through? Nightlingsi found it somewhat unbelievable. Therefore, after learning that this person was a helper hired by Qin Shijun, she chose to strike without even thinking about it. It was that she didn't want to give the other party a chance to react. Because out of everyone here, only this kid was an uncertainty. It was imperative that this uncertainty be resolved. When an Eternal Realm powerhouse struck, his speed was certainly as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, Night Spirit Stream arrived at Lindong's side, stretching out her one slender, white, and extremely beautiful right hand, targeting the most vulnerable neck on Lindong's body, preparing to directly subdue the other party. During this process, Lindong did not move at all, standing straight there, quietly waiting for the other party to arrive. Just when Nightlingsi's right hand was still 5 centimeters away from Lindong's neck, it suddenly stopped advancing. An invisible barrier blocked the path of her right hand. Nightlingsi let out a shock deep, increasing the force on her hand. As a result, it still failed to break through the invisible barrier. This made Nightlingsi even more certain that this person was not simple. No wonder she couldn't see through the other party. It turned out that there was also this kind of idiosyncratic means that even she didn't know about. Nightlingsi was only at the Eternal Realm sovereign level, so she naturally didn't know much about the existence of spiritual power. That was something that could only be born at the Eternal Realm supreme level. The entire 4th level civilization, the Songming Galaxy, didn't have an existence at the Eternal Realm supreme level. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Nightlingsi. In order to quickly resolve the person in front of her, she utilized a trace of her Eternal Realm strength, not wanting to give Lindong a chance to resist at all. Although the trace of aura was aimed at Lindong. However, even the aftershocks had left the entire building in a shaky state. Fortunately, another force appeared at this moment to stabilize the situation. Only then was the building saved from collapsing. If Nightlingsi had completely exploded her Eternal Realm aura without any reservation, not to mention the building she was in, the Great Qin Dynasty Palace, and even the entire Broken Rush Star, wouldn't be able to withstand it. It is important to know that the Eternal Realm has been recognized by the laws of the universe and can have a lifespan of at least one epoch. Broken Punch Star was just a living planet at the edge of the Pale Galaxy. For an Eternal Realm powerhouse to want to destroy a planet like this, it simply shouldn't be too simple. It was just that generally speaking, the Eternal Realm would not create killings indiscriminately. After reaching the Eternal Realm, if one couldn't reach the Sage Realm within an epoch, an eternal heavenly tribulation would fall. The more killings one created, resulting in karmic fires entangling one's body, the stronger the eternal heavenly tribulation would be, and the less likely one would be able to make it through. No one could guarantee that they would be able to reach the Sage Realm 100% within an era's time, so the Eternal Realm was still very restrained in this regard. Of course, this didn't mean that they wouldn't kill, they just wouldn't kill too many people. After waiting for the room to stabilize, the crowd opened their eyes and immediately looked over to see both sides of the battle. One could only see Tang Linger's master, Lingxi, standing in front of Lin Dong, her right hand grasping towards his neck but stopping at a distance of 5 centimeters, maintaining the position. No matter how hard Lingxi tried, even using a trace of her eternal realm power, she still could not advance an inch. Seeing such a sight, Qin Shijun's heart burst with joy. Good, good, good. Ha ha. Is just too good. This kid's strength really isn't inferior to that bitch who put a curse on himself. Now the bitch had struck. As a strong person, that kid must not be able to endure this breath, and the next big battle between the two sides is imminent. It's best if both sides lose. That would be a good opportunity for himself to take control of the situation. However, the idea was plump, the reality was bone dry. Time was passing by second by second. The battle situation that Qin Shijun had imagined did not appear. Lin Dong was still standing there as steady as Mount Taishan. Lingxi, on the other hand, stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Her heart was shocked at the strength of this son. She had already utilized a trace of her eternal realm power, but she was still unable to shake him. At this time, Tang Linger also came to Lingxi's side and opened her mouth to shout, "Master." With that, she joined Lingxi in facing Lin Dong. Lingxi nodded in response. "Who are you? Why are you aiding and abetting the evil? Do you know what heavenly angry things Qin Shijun did before he became the king of the great Qin dynasty? Placing a trumped-up charge, exterminating dozens of families and millions of people is just one of them. There are many others, and as far as I know, even after he became the king of the great Qin dynasty, he didn't do anything good." Tang Linger looked at Lin Dong and asked out loud. After hearing Qin Shijun's words, she naturally assumed that Lin Dong was a helper that the other party had invited to deal with their master and disciple. "When did I help the enemy?" Lin Dong smiled. Not in the slightest bit did he put the matter of the other party striking out at himself into his mind. After hearing what happened to Tang Linger, he still sympathized somewhat with the other party. After all, a good family was suddenly wiped out without warning. All of their relatives had died out, and only one person was left alive. This kind of thing would break anyone's heart. It was no wonder that she showed that kind of crazy emotion. She didn't even want Qin Shijun to die, and continued to torture the other party. With her home destroyed, it was too normal to do something crazy. "You didn't help the enemy? Then why are you helping this scum Qin Shijun?" Tang Linger questioned. "I helped him? If I really helped him, would the two of you masters and disciples still be standing here talking to me?" Lin Dong asked back in a salty manner. "What a big mouth. Just now, in order to avoid hurting innocent people, I only used just a trace of my power. Do you really think that you are invincible?" The one who spoke this time was Lingxi. She wouldn't allow someone to talk big in front of her, or a brat this young. At least she was an eternal realm powerhouse, was she not just to be taken by anyone? According to the meaning of the words of this kid in front of her. This eternal realm of his own, he did not put it in his eyes at all. There weren't many people in the entire Tsangming galaxy who dared to say such words. This person would definitely not be included among them. Chapter 1405, Shocked Crowd. Lin Dong smiled without continuing to speak. An eternal realm sovereign level was just a mere eternal realm sovereign level. There was no need to show off his words and argue with the other party. That would rather lower his status. At this time, Qin Shijun quit. He couldn't give both sides the chance to quiet down and talk. It was necessary for them to generate a fight with each other before he himself had that slightest chance. Otherwise, there wasn't even that slightest chance. "I also ask your lordship to quickly make a move to capture the thieves. We can't give them any chance to catch their breath. Look at the wonderful body of these two people. It very much meets your requirements for a woman. When the time comes, would it not be beautiful to confine them as if they were slaves, and have them sing to you night after night? Once you let them run away, it won't be easy to find such stunning nymphs again. My lord, don't miss it." Qin Shijun shouted. The purpose was of course to break the calm conversation between the two sides. To make this pair of masters and disciples have a misunderstanding with Lin Dong. As expected, when Tang Linger and Lingxi heard Qin Shijun's words, their gazes towards Lin Dong instantly became stern. They thought to themselves that it was really impossible for a person to look like that and actually do that kind of thing. They would not even bother to doubt the truthfulness of what Qin Shijun had said. After all, this was the palace of the great Qin dynasty. For Lin Dong to be able to appear here, in itself said that there was an inextricable relationship between him and Qin Shijun, the king of Great Qin. Succubus. Today, I am going to do the people a favor and behead you here, lest you go on to plague other women. Knight Lingxi gritted her teeth and said. At this moment, Lin Dong was also too lazy to defend anything. There were some things that the more one explained, the more the other party was going to misunderstand. It would be better to not go for an explanation and directly strike out in a more convincing manner. Hearing Knight Lingxi's words, coupled with the fact that Lin Dong did not open his mouth to explain, Qin Shijun's heart was agitated and at the same time slightly uneasy. The excitement was because these two were about to fight. The uneasiness was because Lin Dong's behavior made Qin Shijun feel that something was wrong. It was logical that he should defend himself now that he was misunderstood, but he did not say anything. There was definitely something fishy here. Qin Shijun, your plan is good and your timing is just right, smoothly causing these two masters and disciples to be hostile towards me. However, you have misjudged one thing, and that is the strength of this young master. A mere eternal realm juggernaut level is not my opponent, otherwise today could have really gone in the direction you wished for. Lin Dong looked towards Qin Shijun and said with an indifferent smile. Qin Shijun's heart thumped when he heard this, and his mind was rapidly pondering whether what the other party had said was true, or whether he was bluffing. As a result, the answer he got was that the likelihood of it being true accounted for more than 90% and the likelihood of it being false was less than even 10%. However, he still replied stiffly, "What do you mean by this, my lord? Could it be that you are afraid of this pair of master and disciple? Or are you looking for an opportunity to sneak attack? I see, you must want to strike when you are surprised, right? This will save a lot of things. Yes, that must be it." Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Qin Shijun, the way you are lying in a serious manner is really in line with your status as the king of the great Qin dynasty. I have seen that in the face of life and death, face and whatnot is not important at all. After saying that, Lin Dong no longer paid attention to the other party and turned his head to look at Knight Lingxi. This lady, I don't want to explain anything, but you, a mid-eternal realm sovereign level, are not my opponent. If you don't believe me, you can try. I will stand here and not move. Let's see if you can break through this layer of blockade under your full force outburst and touch my body. If you can, it will be considered as a win for you. What are you? There is no one of your caliber in the eternal realm of the Tsangming galaxy. Where did you come from? Knight Lingxi stared at Lin Dong and asked. She was already inclined to believe Lin Dong's words in her heart. Just based on the fact that the other party could tell that he was at the middle stage of the eternal realm's dominator grade with a single glance, this person was not simple. At least she could not tell the other party's exact strength. The great battle that Qin Shijun was expecting did not happen, and it was as if his entire strength had been drained. Finished. Completely finished. In his plan, both sides had to be equal in strength and both be of that stronger character in order for it to be realized. Once both sides were not equal in strength, all that was envisioned would not happen. What awaited him next would be the judgment of two eternal realm powerhouses. Did he deserve this? Or would there really be retribution for doing too many bad things? Qin Shijun thought very unwillingly. So this is called the Tsangming galaxy? What level of civilization? Lin Dong casually asked. 4th level. Knight Lingxi replied. A 4th level civilization? Lin Dong pondered for a moment. Level 4, 5, and 6 civilizations all belong to the range of intermediate level civilizations, with the strongest not exceeding the half-step saint realm. While level 4 civilizations were at the stage of just entering intermediate civilizations, it was estimated that they did not even have an eternal realm supreme level, and the immortal level probably belonged to the tip of the pyramid already. The woman in front of him had the strength of a mid-eternal realm sovereign grade, and should be among the strongest in this level 4 civilization Tsangming galaxy. Seeing that Lin Dong was silent, after some thought, Knight Lingxi still opened her mouth and asked, "Little brother is not from the Tsangming galaxy?" At her age, there was nothing wrong with calling the other party little brother. No. Lin Dong shook his head. Then I wonder where little brother is from. Knight Lingxi continued to pursue the question. I come from the Star Void realm. Star Void realm? How many levels of civilization? Knight Lingxi had not heard of the Star Void Realm, after all, it was too far away. With Lin Dong's half-step Heavenly Emperor level strength, he could ignore the laws of space, and had rushed for a whole half a year before arriving here. If an eternal realm was allowed to travel this distance, it was estimated that it would not be far from his first eternal heavenly tribulation. 7th level. Lin Dong's two simple words caused everyone present to stare blankly, shocked inwardly, including Knight Lingxi, an eternal realm. Even though everyone did not understand the power of a rank 7 civilization, it did not prevent them from knowing the gap between rank 4 and rank 7. One was an intermediate level civilization, while the other had already crossed over into the ranks of an advanced level civilization. It could be said that the two were not at the same level at all. If Lin Dong had said level 6 civilization, everyone would not have acted so surprised, but level 7 was already a height that they could look up to. Little brother is from a 7th level civilization? Knight Lingxi asked in shock. Yes. My name is Lin Dong, I come from the 7th level civilization Star Void Realm. Passing through this Tsangming galaxy, I felt quite lonely wandering alone in the universe for a long time, so I came over to try to find someone to talk to. Lin Dong answered truthfully. It was just that he did not say that he was rushing to the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain. These people were surprised like that when they heard about a rank 7 civilization. If they heard about a rank 9 civilization, they did not know what their expressions would be. Moreover, crossing over from a 7th level civilization to a 9th level civilization in one go, perhaps people would say in their hearts that he was out of his depth. There were some things that could not be explained, so it was better not to say anything. Moreover, Lin Dong was not a high-profile person. Chapter 1406, Insanity. The fact that Lin Dong came from a 7th level civilization, the Star Void Realm, caused the people present to be unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Their strength and status had doomed their eyesight. The Broken Punch Star was merely a life planet at the very edge of the 4th level civilization Tsangming Galaxy. In the entire Pale Dawn Galaxy, it belonged to the most inconspicuous type. And the 4th level civilization Pale Galaxy, and the 7th level civilization between the Star Void Realm, and there is a huge chasm that cannot be crossed. To put it simply, in front of the Star Void Realm, the Broken Punch Star was not even a speck of dust. Even if Lin Dong was at the bottom of the list in the Star Void Realm, he was not something that people like them could mess with. Even if Knight Lingxi's status was not low in that Tsangming Galaxy, she could not offend someone from a 7th level civilization. Hence, after learning that Lin Dong came from a 7th level civilization, Knight Lingxi's attitude had also undergone a drastic change. So it is Mr. Lin. Just now, our master and disciple have offended you. Please be generous to Mr. Lin and do not bother with these two little girls of ours. My name is Knight Lingxi, this is my personal disciple, Tanglinger. She used to be a person from this broken charge star as well, and later, after her family was massacred by Qin Shijun on trumped-up charges, she began to roam around outside, and it just so happened that she was met by me and was admitted to my disciple while I am an elder of the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain of the Tsangming Galaxy. Knight Lingxi respectfully introduced Elder Lin. Qin Shijun, for his own merits and to be qualified to compete for the throne of the Great Qin dynasty, he placed a charge of anti-Qin treason on my Tang family, slaughtering my Tang family's entire family of 37,688, and has an undying grudge against me. That's why I asked my master to place this curse on him, and I want to torture him to death, so as to console the souls of the 30,000 odd members of the Tang family who are still in heaven, and I also ask that Mr. Lin does not meddle in the affairs between us. Tanglinger kneels down to thank you, Mr. Lin. Tanglinger knelt directly in front of Lin Dong after she finished speaking, hoping that the other party would not help Qin Shijun. She knew very well in her heart, once Lin Dong interfered, she was afraid that she would have no hope of taking revenge in this life. The strength of someone from a level 7 civilization and the strength that made even her master teacher feel scared. Even if she reached the height of her master teacher in the future, she would not dare to offend him. Miss Tang, get up. Lin Dong gently waved his hand and a force lifted Tanglinger up before he continued. Miss Tang, don't worry. I never said that I would help Qin Shijun lift the curse, nor would I do so. If you guys didn't come, he would have died by now, but I still have a few words that I would like to say to Miss Tang. Please speak, Mr. Lin. Linger will definitely bear this in mind. Miss Tang. Qin Shijun slaughtered your Tang family, you for the clan to avenge his death. As the saying goes, kill a man to pay for his life, debt repayment. This is a matter of natural justice, this is no excuse, but you are torturing people like this, but some of them fall down, but also will affect your state of mind, limiting your future achievements, since all have been torturing each other for more than a year. Then today, simply completely end the matter of this estate. In the future, you can also put down everything and return to the path of cultivation. With your natural talent, the achievement of the eternal realm should not be a problem. Do not be blinded by hatred. People who are alive have to continue to live. Lin Dong patiently persuaded. He understood Tang Linger's feelings. With her entire family slaughtered and tens of thousands of clansmen left to live alone, that kind of loneliness was not something that anyone could withstand, and perhaps it was the belief in revenge that had brought Tang Linger to this day. Lin Dong did not want to see an outstanding woman limited by hatred. He used a bit of special techniques for these words. Utilizing a hint of spiritual power in them, they could reach straight to Tang Linger's heart. As expected, after Tang Linger heard these words from Lin Dong, her entire body seemed to be frozen in deep thought. It was only after a full minute that she came back to her senses. Then, she once again bowed towards Lin Dong and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for reminding me." Since being copied and exterminated, Linger has indeed been blinded by hatred. Today, being reminded by Gongzi in this manner, it was like the purest of enlightenment, and her entire being has come to her senses. Gongzi Lin's renewed kindness, Linger will never forget it in this life. It's good to be awake. Go! Settle your enemies with your own hands. From now on, let go of everything and properly follow your master to cultivate and strive to achieve the eternal realm as soon as possible. This is the most important thing. Less than the eternal realm, you will soon become a pile of yellow earth. Lin Dong nodded. Yes. Mr. Lin. After Tang Linger finished speaking, she turned to look at Qin Shijun, who was sitting on the bed unable to move. A hateful gaze once again appeared in her eyes, then she walked towards the other party step by step. Today, she was going to handily kill this dim-witted ruler who had killed over 30,000 members of the Tang family. In fact, back more than a year ago, she could have done it with the help of her master. But at that time, Tang Linger felt that it would be too cheap for Qin Shijun. She would have to make Qin Shijun suffer and die in order to release the hatred in her heart. However, after listening to Lin Dong's words, Tang Linger suddenly came to her senses and her state of mind was elevated. As long as she killed Qin Shijun with her own hands, her state of mind would be further elevated, which would be of great benefit to her future cultivation. Qin Shijun looked at the remaining members of the Tang clan who were walking towards him step by step, and his body began to tremble. In the face of impending death, this king of the great Qin dynasty was afraid. He would rather live meticulously enough than die. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Qin Shijun began to shout frantically. He was the king of the great Qin dynasty, he had supreme rights in the great Qin dynasty, he didn't want to die yet. Qin Shijun, when you slaughtered millions of innocent people back then, did you ever think that you would also have this day? Tang Linger asked indifferently. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I really know I'm wrong, give me a chance, I'll definitely change my ways, please let me live. Qin Shijun begged bitterly. Give you a chance? Then who is giving my Tang family a chance? Give those millions of people a chance? They had begged you like this when they died, right? But did you let them go? Tang Linger paused here, then suddenly raised her volume. No. You didn't give them a chance, you ended up killing them all. Qin Shijun, people are doing it, the heavens are watching, today is the time for you to atone for the exhaustive crimes you've committed, give up the struggle. I will give you a pain in the ass. Don't. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I am the king of the great Qin dynasty, you cannot kill me. Is that so? So what if you're the king of the great Qin dynasty? You're still not going to die in my hands today, Qin Shijun. Even if you go down, you won't have a good time, millions of Yin spirits are waiting for you. As Tang Linger continued to approach, Qin Shijun's mental pressure grew. When Tang Linger arrived in front of him, Qin Shijun couldn't withstand the immense pressure and completely collapsed. Bold. I am the king of the great Qin dynasty, how dare you speak to this king in such a manner, come on, give me all these people to take down and lynch them. Yet not a single person on the scene acted. Even the heavily armored guards that were guarding the outside were also out of action. This was because Lin Dong had used his spiritual power to close off the place. Chapter 1407, see you later. Tang Linger's delay in making a move was waiting for the moment when Qin Shijun himself collapsed. For an intelligent being, death was sometimes not scary. What was terrifying was the kind of fear felt before death. Knowing that one was going to die, but not being able to change the ending. That was what tortured people the most. Qin Shijun just couldn't stand this kind of pressure and became completely mentally deranged. Even if Tang Linger didn't kill him at this time, he would still be a lunatic in the future. But there was no way Tang Linger would let Qin Shijun go. She wanted to avenge the Tang family's nearly 40,000 clansmen. Reaching out, she drew a flimsy sword from her waist, and with a gentle shake, the body of the sword instantly straightened, as if it were a poisonous snake, biting towards Qin Shijun's heart. First, the tip of the sword stabbed into Qin Shijun's chest, followed by the body of the sword. After piercing about a few centimeters, the tip of the sword pierced into Qin Shijun's heart, penetrating it. Finally, Tang Linger twisted her right hand. Qin Shijun's heart was instantly torn apart. A generation of tyrants from the Qing dynasty had fallen. After killing Qin Shijun, Tang Linger closed her sword and stood, tears unconsciously flowing from her eyes. She had finally avenged her clansmen. The entire process was watched coldly by Lin Dong. In fact, by allowing Tang Linger to settle her sorrows today, he was not only helping Tang Linger to improve her state of mind, but he was also hiding a little bit of other selfishness. If Qin Shijun continued to live, there would be a lot of uncertainties for the mother and son pair, Praying Lotus and Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was fine, he was after all Qin Shijun's own son, and in the future, after Qin Shijun's death, he was going to inherit the throne of Great Qin. Praying Lotus was not so good. Maybe Qin Shijun would kill her before he died to bury himself. In Earth's history, it wasn't as if there hadn't been this kind of ruthless monarch. Qin Shijun happened to be this kind of ruthless and merciless person. Therefore, Lin Dong simply asked Tang Linger to kill Qin Shijun. Both relieved Tang Linger of her heart demon and settled Praying Lotus's mother and son. The best of both worlds. Things would be fine after that. Qin Zhe inherited the throne, and Praying Lotus, as Qin Zhe's mother, had a predictable status in the Great Qin dynasty. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for helping Linger to lift her heart demons so that her state of mind has been raised by a large margin, and her cultivation will be much easier in the future. Nightlingxi suddenly opened her mouth to thank him. She had truly not expected that Lin Dong's few words would have such a great effect on Linger. Originally, she had thought that it would take another year until Linger had tortured Qin Shijun enough before she could let go of everything. He did not expect Lin Dong to do so quickly. Now, it seemed that if Lin Dong had not awakened Linger with these few penetrating words, she might not be able to completely let go of everything in the future even after she had avenged herself. Nightlingxi did not know that Lin Dong had used his spiritual power, otherwise with just a few ordinary words, how could Tang Linger possibly listen to them when her hatred towards Qin Shijun was so deep? With Lin Dong's Heavenly Emperor grade first stage spiritual power, it was simply not too easy to wake Tang Linger up. Ms. Knight, no need to be polite, it is just a matter of lifting a hand, no need to take it to heart. Lin Dong politely responded. It is a small matter for you, but for Linger, it is a big matter that affects her whole life. With your awakening, in the future, her achievements may be higher than I imagined. This is all Miss Tang's own creation. That's also right. Being able to meet Mr. Lin is indeed Linger's creation. The two men exchanged a few words of courtesy. Lin Dong then locked his gaze on a few ministers and asked, "You are all important ministers of this great Qin dynasty, right?" The several ministers in the room were startled and cold sweat immediately broke out on their bodies. Back to Mr. Lin. Although we are ministers of the great Qin dynasty, none of us have done anything to harm the heavens, everything was done by Qin Shijun himself, and after he became king, we didn't dare to oppose his words at all, and anyone who dared to question them would be suppressed by him, and even their lives would be in jeopardy. A minister stood out and cried. Yes, Mr. Lin, you don't know. Ever since Lord Qin Shijun became the king of the great Qin dynasty, we dare not speak out in anger for fear of stirring up fire. Another person stood out. Then several ministers came out one by one to accuse Qin Shijun of his dominance and crimes. All of them thought that Lin Dong was trying to settle scores with them, the ministers who had assisted Qin Shijun, and each of them were scared to death. They had seen Qin Shijun die in front of them with their own eyes. A monarch who was once so unrivaled and spirited had died just like that. How scenic Qin Shijun was in the beginning, how painful this year or so had been, and how miserable and suffocating his death had been. You guys don't need to be nervous, I'm not looking for you guys because of the Qin Shijun's matter, he's already dead, so let everything pass. I am trying to tell you guys that this is the illegitimate son who was abandoned outside by Qin Shijun. Since Qin Shijun is already dead, the grudge belonging to him is written off. In the future, I hope that you guys can assist Qin Zhe to become the king of the great Qin dynasty. I believe that Xiao Zhe won't follow his old man's example. Lin Dong explained. Several ministers let out a collective sigh of relief. As long as it was not because of Qin Shijun's matter that involved them, everything was fine. It was not like they were going to fight for the throne anyway, who was it not to assist? Not to mention a child in his teens, wouldn't it be easier to control? Of course they certainly did not dare to go too far, after all, Qin Zhe had a big backer like Lin Dong behind him. Who could guarantee that Lin Dong would not return to the broken charge star to have a look in the future on a whim? They would not dare to block their own back roads. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. We will definitely do our best to assist the new king and put him on the right track as you intended. Several ministers replied at the same time. That's good. Lin Dong turned his head to look at Mrs. Prayer Lotus after he finished speaking. Mrs. Prayer, Xiao Zhe is still young and will need you to do some guidance in the future to become successful in the future. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Please don't worry, Mr. Lin. I will definitely teach Zhe's son well, so that he can become a bright ruler. If you have time, please come back to see us. The door of the great Qin dynasty will always be open for you. Praying Lotus said gratefully. I will. Lin Dong looked at Qin Zhe again. Xiao Zhe, in the future, you have to listen to your mother's words. As the king of the great Qin dynasty, you have to remember the words, water can carry a boat and it can also capsize a boat. Only when the great Qin dynasty's country is prosperous and the people are at peace, that is the best way to stabilize the kingdom. The rest of what is obedient to me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish, will only accelerate the destruction. Don't worry, brother Lin Dong, I have remembered. I will definitely not let you down. Qin Zhe reddened his eyes and assured. Although he was still young, he understood in his heart how much Lin Dong had favored him and Aunt Lien. Alright, after the matters here are dealt with, I should also leave, Mrs. Prayer, Xiao Zhe, Miss Knight, Miss Tang. It is a kind of fate that we can meet in the vast universe. We will meet again. Lin Dong bid farewell to several people. Chapter 1408, Refusal to Help. After bidding farewell to a few people, Lin Dong prepared to leave and continue to rush his way. Everything that had happened on the broken charge star was merely a note in his long years. When Yin Shi and the girls all achieved the eternal realm in the future and took everyone on a tour of the universe, when they passed by this place, Lin Dong might come up to take a look. Other than that, I am afraid that it would be very difficult to have the opportunity to descend again. Bon voyage, Mr. Lin. Have a safe journey, brother Lin Dong, and remember to visit me when you have time. Praying Lotus and Qin Zhe's mother and son said at the same time. Linger thanks Mr. Lin for his enlightenment, and I wish Mr. Lin a safe journey as well. Tang Linger thanked from the bottom of her heart. It was Lin Dong's few words that had completely awakened her, otherwise if she kept on hating like this, it would affect her state of mind, and she was afraid that her future achievements would be limited. At this moment, Nightlingxi did not speak, her silver teeth were clenched tightly and her pair of curved willow leaf eyebrows were wrinkled together, as if she was doing a fierce struggle deep inside her heart. Lin Dong did not care and nodded to the three of them and was about to leave. However, it was at this time. As if she had made a great decision, Nightlingxi suddenly spoke out to stop them. Please slow down, Mr. Lin. Lin Dong revealed a puzzled look at his words and asked, Is there anything else Miss Knight wants? I wonder if Mr. Lin could take a step to speak. I would like to talk to you. Nightlingxi gathered enough courage to say. Lin Dong looked at Nightlingxi. With the strength of his spiritual power, he could clearly feel that the other party was nervous at the moment. It looked like there should be something to seek his help. Originally, Lin Dong did not want to meddle in such idle matters. However, as he became stronger and stronger, he gradually began to believe in the saying of fate. Just like he said, it was a kind of fate to meet in this vast and boundless universe. Moreover, with Lin Dong's powerful spiritual senses, the pair of master and disciple, Nightlingxi and Tanglinger, were not the type of people with evil hearts. Planting a curse on Qin Shijun was also because he had done too many bad things. There was nothing else to say. In order to increase his merits and qualify to compete for the throne, slaughtering millions of people for no reason, just this one alone, Qin Shijun was completely sentenced to death by Lin Dong. Nightlingxi and Tanglinger were considered to have done the people a favor. It was just that their methods were a little more brutal, but it did not indicate that they were bad in nature. After comprehensive consideration, Lin Dong still decided to give Nightlingxi a chance. Since Ms. Knight has something to do, let's talk somewhere else. Lin Dong finished speaking as he tore through the space and walked in. Seeing this, Nightlingxi hurriedly pulled Tanglinger to follow. A few moments later. In the void outside the broken charge star. Three silhouettes stood in the air. If Miss Knight has anything to say, let's say it here. I have to continue my journey later. Lin Dong said as he looked at Knight Lingxi and Tanglinger. Tanglinger also looked at her master. She did not know what her master was looking for from Lin Dong. She had been under Knight Lingxi's tutelage for a very short period of time and her strength was low, so she was not qualified enough to understand some of the core events regarding the Tsangming galaxy. Mr. Lin, although we have known each other for a very short period of time, from the way you have just behaved, I know that you are a person who is filled with justice all over. Instead of going straight to the point, Knight Lingxi complimented Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled. In his heart, he was even more certain that the other party was looking for his help. Miss Knight can just say what she has to say. There is no need to be so polite. As I said, meeting each other is destiny. I will try to help you if I can without violating my principles. Upon hearing Lin Dong say this, Knight Lingxi's old face also blushed slightly. She did have something that she wanted to ask Lin Dong for help. Moreover, this matter was not small, and it might even cause the deaths of countless living beings, affecting the future pattern of the entire Tsangming galaxy. After adjusting her state of mind, Knight Lingxi said, Mr. Lin, truth be told, the heavenly snow sacred mountain behind me has always been the head of the righteous sects in the Tsangming galaxy, with the maintenance of the safety and stability of the Tsangming galaxy as its own responsibility, but right now, because of certain reasons, our heavenly snow sacred mountain is facing the danger of being crushed by many forces. Once this matter occurs, countless living souls throughout the entire Tsangming galaxy will be affected, and you are from the Tsangming galaxy, so you are the one who is in the position to help us. Living beings will be affected. You are a great person from a high-level civilization. I hope you can do justice for my heavenly snow sacred mountain. Knight Lingxi stated her purpose and then bowed to Lin Dong. She did not know how strong Lin Dong was, but just the fact that he was from the 7th-level civilization Star Void Realm was a bluff. As long as he was around, it was believed that those guys would not dare to mess around. Lin Dong was silent for a moment after hearing this, then shook his head and refused. Miss Knight, I am sorry. I have my own matters to rush through and do not have the time to stay and help you. Mr. Lin, please do not be too busy to refuse. I know that you are a person filled with a sense of justice. You can go to my heavenly snow sacred mountain to take a look or go to the core frontier of the Tsangming galaxy and ask at any place. Then you will know how my heavenly snow sacred mountain's reputation is in the Tsangming galaxy. Once something bad happens to my heavenly snow sacred mountain, the stability of the entire Tsangming galaxy will be shattered, and at that time, it will definitely result in a situation in which the Tsangming galaxy will be devastated, so I'm still asking you, Mr. Lin, to come to my rescue. Knight Lingxi said sincerely. The entire Tanglinger at the side was dumbfounded. What had she heard? Her own sect, the heavenly snow sacred mountain, was actually in danger? It still needed this young man in front of her to help dispense justice? Although Lin Dong was from a high-level civilization, but after all, he was still so young and looked almost the same as himself, how could he have that ability to help the heavenly snow sacred mountain? Furthermore, Lin Dong's claim that he was from a 7th-level civilization had not been confirmed, so who knew if it was true? What if it was just something he said casually? Anyway, Tanglinger did not believe that the young man in front of her, who was similar to herself, had that strength to save the heavenly snow sacred mountain. Miss Knight, I think you have misunderstood. I do have very important matters that I am rushing to take care of. If I had the time, I wouldn't mind staying here for a while, but unfortunately, I don't, so I am sorry, I can't promise you. Lin Dong remained unmoved. Compared to the dangers encountered in the Tsangming galaxy, he was more concerned about the predicament faced by the Spirit Lan domain. The strength of the D-Yuan Heavenly Emperor level was no joke. As a half-step Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse, Lin Dong could best understand the might of a true Heavenly Emperor level. If Emperor Abyss were to go berserk, the destructive power caused would definitely be epic in terror. With a casual wave of his hand, countless living planets and continents would be destroyed. Countless living beings would pay with their lives. There wasn't even a single person in the Spirit Lan domain who could even slightly restrict Emperor Abyss. With D-John's half-step Heavenly Emperor level strength, don't even think about it. If he did not have the split art, which allowed him to summon 81 equally powerful doppelgangers to fight for him, Lin Dong would not have dared to rashly travel to the Spirit Lan domain and fight hard against Emperor Abyss. After all, his strength was only a half-step Heavenly Emperor level, and he was still half a step away from the true Heavenly Emperor level, and this half-step was the difference between clouds and mud. Chapter 1409, Giving a Split Body. Twice in a row, Lin Dong refused. Knight Lingxi directly froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. To be honest, it took great courage for her to ask for help from someone like Lin Dong, whom she had just met not long ago. After all, these could be the core secrets within the Tsangming galaxy. Other than the top powers, none of the outside world knew about them. Of course, this also showed that Knight Lingxi was desperate and a bit of a disease. In fact, she knew very well in her heart. Not to mention whether Lin Dong had that strength. Even if he did, on what basis would he help himself? On the basis of that ridiculous sense of justice? Stop it. A sense of justice was not as important as benefits. Therefore, Knight Lingxi was already prepared to pay the price. As long as she could help the Tianxue Sacred Mountain get through this difficult time and maintain the prosperity and stability of the Tsangming galaxy, she would be willing to do anything. Unfortunately, Lin Dong simply did not give the opportunity. Perhaps it was because he was self-aware and knew that he was not strong enough and would only bring shame to himself if he rashly agreed to go and help. There was also the fact that people simply did not have the time to care about this idle matter. In any case, no matter what, Lin Dong refused, and that too twice. It showed that he was really unwilling to help with this favor. However, Knight Lingxi still did not want to give up. She was still making a last-ditch effort. Mr. Lin, didn't you say? Meeting each other is destiny. Besides, there are countless civilizations in the vast ocean of the universe, and yet you stopped when you arrived at my Tsangming galaxy. Doesn't this mean that you were sent by the heavens to rescue my Tsangming galaxy? I still request that Mr. Lin follow the will of heaven. Lin Dong was almost amused by Knight Lingxi's words. His own often mentioned saying that meeting each other was destiny had been captured by the other party. If not for the fact that he really had something to do, he would have really wanted to stay and take a look. Unfortunately, time waited for no one. No one could guarantee when Di Yuan would go berserk. By the time he received the news from Di Jiang and rushed over, it was already too late. As for the matter of the Tsangming galaxy, he could only wait until he had resolved Di Yuan himself. Miss Knight, what you said is all reasonable, but unfortunately, I do have something very important this time, and I can't delay it for too long, otherwise the consequences will be much more serious than what you said. After I'm done with it, and return here again, I can take a look at the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain, as you said. It was rejected 3 times in a row. Knight Lingxi also knew that it was impossible for Lin Dong to stay. It was her who was too naive. Thinking that she had met a big shot from a level 7 civilization who could help the Tianxue Sacred Mountain out of its predicament and maintain the stability of the Tsangming galaxy. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong did not give a single chance. I am sorry, Mr. Lin, it is me who took the liberty. Knight Lingxi said in a low voice. Sorry. Miss Knight, the one who should say sorry is me. It is me who failed to help you. Lin Dong was also apologetic. It's fine. There is no need for Mr. Lin to take it to heart. It is my Tsangming galaxy that deserves this. Miss Knight, since you said that as long as the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain does not fall, the Tsangming galaxy will be able to maintain prosperity and stability, let me give you 2 things before I leave. I hope that they can help you. Lin Dong threw 2 exquisite small wooden boxes to Knight Lingxi after he finished speaking. These were made by him when he was idle and bored. A drop of Lin Dong's essence blood was sealed inside, and when opened using a special technique, one of Lin Dong's doppelgangers could be summoned to come out and fight. The doppelganger could only last for 1 hour. With Lin Dong's current half-step Heavenly Emperor level strength, 1 hour was enough to destroy a civilization. Mr. Lin, what is this? Knight Lingxi looked at the 2 small wooden boxes in front of her and asked curiously. This is a small thing I made. When you are in danger, use a special method to unseal it. It should be able to help you resolve the crisis. Lin Dong replied. He did not say that it was his own doppelganger inside. The reason why he had sent the doppelganger to Knight Lingxi was also after much deliberation. It was not that Lin Dong could not walk when he saw a beautiful woman. Which of the women around him were not beautiful? From the moment he came here, Lin Dong was carefully observing Knight Lingxi with his spiritual power. He knew that the other party was not lying before he chose to do so. So, how do I unlock it? Knight Lingxi half-heartedly continued to ask. Come, I'll teach you. Next, Lin Dong began to teach Knight Lingxi the method to unseal the small wooden box. The method was not difficult. With Knight Lingxi's natural talent, she quickly learned it. Miss Knight, you have mastered the method to unseal it. It's time for me to leave. Make sure to open it only when you are in danger. Never open it in normal times, okay? I hope they can help you. We'll meet again. Lin Feng said goodbye. Thank you, Mr. Lin. See you later. Knight Lingxi responded politely. She hadn't realized what was contained in these two boxes in her hands. Those were the two bilocations of a half-step heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. In this fourth-level civilization where the highest combat power was only the eternal realm, what kind of existence was the emperor realm? There were still two great realms in between, the sage realm and the divine realm. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that as long as these two avatars were utilized properly, Knight Lingxi would be able to walk horizontally in the Tsangming galaxy in the future. Not a single power would dare to disrespect her. Bon voyage, Mr. Lin. Tang Linger suddenly greeted from the side. Thanks. Miss Tang, goodbye. Lin Feng returned. His body instantly turned into a bit of starlight and disappeared. He did not use high-dimensional space to rush to Lindong, that would be too slow. Directly ignoring the laws of space and infinitely transforming space, the speed was much faster than rushing in high-dimensional space. The two masters and disciples, Knight Lingxi and Tang Linger, looked at the place where Lindong had disappeared in frozen place for a long time. Master, how did Mr. Lin do it? Tang Linger asked out loud. I do not know either. It seems that Mr. Lin did not lie, he might really be from a level 7 civilization, this kind of means is unheard of. Knight Lingxi replied. Not necessarily. It's not like Mr. Lin is from the Tsangming galaxy, so it's not surprising that he would have some special means that we can't understand. That's true. Knight Lingxi nodded in agreement. Right, Master, what did Mr. Lin give you? Quickly take it out and take a look. Knight Lingxi took out the two exquisite small wooden boxes given to him by Lindong and handed one to Tang Linger, and the master and disciple began to scrutinize them. From the looks of it, it was just two wooden boxes made from wood, there was nothing peculiar about it. There's nothing special about this either. What exactly is contained here? Tang Linger couldn't help but ask. How would I know? Senior. Why don't we open one and take a look? Tang Linger asked tentatively. Don't even think about it. But Mr. Lin said that you must only open it when you're in danger, you must never open it in normal times, didn't you hear that just now? Knight Lingxi directly rejected Tang Linger's proposal. She instinctively felt that the things inside this box were not simple, but she couldn't say exactly how. It was entirely by virtue of a woman's intuition. Hearing is hearing, but aren't I curious? The appearance is just an ordinary wooden box, what good things can it contain? Who isn't curious? I'm also curious. But you can't be curious, if Mr. Lin knew about it, how rude would it look to us master and disciple? Chapter 1410 Siege. Another half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lindong had already reached the edge of the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain and was about to enter the boundaries of the Spirit Lan domain. However, even after arriving at the Spirit Lan domain, there was still a long way to go from the most central 5 elements continent. After all, the territory of a 9th level civilization was too large. And at this moment, the 4th level civilization Tsangming galaxy, however, a big event that was enough to should change the entire pattern of civilization had occurred. The 6 top powers of the Pale Mang galaxy had united and pressured the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain, demanding that the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain hand over the supreme treasure that suppressed the chi of the Pale Mang galaxy, and that it be held by all of them together. Of course, Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain would not agree. This treasure was obtained by their founding ancestor from a mysterious relic that suddenly appeared outside the Tsangming galaxy. In order to obtain this treasure, the founding ancestor of the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain was seriously injured, and returned to the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain not long before he passed away. Since the Tianxue Sacred Mountain had obtained this treasure, there were many capable people under its disciples, and it advanced all the way, eventually becoming the leader of the Tsangming galaxy. It could be said that the rise of the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain only began after obtaining this treasure. As such, it was hailed by everyone as a supreme treasure that suppressed the luck of a civilization, and was spied upon by countless forces that all wanted to obtain it. Nay, the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain was so powerful that there was no chance at all. But now the opportunity has come. The Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain had suffered a decline in its luck due to certain reasons. It so happened that at this time, in another top power in the Pale Mangy galaxy, there was an extremely gifted person who broke through to the Eternal Realm half-step supreme level, and was equal in strength to the strongest old ancestor of the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain. Only then did he unite with the other forces, preparing to overthrow the pattern of dominance of the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain. When the heavenly snow sacred mountain was unwilling to hand over the supreme treasure, the six powers joined forces to besiege the heavenly snow sacred mountain. Due to the fact that heavenly snow sacred mountain's half-step supreme great ancestor had someone to deal with, the entire battle was almost a one-sided situation. As the saying goes, it was hard to defeat four hands with two fists. If they were at the peak of the heavenly snow sacred mountain, they might be fearless of the siege of so many forces. But now that they were at their low point, they would not be able to withstand the six top forces of the Tsangming galaxy joining forces. Above the summit of the heavenly snow sacred mountain, two parties were facing each other. On one side was the imposing coalition of the six major forces of the pale misty galaxy. On the other side was the heavenly snow sacred mountain, with the disciples of the sect each carrying injuries and looking at the enemy with angry gazes. The master and disciples of Knight Lingxi and Tanglinger, who had a brief encounter with Lin Dong, were also among them. As an elder of the heavenly snow sacred mountain and a powerhouse of the eternal realm, Knight Lingxi certainly had to be present for this kind of battle that concerned the life and death of her division. Tanglinger, as Knight Lingxi's personal disciple, also belonged to the core members of the heavenly snow sacred mountain. There was a huge gap between the apparent strengths of the two sides, men and women. Ordinary battle power was not to be mentioned. There were less than 10 people on the heavenly snow sacred mountain side with a battle force above the eternal realm. On the other hand, on the side of the Six Forces Alliance, there were around 30 people, which was more than twice as many. The huge gap in the number of eternal realm warriors allowed the heavenly snow sacred mountain to not have much resistance in front of the six forces. Of course, the allied forces of the six powers didn't dare to push the people of the heavenly snow sacred mountain to the brink. In case the other party put up a fight, it could still cause them some trouble. Not to mention anything else. Just those nearly 10 eternal realm warriors, if they fought to the death, it would be enough for everyone to drink a pot of water. Whether it was the allied forces of the six great powers or the heavenly snow sacred mountain, neither of them had any intention of fighting again. It seemed to be waiting for something. A loud sound came from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. There was a fierce battle going on there. Everyone was waiting for the outcome of that battle. A moment later. Boom. A loud bang caused everyone at the top of the heavenly snow sacred mountain to feel their hearts and minds tremble. Those with low strength even covered their chests and felt difficulty breathing. Immediately afterward, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the sects of the heavenly snow sacred mountain. It was actually an old OU on crutches, with a trace of blood remaining at the corner of his mouth. Old ancestor. All the heavenly snow sacred mountain sect members shouted in unison. Cough, cough. Everyone doesn't need to worry, old ancestor, I'm fine. These old bones can still hold up. Old O coughed and said. Not long after Old O fell, another figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the allied forces of the six powers. It was a stout middle-aged man. Old Mrs. Jean, on account of the fact that you, Tianxue Sacred Mountain, have made a lot of contributions to the Tsangming Galaxy for so many years, hand over that treasure, and I can spare Tianxue Sacred Mountain, or else today will be the day of your Tianxue Sacred Mountain's destruction. The middle-aged man said to Old O. Delusional. Sure, Ba Tian, do you think I don't know what's in your mind? First use the heavenly snow sacred mountain to threaten me to hand over my treasures, then you can easily make your move to exterminate the heavenly snow sacred mountain. When the old man was crisscrossing the Tsangming Galaxy, your kid wasn't even born yet? With this trick, you want to deceive the old body? Dream on. Old O flatly refused. In her heart, she understood that regardless of whether she handed over the treasure today or not, it would be difficult for the heavenly snow sacred mountain to escape without any surprises. For today, Sher Batian had been preparing for a long time. In fact, Sher Batian did not just break through to the half-step supreme level, he had already broken through hundreds of years ago, only that he had not been exposed. It wasn't until recently that it was exposed. It was in order to gather other forces and besiege the heavenly snow sacred mountain together. Old Mrs. Jean, I'm only giving you a chance because you, Tianxue Sacred Mountain, have made a lot of contributions to the Tsangming Galaxy. Don't do it out of respect. I won't be merciful when I strike again. You're already old. It's time for you to hand over the power. Sher Batian, that treasure is what my heavenly snow sacred mountain founding ancestor exchanged with the price of his life. Why should I hand it over to you? And what qualifications do you have to possess it? Old Mrs. Jean questioned. You should know that back then, a relic suddenly appeared outside the Tsangming galaxy. Those who went to explore it were not only your Tianxue sacred mountain, there were also many predecessors from the Tsangming galaxy, and in the end, your Tianxue sacred mountain's old ancestor came back with the treasure. Who knows what happened in the relic? Could it be that everyone worked together to get the treasure? Since then, your heavenly snow sacred mountain has soared into the sky, firmly controlling the power of the Tsangming galaxy, and now it's time for a change of dynasty. Nonsense. The treasure is something that the founding ancestor of my heavenly snow sacred mountain alone exchanged for with the price of his life. It has nothing to do with anyone else, and it's impossible to hand it over to you. I'm too lazy to bother with you anymore, old lady Jean. I'll ask you one last time, to hand it over or not? Sure. Batian gradually lost his patience. Both of them were at the half-step supreme level though. However, he was at his peak and was clearly stronger than the dying old lady Jean. The only thing to be afraid of was whether old Mrs. Jean would use that treasure. No delivery. Old Mrs. Jean still balked. There was no way she would hand over the heavenly snow sacred mountain's mountain town treasure no matter what. Chapter 14:11 Divine Axe appears. The two half-step supreme level powerhouses were arguing. From their conversation, as well as the blood remaining at the corner of old lady Jin's mouth, none of them proved that Sher Baotian was in an absolute upper hand in the battle just now. Originally, the heavenly snow sacred mountain was no match for the allied forces of the six great powers. This old ancestor, Mrs. Jean, was their only hope. As a result, even the strongest person of the heavenly snow sacred mountain was now no match for the enemy. All the heavenly snow sacred mountain disciples couldn't help but think sadly in their hearts. Could it be that this was heaven's way of destroying their heavenly snow sacred mountain? Even if they handed over their treasures, the enemy might still kill and exterminate them. At the very back of the heavenly snow sacred mountain disciples, Nightlingxi was healing Tang Linger's wounds. After recovering 7 or 8 points, Nightlingxi whispered, Linger, even the old ancestor isn't a match for Sherbatian. I'm afraid that heavenly snow sacred mountain will be in trouble this time, if there's another fight later on. I'll create a chance for you to escape. You must do your best to escape while the chaos is on. Don't get attached to the fight, and don't think about coexisting with the heavenly snow sacred mountain. You're still young, wait for the strength in the future, and then reshape heavenly snow sacred mountain's splendor. Senior, I'm not leaving. I'm going to fight side by side with you. Tang Linger refused. Nonsense. With this little strength of yours, staying will only distract Master. Only if you escape first can I let go of the battle. Nightlingxi rebuked. But Tang Linger wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Nightlingxi. There's nothing but. It's a deal. I'll create an opportunity for you to escape when the time comes. Be sure to grasp it, and remember, don't get attached to the battle. Yes, Master. Tang Linger replied reluctantly. She didn't want to leave without her master teacher, who had shown her great kindness. But she also understood in her heart. By being here, she would only drag her master teacher down. In the battle just now, master teacher had taken a slap from the enemy just because he had saved her. Suddenly, Tang Linger's mind flashed and she seemed to think of something. During this period of time, they had all been actively preparing to deal with the allied forces of the six top powers of the Tsangming galaxy. Forgetting one thing. Everything that had happened on the Broken Charge Star half a year ago was still fresh in Tang Linger's mind. At that time, when Lin Dong was on his way out, hadn't he given his master teacher 2 wooden boxes, saying that they could be opened in case of danger and could relieve the crisis? Later on, the two of them studied the wooden boxes for a long time and did not find anything special about them, so they did not put it to heart and put it behind them. Even though neither master nor disciple said it out loud, in their hearts they unanimously thought that Lin Dong was just finding an excuse not to want to help. After all, they had only met in passing. Lin Dong looked so young again, and his strength was estimated to be at the stage of the Eternal Realm Master level. How powerful could something made by his own hands be? However, the heavenly snow sacred mountain had now reached a moment of life and death. Why not take it out and try it out? What if it had an effect? Senior, do you still remember what happened on the Broken Rush Star half a year ago? Tang Linger suddenly asked. Of course I remember. What's wrong? Nightlingxi froze after she finished speaking. Obviously, she had thought of the 2 wooden boxes gifted by Lin Dong. Linger, you mean those 2 wooden boxes that Lin Dong gifted when he left? Tang Linger nodded her head. Didn't we analyze it later? These are just two ordinary wooden boxes, and Lin Dong is just looking for an excuse. Even though he is from a level 7 civilization, he is still young and his strength is limited. Senior, you wouldn't have thrown those two wooden boxes away, right? That's not true. It's just that I don't think it can be of any use. The enemy is Sherbatian, a half-step supreme level existence. Not even Old Ancestor is a match for him, properly the #1 powerhouse in the Tsungming galaxy. Senior, what time is it now? The survival of the entire Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain is at stake. Whether it works or not, it's always okay to try, right? Even if it doesn't work, we don't have anything to lose, do we? Just as the master and disciple were talking, Sherbatian had completely lost his patience. Old Mrs. Jean, since you're so stubborn, then you can't blame me for being merciless. After Sherbatian finished speaking, the aura belonging to the Eternal Realm half-step supreme level erupted out in full force, causing all those below the Eternal Realm at the summit of the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain to feel difficulty in breathing and a feeling of imminent suffocation. This was the strength of the Eternal Realm half-step supreme grade, and only a strong person who had stepped into the Eternal Realm could resist it. Sherbatian, you're bullying people too much. Old Mrs. Jean shouted. The same half-step supreme level aura erupted out to confront him. The two of them countered each other with a blow through the air. Rumble. Powerful aftershocks spread out, causing people to instantly tumble above the mountaintop. Some people with low strength were directly stunned to death. Night Lingxi protected Tanglinger as she quickly retreated. Two half-step supreme level powerhouses were battling each other, and even she couldn't get close. Senior, quickly take out the wooden box given by Lin Dong and try unsealing it to see if it has any effect. Tanglinger urged. Wait a little longer. Night Lingxi returned. If we wait any longer, the Old Ancestor will be defeated. Tanglinger became anxious. Don't worry. Old Ancestor and Sherbatian are both half-step supreme level. Even if Sherbatian is stronger, he won't be able to kill Old Ancestor. Besides, Old Ancestor still has a bottom card that he's not using. What bottom card? Just watch. The Old Ancestor shouldn't be able to hold back anytime soon. The people above the mountaintop retreated to the fringe, making room for the two powerhouses representing the strongest battle force in the Tsungming galaxy to fight. Old Mrs. Jean and Sherbatian were once again engaged in battle. Rumbling sounds continued above the mountaintop. It shook everyone's chi and blood. One by one, they covered their chests in pain. Tanglinger's strength was also low, but her master, Night Lingxi, took care of her and wasn't affected. Sherbatian blasted Old Lady Jean away with a punch and didn't chase after her, but stood in the air, his body radiating an aura of soul dominance. Old Mrs. Jean. You are old and not my opponent, resign yourself to your fate. Hand over the treasure or I will step on the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain. Standing up from the ground, Old Lady Jean revealed a human creepy smile. Is that so? Sherbatian, I know what you're waiting for. Since that's the case, it'll be as you wish. I'd like to see how you'll come to resist my Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain's greatest treasure. Just as the words fell out of her mouth, Old Lady Jean threw her head back and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The blood coalesced in the air, forming a strange rune that emitted a burst of red light. Old Lady Jean then kept changing her hand gestures and finally reached out and pointed. The blood-colored rune flew towards the only protruding peak at the top of the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain, then disappeared in the eyes of the crowd. Immediately after that, that mountain peak rose up from the ground and followed suit, emitting a red light and starting to slowly change, eventually becoming a supergiant axe. Sherbatian looked at that blood-colored giant axe, and a look of excitement immediately appeared on his face. He had delayed laying down a harsh hand, waiting for this moment. The Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain's divine axe for suppressing chi had finally appeared. Chapter 14:12 Divine Axe arrives. The red giant axe appeared in the air, emitting a powerful aura. Old Lady Jean and the crowd of Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain disciples revealed frenzied gazes. Senior, is this our Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain's mountain suppressor treasure? Tanglinger asked as she looked up at the giant red axe in the sky. For our Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain to have today's achievements and scale, this divine axe deserves a lot of credit. Since having it, the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain has had smooth sailing all the way, with strong disciples coming out of the gate, and from a small sect with no name, it has become the premier holy land of the Tsungming galaxy. Night Lingxi returned with a scorching gaze. Senior, since this divine axe is so powerful, why would my Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain still end up in such a situation? Doesn't it suppress chi? Tang Linger asked in disbelief. There was a tremor of the divine axe a few decades ago, and since then, the heavenly snow-sacred mountain has been on a downward spiral. Firstly, the disciples kept having accidents outside, and even the top echelons of the eternal realm of the heavenly snow-sacred mountain have died and been injured due to a variety of reasons, leading to the current situation, and no one knows the exact reason why. Then, if old ancestor sacrifices his divine axe, can he beat Sherbautian? If Sherbautian only has half-step supreme level strength, there is definitely no doubt that he is afraid. Knight Lingxi hadn't even finished speaking. A new change occurred on the battlefield. Old Mrs. Jean transformed into a giant, holding a blood-colored giant axe in her hands, carrying a monstrous might as she chopped towards Sherbautian. The crowd on the mountaintop stared nervously at the figure and the blood-colored giant axe in the sky. Seeing Old Lady Jean exerting her eternal Dharma phase golden body and manipulating the divine axe to chop down towards him, Sherbautian suddenly changed his face and let out a deafening maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. Golden old woman, you've really been tricked. What I want is this moment when you sacrifice the divine axe. The divine axe is certainly a divine object with unrivaled power, but it's a pity that with your strength, you can't utilize the true power of the divine axe. It's better to give it to me. I will bring it to fame in the heavens and the worlds, ha. Obviously, for the appearance of the divine axe, Sherbautian had been prepared. Or perhaps he had been merciful all along, just to wait for old Mrs. Jean to sacrifice the divine axe. Now that his purpose had been achieved, there was no need for him to hide his strength. Boom! A stronger and more domineering aura violently erupted from Sherbautian's body. It was unknown how many times more powerful than the half-step supreme level. Everyone present froze. They thought that half-step supreme grade was Sherbautian's full strength, but they had never thought that Sherbautian was a true supreme grade powerhouse. The difference between a supreme level and a half-step supreme level appeared to be only half a step, but in reality, it was a world of difference. The people of the heavenly snow-sacred mountain were all confused. Sherbautian, this thief, actually hid his strength? Could the old ancestor cope with it? If he couldn't, I was afraid that today would be the end of the heavenly snow-sacred mountain. Even the heavenly snow-sacred mountain's old ancestor, old Mrs. Jean, who was in the middle of the battlefield, was shocked. It was too late for everyone to think too much. The blood-colored giant axe had already cleaved above Sherbautian's head. With regards to this divine axe, Sherbautian didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless even after exposing his strength at the supreme level. It was a good thing that the one manipulating the divine axe was only a half-step supreme grade, otherwise he would not have had a single chance of winning. Raising his hands above his head, Sherbautian prepared to receive this axe hard. Boom! There was a loud bang. Sherbautian's tiny body was directly cleaved into the ground by the giant axe, while swirling out countless dust. Just as everyone waited for the dust to dissipate to see Sherbautian's condition, suddenly a loud cry rang out. Rise for me! Only to see the blood-colored giant axe being lifted up into the air bit by bit. Despite old Lady Jin's all-out suppression, it was still to no avail. As the divine axe detached from the ground little by little, the dust dispersed and the entire battlefield was revealed. At this time, Sherbautian incarnated into a giant, holding the blood-colored giant axe with both hands and lifting it up. Old woman Jean, as I said, with your strength, it's difficult to utilize the power of the divine axe, so it's better to hand it over to me. I'll carry it forward. Sherbautian Lu said excitedly. Sherbautian, you're dreaming. I won't give the divine axe to you. Old Lady Jean was furious to the extreme. The divine axe was her heavenly snow-sacred mountain's greatest treasure. The founding ancestor of the heavenly snow-sacred mountain had exchanged his life for it, and she could never let Sherbautian have his way. Is that so? That's not up to you. Do you know why I've delayed revealing my supreme level strength to defeat or even kill you? It's because I was waiting for you to sacrifice the divine axe. Now that the divine axe has been released, I, Sherbautian, will soar to the heavens from now on with the help of the divine axe, walk out of the Tsangming galaxy, and crisscross the 10,000 realms of the universe, and no one will be able to stop me, ha ha. Sherbautian laughed crazily. With all her strength, old Mrs. Jean tried to retrieve the divine axe. However, the divine axe did not move, as its other end was grabbed by Sherbautian. When the laughter disappeared, Sherbautian bellowed once again. Spread your hands. At the same time, a force belonging to the supreme level was injected into the divine axe. It caused its emanation of blood color to become even more bright red. Elderly Mrs. Jean only felt a sharp burning sensation in her hand holding the divine axe, forcing her to let go of it. Sherbatian seized the divine axe, his right hand gripping on top of the axe's handle, and his entire aura skyrocketed once again, rather like an aura that was the only one under the heavens. The mere aura that was emitted shook the half-step supreme-level old lady Jean into a constant retreat, a look of fear in her eyes. Sherbatian, you bandit, quickly return the divine axe to me, it belongs to my heavenly snow-sacred mountain. Old Mrs. Jean cursed. Wanting to force her way forward to snatch the divine axe, it was just that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get close to Sherbatian. Originally, there was a huge gap between the strength of the two of them, plus at this time, Sherbatian had the divine axe added on, his strength was even higher. Wouldn't it be something that old lady Jean, a half-step supreme grade, could deal with? Ha 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 ha. Is really a divine weapon. With it, from now on, I, Sherbatian, will be like a tiger with wings, and it will no longer be a dream to traverse the universe and all realms. Sherbatian laughed openly. Then he said in a very pretentious manner, with the divine axe in my hand, the world is mine. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will die. While saying this, he raised the divine axe above his head. At this moment, his aura climbed to a peak that had never been reached before, and his strength, which had only been broken through not long ago, was even vaguely loosening, with a tendency to get one step closer. This made Sherbatian surprised and happy. Confidence reached a height that had never been reached before. Thinking to himself that Lao Zi was the one chosen by the heavens, destined to walk out of the Tsangming galaxy and suppress the universe's 10,000 realms. In the face of such an imposing and unrivaled man, a sense of sadness welled up in old Mrs. Jin's heart. She had known that it was not good the moment Sherbatian had revealed his supreme-level strength. Now that even the heavenly snow-sacred mountain's divine axe for suppressing chi had been snatched away, the only hope was gone, so what was there to fight against? Everything was over. Chapter 14:13, A Great Surprise. Ha 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 ha. Sherbatian laughed for a few whole minutes before he stopped. He was simply too happy. Everything that happened today was all within the plan. Bringing the 6 top forces of the Tsangming galaxy to besiege the heavenly snow-sacred mountain. Deliberately hiding his strength so that old Mrs. Jean could see the hope of winning and sacrificing the heavenly snow-sacred mountain's divine axe. Then exposing her strength, she snatched the divine axe for herself. Everything was exactly the same as what Sherbatian had in mind. Things had come to an end here. All that was left was to wipe out the people of the heavenly snow-sacred mountain and kill them all here, completely destroying the heavenly snow-sacred mountain. Sherbatian would not give them a chance to make a comeback. The divine axe had after all been controlled and studied by the heavenly snow-sacred mountain for so many years, who knew if they still had the means to control it. Old Mrs. Jean, you heavenly snow-sacred mountain, don't blame me for this, cutting off the roots and eliminating the roots. This is the rule. If you want to blame it on your own lack of strength. You can't utilize the power of the divine axe, and it's cheaper for me, Sherbatian. Sherbatian said as he looked at old Mrs. Jean. For her part, old lady Jean was silent. She had long known that once she lost, it would inevitably end up like this. There was no way Sherbatian would spare the heavenly snow-sacred mountain. An aura of sadness spread above the entire heavenly snow-sacred mountain summit. The once leading boss of the Tsangming galaxy was about to fall just like this. Aside from Sherbatian's power, the other 5 powers were beginning to regret a bit. They didn't know if they were right or wrong to do so. Would everyone really be able to live well after being controlled by Sherbatian in the Tsangming galaxy? Not really. From the moment Sherbatian had just said, those who obey me will prosper and those who go against me will die, everyone knew that things weren't as simple as they thought. He wouldn't honor his promise either. But things had already developed to this point, and it was useless to regret. Sherbatian's purpose had been achieved. He didn't want to continue wasting time, he still had to go back and study the divine axe. So he gathered his power on top of the divine axe. A suffocating aura emanated from above the divine axe and grew stronger and stronger. The blood-colored light also became more and more prevalent. When this axe fell, the heavenly snow-sacred mountain would become history. All the heavenly snow-sacred mountain disciples at the top of the mountain did not put up the slightest resistance, including old lady Jean. All of them were silently waiting for death to come. This was because they knew that in the face of Sherbatian's divine axe, which he had catalyzed with supreme-level power, doing anything would be futile. However, there were exceptions. At the very end of the heavenly snow-sacred mountain camp, there were 2 people who were preparing something with their hands. Master, you should hurry up. Sherbatian is about to make his move. If he chops down with this axe, we'll all die and none of us will be able to escape. Tang Linger anxiously urged up. Don't panic, don't panic. Aren't I looking for it right now? It'll be found soon. Nightlingsi said back. Saying that she wasn't panicking on her lips, she was actually panicking in her heart. It could be seen from her trembling hands. It was a matter of life and death for herself as well as all the disciples of the entire heavenly snow sacred mountain. It would be strange for Nightlingsi not to panic. Although she had also seriously doubted the role of that small wooden box. But now that she was desperate, she could only take it out and try it out. Senior, you're not giving it away, are you? Tang Linger couldn't help but be skeptical. Definitely not. Even if I don't think it's of any use, I definitely won't throw it away, don't worry. It's just that I have a bit too many things, and I haven't found them in a while. Then you should hurry up. Soon. During the master and disciples' conversation, Sherbatian had already made his move. The blood-colored giant axe carried an unparalleled might as it slashed down towards the gathered disciples of the heavenly snow sacred mountain. Old Mrs. Jean had already put away her eternal Dharma phase golden body and stood together with everyone else. If the heavenly snow sacred mountain was destined to perish, then she, the old ancestor, would naturally follow everyone. Just at the critical moment, Nightlingsi shouted. Found it! Then without being able to think too much, she immediately began to lift the seal of the small wooden box. The blood-colored giant axe landed on top of the heads of the heavenly snow sacred mountain's disciples and was about to split into the crowd. The crowd unconsciously closed their eyes and waited for death to come. However, time passed by second. Death did not come, and even the suffocating aura suddenly disappeared. What's going on? The disciples of the heavenly snow sacred mountain opened their eyes one by one. They only saw that the blood-colored giant axe was still resting above their heads and was close to them, but it was unable to fall down. It was only when everyone took the entire axe blade into their eyes that they realized. At some point in the crowd, an unfamiliar young man had appeared, and he was raising one hand above his head to catch the blood-colored giant axe that Sherbatian had chopped down, causing it to be unable to fall. Not only were the people of the heavenly snow sacred mountain stunned by this scene, even the rest of the six powers, as well as Sherbatian, who was holding the divine axe in his hand, were stunned speechless. Who was this person? Surprisingly, he was able to catch his own strike using his divine axe with his bare hands? How could this be possible? For a moment, Sherbatian wondered if he had been blind. This kind of character simply did not exist in the Tsongming galaxy. The entire summit of the heavenly snow sacred mountain was silent. Everyone stared blankly at that tiny body. Compared to Sherbatian, who had executed the eternal Dharma phase golden body, as well as the blood-colored giant axe, that figure was simply pitifully small. However, it was such a small figure that blocked the shocking strike. The blood-colored giant axe was unable to descend any further by the slightest bit, preserving the heavenly snow sacred mountain's disciples who should have been wiped out. Sir Lin! Sir Lin! Nightlingsi and Tang Linger shouted out excitedly as they looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared. Their voices seemed so clear on the silent summit of the heavenly snow sacred mountain. The one who blocked the blood-colored giant axe was naturally Lin Dong's doppelganger that had been unsealed and summoned by Nightlingsi. When he left the Tsongming galaxy, Lin Dong had sent 2 wooden boxes sealed with his doppelganger to Nightlingsi for her to unseal when she encountered danger. Nightlingsi had never taken it too seriously. She did not think that something made by Lin Dong's own hands could have much power. Now that she had opened it, she was also forced to do so out of desperation. What made Nightlingsi and Tang Linger's master and disciple not expect was Mr. Lin actually appeared and even saved them. How could the master and disciple not be excited? Lin Dong turned his head to look at Nightlingsi and Tang Linger and greeted them with a smile. Miss Knight, Miss Tang, long time no see. Although it was only a doppelganger, it was Lin Dong's detached soul that was used, maintaining a shared relationship with the main body. In other words, Lin Dong, who was still rushing at this moment, also knew that someone had summoned his bilocation. Mr. Lin, thank you. Thank you for showing up and saving my heavenly snow sacred mountain, really thank you. Nightlingsi choked up a little as she spoke. Just now, she had felt completely desperate. The supreme great Sherbatian, who had also snatched away the heavenly snow sacred mountain's supreme treasure, was so powerful that no one could defeat him. As a result, Lin Dong, who had not been favored, had instead given her a great surprise. Chapter 1414 Strength Crushing. Miss Knight is too polite, but I have to tell you first, this is not my main body, but a doppelganger that can only exist for 1 hour, which means that whatever needs you have to bring them up within that 1 hour, otherwise I will disappear once the time has passed. Lin Dong's doppelganger explained. Knight Lingxi and Tang Linger came to a sudden realization. They were still puzzled as to how Mr. Lin suddenly came out of the wooden box, but it turned out to be the doppelganger. It was just that this doppelganger was also too powerful, right? It actually wasn't any different from the main body. It was also frighteningly strong, actually easily blocking Sher Batian's shocking strike with just one hand. Even the doppelganger is this powerful. Then how strong should Sir Lin's main body be? Sir Lin, I don't have any requests, I only hope that you can help my heavenly snow sacred mountain, take back our supreme divine axe from Sher Batian, and then drive all of these people out, returning my heavenly snow sacred mountain to a clean slate. Knight Lingxi said loudly. She did not ask Lin Dong to kill all these people besieging the heavenly snow sacred mountain. After all, judging from the initial contact, Lin Dong was not the type of person who was murderous. If she rashly made such a request, in case it displeased Mr. Lin's heart, it would be more than worth the loss. Right now, as long as the heavenly snow sacred mountain could be preserved, it would be fine. It's that simple? Knight Lingxi nodded her head. After receiving an affirmative answer, Lin Dong did not ask any more questions and turned his head to look at Sher Baotian and the others as he slowly said. We are strangers, I do not understand what kind of grudge you have against each other, and I do not want to make things difficult for you. Have you heard what Ms. Knight said? Leave the heavenly snow sacred mountain's divine axe behind, then all of you will exit the heavenly snow sacred mountain and never set foot here again, and the matter of today will end. How about that? Who exactly are you? Sher Batian stared at Lin Dong and asked in a deep voice. You can't care who I am, nor do you have the qualification to care. I will ask one last time, what Miss Knight said, do you agree or not? If you don't agree, I'm going to make my move. If I accidentally injure, or accidentally kill anyone at that time, don't blame me. Lin Dong said seriously. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business, some things are not for you to meddle in. Sher Batian sneered. Although in his heart, he was intimidated by Lin Dong's strength that he was able to catch his full force strike with his bare hands. But who was he? Eternal Realm Supreme Level Powerhouse. The #1 expert in the Tsangmeng Galaxy. Would he be afraid of a mere youngster? If he were to let Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain go like this today, would he still want to lose his face? In any case, we have to fight first. Surrendering without a fight was not his Sher Batian's character. So that means you don't agree? I have limited time and do not have the time to talk nonsense with you. In that case, don't blame me. Lin Dong did not continue to talk nonsense, and after he finished speaking, his right hand that was blocking the scarlet giant axe, his index and middle fingers were stacked and he flexed his fingers. Ding! An ear-piercing sound suddenly resounded throughout the scene. The crowd on the summit of the heavenly snow sacred mountain all covered their ears in pain. However, there was no use. It was as if the sound did not enter the body through the ears. No matter what they did, it could still shock everyone's chi and blood. Sher Batian only felt a force that he could not resist coming from his right hand that was holding the divine axe, and it was too late to let go of his hand. The force had already spread throughout his entire body. All of his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were violently shaken. Put! A mouthful of fresh blood mixed with some internal organs gushed out. The eternal golden body Dharma phase directly lifted. Sher Batian's body fell to the ground, his legs bent forward, his knees landing on the ground, and his hands supporting his about-to-fall body. Just now, the unrivaled Sher Batian was still unbeatable. In just an instant of effort, he was already kneeling on the ground in agony, and blood mixed with his internal organs kept flowing out of his mouth. In a moment, the ground was already dyed red. Such a shocking scene made everyone at the top of the heavenly snow sacred mountain open their mouths wide in shock. Who was Sher Baotian? That was a supreme-level powerhouse, the #1 expert of the Tsangming Galaxy. Even the old ancestor of the heavenly snow sacred mountain, old Mrs. Jean, was not a match for him. He was defeated like that? Defeated completely and utterly, without even the slightest bit of resistance? Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Dong. Who in the world was this person? He actually possessed the strength to kill Sher Batian in seconds. It was still Sherbautian who held a divine axe in his hand. It was truly unbelievable. The Nightlingcy master and disciple were also staring at their own eyes, their hearts both shocked and surprised at the same time. Mr. Lin was too powerful. A doppelganger could kill the supreme level Sherbautian in seconds. How powerful must the main body be? Truly, you can't judge a person by their appearance. At first, the master and disciple had looked down on Lin Dong, thinking that a young lad, even if he came from a 7th level civilization, could not be that strong. Now it was a hard slap in the face. The master and disciple looked at each other and could feel the bitterness in each other's hearts. That regret in their hearts. If they had known this, they should have made good relations with Mr. Lin. If the other party could have gifted a few more wooden boxes, wouldn't they have been able to walk sideways in the Tsangming galaxy? Not true. Now they could already walk sideways in the Tsangming galaxy. Everyone had seen the strength of Lord Lin's doppelganger, and the remaining wooden box that sealed Lord Lin's doppelganger was definitely a deterrent to all the forces in the Pale Misty Galaxy as long as it was utilized properly. The Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain's elder ancestor, Old Lady Jean, was also looking at Lindong with disbelief at this moment. She had a deep understanding of how strong the supreme level was. Coupled with the divine axe in his hand, Sherbautian could completely manage to cross the ranks. As a result, he was instantly killed by a young man's doppelganger. Then I'm afraid that this young man's true strength was no longer at the Eternal Realm. Only the legendary Saint Realm could do such a crisp job. Sage Realm An envious light appeared in old Mrs. Jin's eyes. The Eternal Realm still needed to experience the eternal heavenly tribulation even when they reached the peak of the supreme level or even the half-step Sage Realm. For as long as one did not step into the true Saint Realm, one would be plagued by the eternal heavenly tribulation. And as time passed, the eternal heavenly tribulation would grow stronger and stronger. The final outcome of the Eternal Realm was either to be blasted to dregs by the eternal heavenly tribulation, or to successfully step into the true Saint Realm and achieve true immortality. For an eternal realm. The lifelong wish was to achieve the Sage Realm before the eternal heavenly tribulation arrived. Elderly Mrs. Jean moved her gaze away from Lindong and landed on the Nightlingcy master and disciple. Nightlingcy was an eternal realm elder of the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain, which she naturally recognized. What puzzled old Lady Jean was, when did this little girl know a young Saint Realm powerhouse? Such a strong person, not to mention a rank 4 civilization, even a rank 6 civilization could not have one, only a high-level civilization like a rank 7 civilization existed. It seemed that fate hadn't abandoned the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain yet. Facing an attack from a supreme-level powerhouse like Sherbautian, it was still able to turn the tide. It was evident that the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain was the force favored by the heavens. Chapter 14-15, Suspicious. After Lindong wasted Sherbautian, he did not continue to strike but was instead observing the blood-colored giant axe in the sky. He instinctively felt as if it was useful to him. After a moment of careful recollection, his mind flashed and something came to mind. The system had once shown, if you wanted to complete the final upgrade, you had to gather the 3 major divine weapons: Heaven Opening Axe, Sun Shooting Bow, and Thunder God Hammer. The Thunder God Hammer had already arrived, but there was no news about the Heaven Opening Axe and the Sun Shooting Bow. This divine axe could not be the Heaven Opening Axe, could it? Lindong's doppelganger looked at the blood-colored giant axe in the sky. He felt that it was very likely. One that could catch a flick of his own flexed finger and remain unharmed was not a mortal object. However, whether it was or not, one would still have to come personally and test it with the system to know. The split body does not bring the system, cannot judge whether this blood-colored giant axe is the Heaven Opening Axe or not. It seemed that the main body would have to come to the Tsangming Galaxy in person. The Heaven Opening Axe was of great use to Lindong. It was one of the 3 keys to unlock the last upgrade of the system. If he was unable to gather the 3 divine artifacts and unlock the last upgrade of the system, then the Emperor Realm was the limit of what Lindong could achieve. It was not possible to proceed any further. Although as of now, the Emperor Realm was already sufficient to resolve all troubles. Who could predict what could come after? What if a powerhouse that surpassed the Emperor Realm appeared? Wouldn't that just leave them to be slaughtered? This was not in line with Lindong's character. He was the type of person who liked to save for a rainy day. Since there was still one more upgrade to the system, it had to be done to the limit. If this blood-colored giant axe was truly a heaven-opening axe, it was necessary to get it no matter what. The big deal was to give more compensation to the heavenly snow sacred mountain. It was believed that they wouldn't reject themselves. After the observation was over, the bilocation passed the information to the main body. The two had a shared soul and could generate a simple connection with each other. It was only impossible to know the specific details if the distance was too far. On the other side, Lin Dong, who was close to the range of the 9th-level civilization spirit Lan domain, suddenly felt a tremor in his soul. He knew that this was someone summoning out his doppelganger. After sensing carefully for a moment, it was certain that it was not Yun Shi and the others on Earth. Then, it was only Shen Yuanshou and Su Shueling from the Star Void Realm, as well as the Nightlingxi master and disciple from the Tsangmeng Galaxy. Shortly afterward, Lin Dong received a message from the doppelganger, which confirmed that it was the Nightlingxi master and disciple from the Tsangmeng Galaxy who had encountered danger and summoned the doppelganger. Moreover, there was another item in this message that told Lin Dong's main body to make sure to travel to the Tsangmeng Galaxy once again. Although Lin Dong did not know exactly what the situation was, since it was transmitted by the bilocation, it was definitely not a small matter. When he returned to Earth after resolving this trouble with Emperor Yuan, he would still have to make a trip to the Tsangmeng Galaxy. Right now, Lin Dong could only put this matter aside for now, as the spirit Lan domain was close at hand and it was impossible for him to return immediately. The matter of the spirit Lan domain was the most important thing at the moment. Level 4 civilization, Tsangmeng Galaxy, on top of the heavenly snow sacred mountain. What was Lin Dong's strength? A half-step heavenly emperor level powerhouse. The force of the detachment's finger-flexing flick was not just as simple as injuring Shi Baotian, but rather, it had directly and completely nullified him. In other words, at this moment, Shi Baotian's supreme-level strength had already gone down the drain, and he was no longer a supreme-level powerhouse, but an ordinary person. For a person who aspired to traverse the 10,000 realms of the universe, such an outcome was clearly more difficult to accept than killing him. Shi Baotian slowly raised his head, a pair of blood-red eyes, filled with hatred, looked at Lin Dong who was not far away, and with a trembling voice, he asked in disbelief, You actually wasted me? As I said, since you do not agree to withdraw, then I will only have to do it. As for what kind of consequences it will cause in the end, you will need to bear the burden on your own. Lin Dong returned with an expressionless face. Bastard! Then why don't you just kill me? Why did you leave me alive? Do you know that nullifying me is more cruel than killing me? Shi Baotian growled. Not killing you is just so that you can have a chance to reform, but if you do want to die, the people from the heavenly snow sacred mountain should be able to help you realize that wish. You. Poof. Shi Baotian was so infuriated by Lin Dong that another mouthful of blood spurted out and he directly fell to the ground and fainted. He was already severely injured, but when he was further irritated, he could not get a breath and fainted. Lin Dong's doppelganger no longer paid any attention to Shi Baotian. A mole cricket was not worth his time. He had already given Shi Baotian a chance, but unfortunately, the other party did not cherish it, so he would have to bear the consequences. When Lin Dong had just come out, he saw that Shi Baotian was going to destroy all the disciples of the heavenly snow sacred mountain in one strike. And Shi Baotian's strength was at the supreme level, which was far beyond the others. From this, one could tell that Shi Baotian was not a good person. There was no need for Lin Dong to be merciful when dealing with a fellow who treated his life like grass. Scrapping it was already considered merciful. Shifting his gaze towards the people of the six forces behind Shi Baotian, Lin Dong spoke. I'll say it again, withdraw from the heavenly snow sacred mountain and never set foot in it again. I can spare you, otherwise. Lin Dong's eyes changed as his killing intent came out. Shi Baotian is your example. Next time I strike, I will not be merciful anymore. You guys have to be mentally prepared. These words immediately sent a chill down the hearts of the people of the six major forces of the Tsangmeng Galaxy, all of whom were terrified. The nearly 30 Eternal Realm powerhouses all felt an intense crisis of death. Even the supreme level Shi Baotian was not a match for Lin Dong and was instantly killed in seconds. Where would they have the courage to resist? Immediately, an Eternal Realm responded. Please rest assured, my lord. We swear that from today onwards, we will never set foot on the heavenly snow sacred mountain again. If we violate this oath, we will surely be struck by heavenly thunder and die without a burial place. Please let us live, my lord. Please also let us live, my lord. The rest of the people followed at the same time and begged loudly for mercy. Remember what you have said today and take Sherbatian and get lost. Lin Dong waved his hand and a force pushed the fainted Sherbatian into the crowd. A waste, it was no longer relevant. Even if he lived, he could only be an ordinary person in this lifetime. With Sherbatian's domineering character, he must have offended many people in the Tsangmeng galaxy. After becoming a wastrel, there would be plenty of people looking for him. Whether or not he could live meticulously depended on his luck. The 6 major forces of the Tsangmeng galaxy, after obtaining Lin Dong's consent, left the Tianchue sacred mountain with a roll. They swore that they would never come to this hellish place again. Miss Knight, this matter has been settled. You can keep the divine axe for the time being. My main body will come to you sometime later after it has finished its work, and I will have something to discuss with you at that time. Lin Dong's doppelganger looked at Knight Lingxi and said. Hearing that Lin Dong's main body was coming, the hearts of the Knight Lingxi master and disciple were delighted. Having another chance to see Mr. Lin, they would definitely not doubt his abilities anymore. Many thanks to Mr. Lin for saving their lives. The two bowed towards Lin Dong. Many thanks to Mr. Lin for saving their lives. The rest of the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountains disciples all followed the example of the Knight Lingxi master and disciple and bowed respectfully to Lin Dong's detachment. There is no need for everyone to be polite. It's just a matter of lifting our hands. Let's meet again next time. After Lin Dong's doppelganger finished speaking, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Respectfully send off Mr. Lin. Chapter 1416 Entering the Spirit Land Domain. Lin Dong did not have the time to pay attention to the matters of the Tsangming galaxy. Even if the doppelganger transmitted important information, he could only wait until the matters in the Spirit Land Domain were resolved before returning to take a look. As time passed, Lin Dong entered the confines of the Spirit Land Domain and headed towards the 5 Elements continent at the very center. He had taken the initiative to contact Di Jiang, who told Lin Dong that Di Yuan had not yet appeared and that Di Ji was also recovering her soul. Due to the more serious trauma to Empress Ji's soul this time around, it would still take some time before she could recover to the point where she could remodel her physical body. Lin Dong was not prepared to disturb either. Now that he had arrived at the Spirit Land Domain, he would be able to be the first to arrive at the scene no matter where Di Yuan was wreaking havoc. Calculating the time, the day when the elf clan would hold their sacrificial ceremony was approaching, so Lin Dong was prepared to go to the elf forest first and attend the elf clan's sacrificial ceremony. Since he had promised the elf princess Bei, he had to keep his promise, and he was not the type of person to go back on his word. Moreover, during the more than a year of rushing, Bei would ask Lin Dong where he had arrived every now and then. Appearing to take Lin Dong's arrival very seriously, he naturally could not afford to stand someone up. In addition to this, there was another reason. The elf forest, where the elf clan resided, was on the 5 Elements continent, which in turn was at the very center of the Spirit Land Domain. Once there, no matter which direction one traveled to in the Spirit Land Domain in the future, one would be able to arrive in the shortest amount of time. 9th level civilization Spirit Land Domain. 5 Elements continent, Elven Forest. Due to the proximity of the elf clan's once-in-a-century sacrificial ceremony, the entire elf clan was extremely lively. This was also the only time in 100 years that the elf clan had opened up the elf forest to the public, allowing outsiders to enter and come into close contact with the elf clan. Countless forces in the Spirit Land Domain would send people to participate. Among them, there was no lack of top-tier forces with great strength. Since each power had a limited number of spots to participate in the elf clan ceremony, it led to major powers' heirs even fighting amongst themselves for the spots to participate. No young man could refuse the temptation of being a guest at the elf clan. It would be a kind of bragging capital to tell about it. Of course, those who could be sent to participate were the most highly regarded heirs of the major powers. The top of one of the highest towers in the elven forest. A large and a small elf woman with a slight resemblance were sitting together. They were the elven queen Isha and the elven princess Bei. Bei, the day of the sacrificial ceremony is getting closer and closer, and the people from the major forces of the Spirit Land Domain are almost here. Why hasn't Lin Dong come yet? Elf Queen Isha opened her mouth and asked. In her plan, Lin Dong was the protagonist, and if the protagonist did not come, how could this plan go on? Without external help, it was almost impossible for the elf clan to realize their desire for revenge. The strength of the winged people race was not weak. At least it was much stronger than the elf clan. If it wasn't for the fact that the elf clan had maintained a good relationship with all the major powers in the spirit land domain under the leadership of Elf Queen Isha over the years, it was possible that they would have been bullied by the Winged People clan. Before Isha took over as the Elf Queen, it was no exaggeration to say that the Elf clan was the money tree of the Winged People clan. The quarters between the two clans were already neighboring each other. It was simply not too easy for the Winged Man race to capture an elf woman. In the past, more than half of the elf women that appeared in the underground auctions were from the Winged People. Therefore, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the elven race hated the winged human race to the bone. Coupled with the fact that the Winged People race had once captured more than 30,000 elf race women at one time and trafficked them all over the spirit land domain, the two races had been promoted to a blood feud. All these years, Isha had been trying to figure out how she could give the Winged People clan a deep lesson, and even if she couldn't exterminate them, she still had to collect a little bit of interest. Unfortunately, no power was willing to help the elf clan. Lin Dong was the only bit of hope that Isha saw. A young man whose sole power could crush her, the queen of the elves, to say that he did not have a powerful background, who would believe it? Only the topmost forces in the spirit land domain could produce an heir like Lin Dong. As long as Lin Dong was allowed to clash with the winged human race, the plan would be a success. Brother Lin Dong said that he would arrive soon. Yi Bei replied. Soon? How soon is soon? More than a year has passed since he said that he would come to the elf clan to participate in the sacrificial ceremony. With such a long period of time, given Lin Dong's strength and status, he should have arrived regardless of where he is in the spirit land domain. Mother, don't be anxious, I know brother Lin Dong, since he said he would come, he will definitely come. Moreover, aren't the people from the major powers coming so early just to enjoy the services of the elf clan? It's not like brother Lin Dong is there for that, so he will naturally arrive at the right time. But for that plan, Lin Dong must arrive in order to continue. If he doesn't come, all the preparations in front of him will be in vain. Mother, why don't we just forget about it? After all, we don't know brother Lin Dong either. What if he doesn't have the kind of background you're thinking of? Wouldn't we be doing him a disservice then? Yi Bei could not help but persuade. She always felt that utilizing Lin Dong was not a good thing. Yi Bei, why are you starting to waver again? Have you forgotten how many clansmen of our elf clan were captured by those bastards from the Winged People clan and trafficked to various parts of the spirit land domain to suffer and die? I haven't forgotten. But this is the blood feud of my elf clan, we shouldn't involve brother Lin Dong in this, we have to take revenge with our own strength and make that gang of scum from the Winged People clan pay the price. Yi Bei replied seriously. Bei, you are too naive. If we could take revenge on our own, where would the Winged Man race be able to survive to this day? Besides, there is no way that the Winged Man race would allow our elf race to develop to that point. If the elf race wants to take revenge, we can only resort to external forces. Lin Dong is the only hope that I have viewed the Tao since I have been the queen of the elf race, and I must not miss out on it. Isha said in a firm tone. But? No buts. Yi Bei, I can rely on you for everything else, but only for this matter. You must listen to me, because this is the only chance for my elf clan to take revenge. Seeing that Isha was so firm and didn't budge at all, Yi Bei no longer continued to persuade. She knew that it was useless to say anything at this moment, as her mother was already determined to use Lin Dong to help the elf clan take revenge, so she could only sulk with her beak. Bei had a special feeling towards Lin Dong. The other party had not only saved her in the most dangerous time, but also sent her back safely. And now that she had to deceive and utilize her savior, it was really difficult for Yi Bei to accept. But with the blood feud of the elf race on one side, and her own life-saving benefactor on the other, Bei really didn't know how to choose. Isha obviously also saw Yi Bei's inner struggle. She softly comforted, Yi Bei. Don't worry. Judging from my experience, Lin Dong must have the support of a huge force behind him in order to grow to this point. The winged human race is by no means an opponent, he will not be in danger. But mother, brother Lin Dong is my savior, I don't want to cheat him, much less use him. Bei said bitterly. Just do it seamlessly and not be seen by him. Chapter 14:17, stopped. 3 days later. Lin Dong saw a colorful continent. It was none other than the Five Elements continent at the very center of the Spirit Land domain. Only Lin Dong's speed that ignored the laws of space was able to use such a short period of time to rush from the edge of the Spirit Land domain to the center region of the Spirit Land domain. According to Eve's introduction, the elves resided on top of this Five Elements continent. After identifying the location of the elven forest from the star map, Lin Dong moved to rush over. He soon arrived outside the elven forest. Looking at the forest in front of him, Lin Dong was still somewhat surprised. From the outside, the elven forest was shrouded under a green color. Lin Dong could feel a vibrant aura from the green light. It must be the wood attribute element. It was only too dense that it formed a faint cyan-colored glow. There were also wood attribute elements in ordinary forests, only that they were not as dense as the elven forest. The vegetation in the elven forest was exceptionally lush under the moisturizing of the wood attribute element. Some of the giant trees were even able to grow to a height of thousands of meters, and from a distance, there was no difference between them and a large mountain. Hundreds and thousands of meters were just ordinary trees. And ordinary grass could grow to several meters tall. This was absolutely unimaginable on Earth. The most trees on Earth were only about 100 meters. The weeds were even more so. Lin Dong was about to step into the elven forest when he was stopped by a boundary. He observed that the boundary was formed by a formation. It should have been set up by the elf clan for the purpose of naturally preventing outsiders from entering the elf forest. With Lin Dong's half-step heavenly emperor level strength, this boundary would definitely not be able to stop him. He did not even need to destroy it and directly exerted his ability to ignore spatial laws. Taking one step out, his body had already entered the elven forest. And the boundary was not damaged at all. If people above the Emperor realm wanted to enter the elven forest, they would either have to undo this formation, or they would have to forcefully destroy it. Either way, the elf clan would be alarmed. Lin Dong did not need to either unravel or destroy it and directly entered. Continuing to advance deeper into the elven forest. Not long after, Lin Dong realized that there were eyes watching him. Slightly releasing a little bit of his spiritual power to sense, he discovered a few elf clan women hidden around him. Almost blending in with the forest, it was difficult to see them with the naked eye if one did not use their spiritual senses. It seemed that these races that lived in the forest all year round still had some tricks up their sleeves. With this trick of concealment, wanting to deal with the elven race in the elven forest would not be so easy. Of course, this was if there was not much difference in strength. If the difference in strength was too great, it would be different. Any plots and tricks would be futile in front of absolute strength. The reason why Lin Dong was certain that the other party was an elf woman was because he had learned from Eve's mouth. The only intelligent beings that resided in the elf forest were the elf clan, the others were beasts that relied on their instincts to survive, ferocious beasts. Plus the pointy ears were also the symbol of the elves. There was no need to guess to know that it was the elves. Since he had encountered the elf clan, Lin Dong did not intend to walk by himself. Wouldn't it be more time efficient to have someone to lead the way? Moreover, eBay had said that when he arrived at the elven forest, he could notify her, or he could find an elven woman to lead the way. So Lin Dong said loudly, "All friends of the elf clan, I was invited to attend the elf clan sacrificial ceremony. Please come out one to help me lead the way, thank you." As soon as Lin Dong's words fell, sparse voices immediately sounded in his ears. Soon after, several elf clan women with a delicate face appeared around Lin Dong and surrounded him. Both hands were holding bows and arrows, aiming at Lin Dong, with some sort of intense poison coated on top of the arrow tips. Everyone maintained a wary attitude towards this strange man who had suddenly appeared in the elven forest. Although in recent times, all the major forces of the Spirit Land domain had people coming to participate in the elf clan's sacrificial ceremony. However, they had all arrived outside the elven forest and were sent by the elven clan to be picked up in. Those like this who suddenly appeared in the elf forest basically belonged to the category of those who were not qualified to participate in the elf clan sacrificial ceremony but were unwilling to want to come and take a look, so they took the approach of breaking in. Such people, the elf clan had encountered quite a few during this period of time, and they would all be expelled from the elf forest by them. "You said that you are here to participate in my elf clan sacrificial ceremony, so bring out the invitation," one of the elf clan women asked indifferently. Every power that was invited by the elf clan to participate in the ritual ceremony would receive an invitation sent out by the elf clan. The number of participants was determined based on strength. The stronger the power, the more places there would be. However, Lin Dong had just arrived at the Spirit Land domain from Earth, so where did he have any invitations? He honestly replied that, "I don't have any invitations." Without an invitation, you are not qualified to participate in the elf clan sacrificial ceremony. Please also return the way you came. If you linger, we will take the necessary means to send you out. After the leading elf clan woman finished speaking, the bows and arrows in her hands were drawn into a full moon. As long as Lin Dong made the slightest out of the ordinary movement, they would immediately release their arrows to attack. During the period when the several elf clan women were talking to Lin Dong, the sparse voices around them were growing in number. In less than a moment, hundreds of elf women had already gathered. All of them pointed their bows and arrows at Lin Dong. Obviously, they had already notified the others when they discovered Lin Dong. Being pointed at by hundreds of bows and arrows coated with poison, Lin Dong did not show the slightest bit of panic. With his ganty grade 10th stage physique, even if he stood still and let these elf women shoot, he would not be able to injure him in the slightest. Those bows and arrows probably couldn't even pierce his fur. Don't misunderstand everyone. I was really invited to attend the sacrificial ceremony, it's just that I live far away and the invitation could not be delivered there. Lin Dong explained. Without an invitation, all of you are not allowed to enter the elf forest. This is a rule set by our queen, no one can violate it, please go out, otherwise we will not be polite. Seeing the hundreds of elven women around them preparing to shoot, Lin Dong hurriedly shouted, stop, stop, stop. I have a way to prove that I was invited here, everyone wait a moment, I will immediately contact the person who invited me, you all must know each other. After saying that, he used his system-modified communicator to connect with Princess Yi of the Elves. Soon a silhouette appeared in the air. Immediately afterward came Yi surprised voice. Brother Lin Dong. Have you arrived? Princess Yi, I did arrive, but I was stopped, so talk to them and ask them to let me in. Lin Dong returned. As soon as he finished speaking, the hundreds of elf women around him had already put away the bows and arrows in their hands, and cried out respectfully to Yi, greetings, princess. Yi glanced around and said, sisters, brother Lin Dong is an honored guest of my elf clan, please also bring him in. Yes. Princess, wait a moment. We will bring brother Lin in here. Chapter 14:18 Meeting. After ending his conversation with Yi, Lin Dong looked at the surrounding elf clan women. The hostility in their eyes from earlier was no longer there. Instead, they displayed a respect that came from the depths of their hearts. Yi was the princess of the elf clan, her status was supreme, and since the princess had said that this person was an honored guest of the elf clan, there was definitely no room for error. Mr. Lin, please also forgive us for being disrespectful just now, because the elf clan sacrificial ceremony is just around the corner, resulting in a lot of people who weren't invited by the elf clan during this period of time trying to find ways to enter the elfin forest, and we also had no choice but to do so. The elf clan woman in the lead politely explained. Small matter, small matter. In fact, it was my fault for rashly intruding into the elf forest without permission, and I am very sorry in my heart for causing trouble for everyone. Lin Dong also responded politely. The surrounding elf women revealed curious gazes to survey Lin Dong. To be called an honored guest by Princess Yi, it was obvious that this human's identity was not simple. Otherwise, it would not be worth the princess treating him in such a manner. However, generally speaking, when the heirs of those great powers in the spirit land domain came to the elf forest, they were all surrounded by their front and back, and there were almost none who came alone like Lin Dong. And all of them were arrogant by nature and had high eyes, so how could they speak so politely? Seeing such a great man with such a good temper for the first time, the women of the elf clan were very curious about Lin Dong. And Lin Dong had left a deep impression on them. Mr. Lin, thank you for your understanding, I won't lie, you are the first big shot to understand us so well, thank you. The elf woman in the lead bowed towards Lin Dong after she finished speaking. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your understanding. The other elven women said in unison while following suit and bowing in thanks. Don't. I can't afford for you guys to be like this, what's a big shot or not, I'm just an ordinary person who just happens to know your Princess Yi. Lin Dong hurriedly stopped. However, the surrounding elf women would not believe it. Anyone who could come into contact with Princess Yi was not an ordinary person. They determined that Lin Dong's identity was definitely not simple. As for why Lin Dong had come alone and also trespassed into the elven forest without even greeting her, perhaps it was not uncommon for people to like to be alone. Mr. Lin, please follow me, I will take you into the depths of the elf forest, that is where my elf clan resides. Now that many people from the great powers of the spirit land domain have arrived, I believe you will have acquaintances. Lin Dong then followed an elf clan woman towards the depths of the elf forest. The rest of the elf clan women scattered and returned to their posts to continue their duties. On the other side, Princess Yi of the elves jumped up in excitement when she learned that Lin Dong had arrived at the elven forest, and after the excitement, she immediately told her mother, Queen of the Elves Isha, the news. By the time Lin Dong arrived at the elven settlement, mother and daughter Isha had already been waiting here. Seeing Lin Dong from afar, Bei could not help but quickly welcome him. "Brother Lin Dong!" Bei happily shouted. "Princess Bei, long time no see." Lin Dong responded with a smile as well. "I thought that you weren't coming, brother Lin Dong." "How could that be? Since I promised you to come, as long as there are no special circumstances, I will definitely come." "I knew that brother Lin Dong is not a man of his word." "That's natural." The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and the elf queen Isha also walked over. "Welcome, Mr. Lin, as a guest of the elf clan. Please don't mind if there's any poor hospitality, Mr. Lin. Queen Isha is too polite." "Mr. Lin is a valued guest of my elf clan, so feel free to mention any requests you have and I'll fulfill them. It is just a small matter of doing a favor. Queen Isha and Princess Bei do not need to take it to heart." Lin Dong waved his hand repeatedly. "Mr. Lin is wrong, it is only a small matter to you, but to my elf clan, it is a heavenly matter." The entire elf clan woman who stood at the side to show Lin Dong the way was confused. Who exactly was this Mr. Lin? Surprisingly, he had made the princess and Lord Queen personally come out to greet him. "I am afraid that there were not many forces in the entire Spirit Lan domain that possessed such treatment, right?" Originally, she had thought that Lin Dong was only familiar with the princess, but she did not expect to be so familiar with Lord Queen. Listening to Lord Queen's meaning, Mr. Lin still had a great favor for the elf clan? It was fortunate that they had not kicked Mr. Lin out just now, or else they would have made a big mistake. Returning to her senses, she hurriedly spoke, "Lord Queen, Princess Bei, Mr. Lin has been brought here, I'll go on duty first." "Go! Tough luck to you guys," Queen Isha said. No hard work, no hard work. We are deeply honored to be able to make a small contribution to the elven race," the elven woman said with trepidation. "And the elf clan can only be what it is today because of the mainstays like you. Don't say that, my queen, the elf race can only live the good life today because of your existence." Half an hour later, Lin Dong was arranged in a separate treehouse. The elves basically built their houses inside large trees. Firstly, a large tree was selected, a space was snapped out of the tree in the center, and then household items were placed, and a room that could accommodate people was formed. Living in a treehouse was very practical as it could prevent wild beasts from attacking, as well as protect against moisture and mosquitoes. After settling down Lin Dong, Queen Isha left. The elf clan ritual ceremony was around the corner and she still had a lot of things to do. Moreover, with Lin Dong's arrival, that plan should also be put on the agenda. Whether or not the elf clan would be able to take revenge and make the winged man clan pay or not depended on whether or not the plan could be successfully accomplished. However, the most important thing was whether the forces behind Lin Dong could subdue the winged man race. Bei stayed behind to introduce Lin Dong to the elf clan as well as some basic information about the elf forest. Due to the proximity of the elf clan's sacrificial ceremony, people from all the major forces in the Spirit Lan region had basically arrived. The influx of so many people into the elf forest did not bring any burden to the elf clan. This was because the elf forest, under the nourishment of the wood attribute element, did not have much of anything but large trees, each of which could build multiple tree houses for everyone to live in. The area where Lin Dong was located was the place where the elf clan received humans, and the treehouse where Lin Dong lived was one of the largest trees in that area. The larger the treehouse one lived in, the more honorable one's status was. Within some of the large trees not far from Lin Dong, the heirs of the top powers of the Spirit Lan domain were enjoying the special services brought by the elf clan women, who were specially trained by the elf clan. What they had learned from a young age was how to please humans. This was only practiced after Isha took over the position of the elf queen, and was one of the major reasons why the elf clan was able to be where it was today. At first, the entire elven race was puzzled. They didn't understand why they had to learn these disgusting things and why they had to please humans. It was only with the gradual increase of the elf clan's status in the Spirit Lan domain that they understood Isha's good intentions, and the skepticism slowly disappeared. Chapter 1419, Someone is blocking the road. After Lin Dong arrived at the elven forest, Bei had been accompanying him around everywhere, enjoying the scenery. This caused quite a few murmurs to resound within the elf clan. All of them were discussing who exactly was this brat. Surprisingly, the princess of the elf clan was personally accompanied. It was important to know that the princess of the elf clan could not have an affair with any man, or else she would not be able to inherit the position of the elf queen. So some unknown elf clan executives, who were also the old codgers of the elf clan, gathered and directly found Queen Isha. "What's the matter, everyone?" Isha asked as she looked at the crowd of elf race executives. "Lord Queen, we came to find you because we want to ask, who exactly is that Mr. Lin?" An elf clan senior asked. "Why would you suddenly ask this question?" "Because we want to know what kind of person could make the princess of my elf clan personally go and accompany him. So that's why you guys are doing this. Letting eBay go and accompany Lin Dong was something I agreed to, and eBay herself was happy to do so, so she went." "Lord Queen, the princess of my elf clan is not allowed to have an affair with any man. This is an insult to my elf clan. I hope that you can recall Princess eBay. Now that the ritual ceremony is around the corner, many people from the many forces in the spirit land domain are present. Once the word spreads out, where will our elf clan's face go?" An old codger questioned. "Ha! Insults? Has our elf clan suffered fewer insults over the years? Being captured like prey and then trafficked to various parts of the spirit land domain to suffer and die. Tell me, what could be worse than this kind of insult? Why didn't you guys come forward at that time?" Isha said with a cold smile. She had long since grown tired of seeing these old codgers who relied on their old age, holding on to that little bit of worn out thinking and not letting go. They also claimed that it was for the sake of the elven race. When Isha first took over the position of queen, she wanted to let go and do something big to change the situation of the elf tribe, but the result was blocked by this group of old codgers. But they were blocked by this group of old stubborn people, who could not do this or that. The result was that Isha was restrained in every way. Later on, she had no choice but to show her hand directly to the Council of Elders. Either she would not become the queen of the elves, or if she did, the entire elf tribe would have to listen to her. At that time, there was really no better candidate for the Queen of the Elves, and finally after the Council of Elders discussion, continue to let Isha as the Queen of the Elves all clansmen must listen to her arrangements. This is what led to a series of reforms in the elf tribe, and ultimately the elf tribe's present day. If there had been a candidate for Queen of the Elves at that time, the elves would still not have known what they were like today. In any case, it was impossible to surpass today's achievements. With that group of old codgers and the Council of Elders supporting them, the elf race would never develop. That's why Isha hated these old codgers, trying to get involved in everything. The old codger who questioned Isha was dumbfounded by his dislike. "Please calm your anger, my queen. We just want to know, what is your intention in letting Princess Ibe go to accompany that so-called Mr. Lin?" Another senior member of the elven race asked out loud. "What? Do I still need to report to you guys about what I do? Just mind your own business. You guys ask less about this king's business. You just need to know that everything this king does is for the elf clan," Isha said in a deep voice. This. A group of old stubborn people of the elf tribe, you look at me, I look at you, do not know what to do. Isha wasn't like those previous elf queens. She was someone who had truly made great contributions to the elf clan. She was respected and worshipped by countless elf clansmen. If it wasn't for Isha, the elves would still be living in dire straits. Although some of the things that Isha did were not recognized by them. For example, selecting outstanding elf women and training them from a young age on how to please humans and make them happy. This kind of thing, in their opinion, was completely self-defeating and went against the elven race's ancestral tradition. But it had to be said. It was with these things that were not recognized by them that the good days of the elf race today were achieved. Gone were the dark times when they were once treated as prey. At its worst, there were countless merchants who purchased elven women gathered outside of the elven forest, all waiting for those hunters who ventured into the elven forest to come out with elven women, and then bought them at a high price and trafficked them to all parts of the spirit land domain, earning the difference in price in between. There were even cases where the temporary strongholds of the elf clan were discovered by the winged people, resulting in tens of thousands of elf clan women being wiped out. How cruel was that scene? And now, trafficking in the elf race had been banned by the major powers of the spirit land domain. Even if there was, it could only be done in the shadows and could not be brought to the surface. All of this was due to Isha. In the face of such an elf queen who had changed the fate of the elf clan, a bunch of old codgers didn't dare to go too far. Coupled with the fact that their backer, the Council of Elders, was now also towards Isha, they were even more afraid to offend Isha. Of course we know that everything Lord Queen does is for the elf clan, there's no doubt about it. It's just that Princess Ibe accompanied that Mr. Lin to play around in various parts of the elf forest. Not only was it seen by the clansmen of my elf clan, but the heirs of all the major powers saw it as well, so it's not easy for us to explain this if we're asked about it. A senior member of the elf clan said with a bitter face. You guys don't worry. I'll take care of this matter soon, but before that, I can't tell you guys the plan, and then you'll naturally know the identity of Mr. Lin. Isha's tone eased up as well. Since Lord Queen has said so, then we'll take our leave. I hope that Lord Queen can take care of it as soon as possible, so that outsiders don't find a handle on it. The heirs of the major top powers of the spirit land domain are already at odds with each other. If they know that Princess Ibe accompanies a young lad every day, they'll definitely make a similar request, and it'll be hard to deal with it at that time. I know. The senior old codgers of the elf clan left, leaving Isha alone. It was true that she hadn't considered this issue. Between the heirs of the major powers in the spirit land domain, they were all climbing over each other, competing with each other and displeasing each other. Lin Dong was again an heir secretly cultivated by a certain major power and was not well known. If the heirs of other powers knew that the one accompanying Lin Dong was the princess of the elf clan, how could those guys who regarded themselves as very high be able to stand such a difference in treatment? For sure, they would also make demands to the elf clan. Not agreeing at that time would definitely offend the other party. Isha fell into deep thought. It seemed that Ibe had to be reminded to try not to be seen with Lin Dong by people from other forces, and the plan had to be accelerated. It could not be delayed any longer. Just as the elf queen Isha was thinking about countermeasures. As Ibe led Lin Dong to a canyon in the elven forest, she was stopped in her tracks.